Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The narrator contrasts themselves with powerful, talented heroes. They add that others also have great luck and wealth while they do not. Holding a small bill, the narrator reflects that they are not just ordinary, but worse. Watching successful adventurers and treasure, the narrator concludes they are an inferior person. Remembering their master's words, they grip their meager money with determination. The master had taught that being stronger is not required to defeat an enemy. Facing overwhelming monsters, the narrator recalls that if they cannot outgrow foes in power, they resolve instead to weaken their enemies more than themselves. The narrator begins casting elaborate debuff magic circles, a skill called Fates, and lowers enemies' magical defense and resistance. Another skill, Iron Weakness, slowly drains enemies' health and mana. The debuffs spread over the monsters, sapping their strength. Surrounded by weakened foes, the narrator channels crackling power for a decisive strike. Suddenly a powerful enemy charges, startling the narrator mid-cast. The attack explodes, but the narrator survives, shield raised. Emerging with a massive weapon, the narrator readies a counterattack. They activate Scorn of the Strong, boosting damage against higher-level foes while reducing incoming harm. With that buff, the narrator smashes through their enemies. They charge forward relentlessly, hammer swinging. The empowered blow crushes a large opponent. The narrator continues chaining blows, knocking another enemy back. They grin with battle ecstasy as power surges around them. The enemies close in, but the narrator holds their ground amid crackling energy. The master had once told them to remember a crucial rule. That rule was to first weaken the enemy, then finish them in a single strike. The master insisted that 2 strikes are already a failure. The lesson concludes that the enemy must be killed with 1 unfailing blow. As the narrator attacks again, they think that this is exactly their style. Their ultimate attack descends, lightning obliterating the monsters. Smiling, the narrator thinks this display shows what a debuff master truly is. The setting shifts to Brave New World, a vast VR open-world MMORPG famed for its scale. The game promises great freedom in a bustling fantasy city. Its world spans tens of millions of square kilometers with billions of NPCs and endless content. With perfect sensory simulation, BNW feels like another reality. The narrator admits they did not care about these features. They started playing for a different reason. That reason was money, seeing in-game wealth converted to real cash. After learning gaming could earn money, they had been playing BNW for a year. Choosing the normal class Elemental Mage, they worked obsessively to grow stronger. Their efforts led them to become master of the 200-member Beamer Guild. Proudly, they stand at the head of this guild with their comrades. After a lucrative dungeon run, they calculate that the loot will fund a comfortable life for a while. When asked how they found such rich dungeons, they hint that there is a way to know everything. Feeling gifted at games despite their poor real-life background, they see no reason to give up on life. They conclude that this game is their sole means of survival. In the present, pursued through a rainy forest, they flee from armed men. The pursuers shout insults and order each other to catch the narrator, who struggles to escape. Losing sight of him in the rain, the thugs complain that they cannot see properly. They suspect he came this way and decide to search, believing he has nowhere to run. Hiding nearby, the narrator curses the Genesis guild that is hunting him. Genesis is introduced as a super powerful guild dominating BNW. The narrator reveals that Genesis destroyed the Beamer guild they had built. Shocked by the overwhelming power gap, they lament being unable even to resist properly. A system warning notes they have been logged into Brave New World for 47 consecutive hours. Another warning says excessive gaming harms real life, but the narrator protests they have nowhere else to go. They think that logging out would only return them to a dingy basement room and a worn VR capsule. To challenge Genesis, they had gone into heavy debt to buy expensive items, only to be betrayed. Betrayers stole nearly everything, leaving only a few scraps and a mysterious faded wand. Exhausted in the forest, the narrator wonders if everything is over. In anguish they ask why, after all their efforts, they still failed. They claw the mud, angry that all their sacrifices led to nothing. Crying, they scream about why they always end up losing. An old man suddenly appears and bluntly tells them it is because they are weak. The old man explains that the world obeys survival of the fittest and the weak are trampled, so complaining is pointless, startling the narrator. He mocks the narrator for acting like a pale beggar seeking pity, which angers them. The narrator tells him to ignore them and leave, but the old man is offended by the disrespect. Something alerts the narrator, making their eyes widen. They see a thug leaping at the old man with a sword and shout a warning. A violent impact in the bushes signals the clash. Other thugs joke that their reckless companion attacked alone. One of them starts to bring up something else about their target. We cut back to the chase, where the winded narrator keeps running as the old man casually keeps pace and notes he has not logged out. The thugs gossip that the narrator stays in game because real life, full of debt, is hell. Hearing this, the narrator despairs that he has no usable weapon. Still, he urges the old man to flee because the area is dangerous. The thugs laugh, wondering if the old man is just an NPC and mocking the narrator for caring about him. Their traitor comrade says the narrator always acts nice, merely pretending to be a good guy. The narrator recognizes this comrade with shock. He accuses Kim Jinwoo of being a traitor, while Jinwoo dismisses the label as harsh. Jinwoo coldly says he only changed sides because he got a better offer. The narrator cries that he considered Jinwoo family, and cannot believe the betrayal. Jinwoo scoffs that talk of family is tiresome. Jinwoo claims the narrator only used guild members as pawns to protect the guild from Genesis. He sneers that family means nothing, arguing that only successful groups feel like family. Flourishing the stolen staff, Jinwoo boasts that money and success are what matter. The narrator realizes Jinwoo was the one who stole his prized weapon. Jinwoo belittles the staff in the narrator's hands, promising to put it to better use as it erupts with fire. Using the staff, Jinwoo unleashes a massive fire spell down onto the narrator. The fiery explosion engulfs the area where the narrator had been standing. Jinwoo's allies remark on how ruthless he is, saying weaklings must be crushed so they never rise again. Jinwoo dismisses the narrator as worthless scum. The old man rebukes Jinwoo, saying even trash should not betray and laugh at a benefactor. He gathers terrifying lightning, declaring Jinwoo beneath even recycling. The narrator watches, stunned, and calls out to the old man. Jinwoo is shocked that the old man blocked his powerful attack. The old man scoffs, asking if that pitiful blast can be called an attack. He shows the narrator how a real strike is done, obliterating the enemies with a storm of lightning. One surviving enemy wonders in terror what this power is. The lightning leaves a gigantic crater, emphasizing the old man's overwhelming might. The narrator realizes the attack hit the game's maximum possible damage. Astonished, he activates his rune of insight to appraise the old man. The interface identifies the figure as an NPC known only as an old man walking down the street, of human race. His displayed level is an unbelievable 999. The narrator cannot believe such a level exists. The readout repeats that this ordinary labeled old man NPC is actually level 999. The old man calmly says he has been observing the narrator for a long time. He bluntly lists that the narrator lacks talent, money, and even luck. Yet, he admired how the narrator kept struggling against overwhelming foes. He liked watching the narrator fight with all their strength until the end. Just then a system window pops up before the surprised narrator. It grants an epic quest called the Sacred Bond of Connection, requiring him to bow respectfully to the old man, or die trying. Thrilled by receiving an epic quest with simple conditions, the narrator resolves to complete it despite the ominous warning. He thinks chances like this are unique and decides there is no reason to refuse. He prostrates himself, thanking the elder for saving him and begging to be accepted as a disciple. The system announces that the epic quest has been completed. A second notification congratulates him on becoming a disciple of Deus. Another message says his class has changed from elemental mage to the new profession disciple, leaving him stunned. The old man clarifies that this means the narrator has formally become his pupil. As his disciple, the old man promises to lead him onto the path of invincibility. Hearing the word invincibility, the narrator is both awed and hopeful. He swallows nervously, processing what that might mean. He accepts wholeheartedly, calling the old man his master. The master grasps his hand and teleports them together in a blaze of magic. As they vanish, the narrator marvels at how unbelievable this situation is. Observing the phenomenon, he realizes they are using teleportation magic. They reappear midway up the snowy Kunlun Mountains in a pillar of purple light. Collapsing to the ground from the transit, the narrator pants in the cold. He thinks how casually the old man uses teleportation that even top players struggle with, doubting he is merely an NPC. The master tells him to stop dawdling and follow to a place where training will occur, and the narrator obeys. Inside a cavern, the awestruck narrator follows his master deeper. They arrive at a shining lake, which the master identifies as the lake of purification that will cleanse him. The narrator asks what purification means, and the master says he will train him intensively for 99 days only. The master adds that the lake will aid this training as a tool of purification. When the narrator asks for clarification, the master says purification is literal, like pouring new wine into a new bottle. He explains that the narrator is currently filthy. Without warning, he kicks the narrator toward the lake, telling him to wash first. The narrator splashes violently into the glowing water. Underwater, he panics that he is dying. Then he notices he can still breathe freely in the water. A notification states that the lake of purification has begun purifying him. Another warning says unbearable pain will soon begin and counts down from 60 minutes. As the timer starts, the narrator convulses and screams in agony while electricity courses through his body. Watching from the shore, the master notes that the disciple's intense scream sounds invigorating. The narrator feels as though every cell is burning. The scene shifts to his real-world body writhing in the VR capsule. Realizing the system permits this degree of pain, he frantically tries to press the logout button. Memories of his destroyed guild and desperate flight flash before him. He visualizes shielding a little girl from domestic violence, and later doing harsh labor to survive. More scenes show his past struggles working menial jobs while burdened by hardship. In the lake he clenches his teeth and inwardly rejects giving up. Resolving not to run away anymore, he endures the hour of torment as the timer ticks down, determined to change his fate. As the countdown to 0 approaches, bubbling water signals the end of Han Taesung's purification timer. Taesung bursts out of the water gasping for air. He drags himself onto solid ground, stunned that he succeeded. Lying back and laughing in relief, Taesung celebrates that he really did it. While he is still catching his breath, a glowing system window appears above him, confusing him. The system notifies him that purification is complete and his character will be reset. His status window shows his name Han Taesung, with his level dropped from 201 to 1, class listed as disciple. Realizing this, Taesung screams in shock. Staring at the window, he panics over his lost level while his old master calmly remarks that the purification worked. Taesung, forcing a smile, asks his master what happened and confirms that his level is now 1. The master bluntly reminds him that just an hour ago he was useless trash. When Taesung asks if that means before they met, the master explains that all his stats like strength, stamina and mana were completely unbalanced. The master asks if Taesung really thought he could become invincible with such skewed growth. Taesung wonders if his level was reset because he was a worthless character. The master vows to rebuild him from head to toe and draw out his potential to the utmost. He explains that compared to others gaining 1 mana per level, Taesung will gain 1.2 mana. Taesung calculates excitedly that when others have 100 mana at level 100, he will have 120. He calls out to his master, filled with renewed respect. Bowing deeply, he thanks the master for his grace while the old man notes how much he is bowing today. The master says it is too soon to be satisfied, as Taesung still has a long way to go to become the unparalleled strongest. The master outlines that for the remaining 99 days, they will repeat this process 100 times alongside even harsher training, and Taesung answers that he can handle it. Taesung resolves that no matter how many repetitions it takes, he will never give up as long as he can grow stronger. The master silently observes his determination with a faint smile. Walking away, the master says he hopes Taesung's resolve never changes. A new quest appears titled True Training Begins, tasking Taesung with enduring Deus's training, starting at 1%. Meanwhile in the United States, at BMW Game Company Hive's headquarters, events unfold simultaneously. Inside Hive's special department Hexagon, staff work in a futuristic control room. A nervous staffer begins reporting the current situation. Another worker shouts that an epic code 007 has just been activated, shocking the team. Colleagues gossip that Deus has taken on a disciple, wondering if it is a famous pro gamer, but the operator says it appears to be an ordinary gamer. Their superior arrives, repeating in disbelief that the disciple is just an ordinary gamer as staff greet him respectfully. Introduced as Hive Vice Chairman and Hexagon team head Oppenheimer, he orders them to zoom in on the screen. Examining Taesung's profile, Oppenheimer concludes he really is just a heavy user from Korea. He reads the name Han Taesung aloud with interest. Oppenheimer decides to watch and see how long this new disciple can endure. Taesung recounts that he wanted to escape his miserable real life. To run from reality, he threw himself into the game BMW. However, he soon found that the game world was just as harsh as reality. He reflects that perhaps the problem was not the world but himself. Thinking back, he realizes he might have been the cause of his own failures. Everything changed when he met his master, who gave him new hope. Under this master, he began brutal training to become invincible. Months of relentless climbing and hardship passed during this training. Time skips ahead to his secluded, snowy training cabin in the mountains. The master relaxes, savoring a drink given by his student. Sharing drinks, the master happily notes that his student now brings him alcohol, and Taesung thanks him. The master reminds him that their promised 99 days end today and asks if he will miss Kunlun Mountain. Taesung replies that he cannot possibly feel sad about finishing such hellish training. The master scolds him for whining after only 3 months when he himself once trained without sleep, even after giving Taesung a break. Taesung recalls that during that break he worked hard in reality to pay off his debts. Looking outside their cabin, Taesung says there is something he has been curious about. He asks if the master has ever experienced circumstances similar to his own. The master answers that long ago he too pursued strength, though he insists he was never trash like Taesung. Taesung wonders if his master ever feels guilty for his constant verbal abuse. The master begins a story set 500 years ago. He explains that back then there were 8 people acknowledged as the strongest on the continent. Among those 8, he himself was always ranked last. Burning with frustration, he desperately wanted to surpass the stronger ones. So he retreated to Kunlun Mountain to train, ultimately gaining tremendous power. Yet even after all that training, he still could not win, surprising Taesung, who asks if the others were simply that strong. The master clarifies that when he finally came down, 500 years had passed and his rivals were old and worn out. He had trained so long he lost track of time, even finding his former home gone and being mistaken for a beggar. Because of this, he laments that the enlightenment he gained turned out useless in the changed world. The master then pushes a book toward Taesung, telling him to take it, and Taesung asks what it is. Holding the book, Taesung listens as the master asks if he knows the true meaning of being invincible, which Taesung assumes is simply being stronger than everyone. The master corrects him, saying invincibility is the unbeatable power to overcome any enemy. He explains that one need not be the strongest. Instead, one only has to weaken stronger enemies. He says the technique he just described is central to the path of a debuff master. The book he gave Taesung is revealed as the beginning and end of debuff master techniques. A system notice proclaims the training quest complete after Taesung endures Deus's regimen. Another notice announces that his class has successfully changed from disciple to debuff master. Wrapped in dark energy, Taesung tests his new power as his nickname changes from Taesung to Siegfried. Seeing the new name on screen, he is puzzled that it has been forcibly changed to Siegfried. The master cheerfully says that as his only disciple, Taesung deserves a name that suits him and orders him to use it. Taesung is stunned that while nicknames cannot normally be changed in BMW, his master can even override the system rules. Feeling reborn alongside his new name and class, Taesung believes this power will let him defeat the Genesis Guild members. The master adds that since Taesung is now his disciple, there is another matter to settle, prompting Taesung to ask what it is. The master explains that the other 7 of the original 8 likely left behind successors. A new epic quest appears from Master Han, ordering Taesung to defeat the 7 descendants of those legendary strong men, excluding Deus. The quest list shows all 7 descendants he must someday overcome. Taesung eagerly accepts, vowing to defeat those descendants with the techniques his master created and prove his strength. Pleased by his resolve, the master says his eyes now look far better and taps him, imbuing him with power. The master declares this the end of his lessons and commands Taesung to descend and become the strongest after him. Empowered, Taesung smiles and tells his master he is heading out. A pillar of purple light shoots from the cabin as Taesung is transported away. Alone again, the master murmurs in concern, wondering if he put too much pressure on his disciple. He second-guesses whether he should have sent Taesung off with such a heavy burden. The scene shifts to Birman territory at the western edge of the continent. Walking through a forest there, Taesung complains that his master sent him very far away. He decides the distance is actually good since he is only level 1 and would be crushed if he met Genesis members now. Sitting on a log, he concludes that his priority is to level quietly to at least 100 and opens his job description. The Debuff Master class is described as a melee damage dealer and supporter that weakens enemies with various debuffs while wielding heavy weapons and armor. His equipment mastery list shows high proficiency with multiple weapon types and heavy armor even at level 1. His skill list includes basic debuffs and smash, with stronger skills like speed regulation and contempt of the strong locked for now. Studying the window, he notes smash as an active skill and suspects the defensive and weakening fields are area debuffs. The desperate defense skill details confirm it creates a field that lowers enemies' defense and magic resistance, with range increasing by level. The weakening curse description explains it forms a field that steadily drains enemies' health and mana with fixed damage scaling from his mana, unaffected by defenses. Overwhelmed, Taesung exclaims that the combination of reducing defenses and dealing mana-based fixed damage is absurdly strong. He marvels that the debuffs cut both defense and magic resistance, and that fixed damage scaling to mana seems broken. Excited to test his new abilities, he considers looking for nearby monsters or even hitting a random NPC. At that moment, a shrieking voice from a cage begs not to be treated as an enemy. Taesung turns to see a mutant tiger charging straight at him. He notices the tiger has a metal muzzle that includes a panicked hamster in a cage, which screams for Taesung to save it. A hidden emergency quest pops up, asking him to defeat the mutated tiger and rescue the Great Spirit, with an unknown reward. Taesung realizes this is a hidden quest, and that the talking hamster is actually the Great Spirit mentioned. He focuses instead on the mutant tiger, noting that it is level 25, which feels high for a monster in a starting area. Facing the danger, he nervously wonders what he should do. Gripping a wooden club, he remembers his master's teaching about weakening stronger enemies and prepares his debuff skills. He activates Desperate Defense, lowering the tiger's defenses and magic power. He follows with Weakened Curse, starting to drain the tiger's health and mana over time. Debuff fields swirl as Taesung dodges and maneuvers around the charging tiger. The weakened tiger feels its strength draining despite its ferocity. Taesung then slams it repeatedly with smash, battering it while the hamster watches in terror. He grins, concluding he only has to weaken the foe to win. The enraged tiger roars and lunges again. Taesung continues to evade, counterattacking with his club in rapid succession. A flurry of strikes crashes into the beast's head and body. He ducks under a claw swipe and positions himself for a finishing blow. Taesung drives another heavy smash into the tiger as it leaps. From the ground, the freed hamster stares wide-eyed, amazed by his power. The Great Spirit marvels that a mere level 1 human is fighting evenly against a high-level mutant. The hamster keeps screaming at Taesung to hurry up and save it while he complains that its yapping is more distracting than helpful. Determined, Taesung steels himself despite exhaustion. He notes that even after dozens of hits the tiger still fights back, proving that level difference matters even under debuffs. Feeling his mana and health fade and his improvised weapon splintering, he realizes both he and the club are near their limits. He decides he must finish the battle with his next strike. Gathering all remaining strength into smash, he prepares an all-or-nothing final blow. He and the tiger square off again, each readying their decisive attack. The roaring tiger charges while Taesung winds up his empowered swing. Taesung unleashes a powerful arc of energy along with the club. The finishing smash slams into the tiger, blasting it away in a massive impact. The tiger crashes to the ground, stunned and defeated. System messages flood Taesung's view, announcing multiple level-ups. He learns he has jumped all the way to level 15 from that single desperate fight. Looking at the fallen tiger, he understands that a debuff master's role is to defeat seemingly unbeatable foes. The hamster impatiently yells for him to hurry and free it, while Taesung silently regards the noisy creature. Once released, the Great Spirit thanks him profusely for saving its life, and Taesung notes how refined its speech is. Wanting to repay the favor, the hamster hints that Taesung might feel lonely adventuring alone and offers to accompany him. Taesung casually replies that he does not mind being alone and walks away, ignoring the hamster's plea. The frantic hamster clings to his leg, claiming amnesia has left it powerless and begging to be taken along. Annoyed, Taesung protests that he has no interest in keeping pets. A notification appears stating the hidden quest is complete, and that his reward is a contract with the Great Forest Spirit, making him realize the hamster itself is the prize. He recalls that this creature is indeed called the Great Spirit as the quest text confirms. Taesung considers that although it looks like a hamster, a Great Spirit's rank is comparable to a Spirit King's. He reasons that even if it seems useless now, Once it regains strength, it could be extremely valuable. Deciding to take advantage, he agrees to form a contract, privately thinking that the spirit is also rather cute. A golden ritual binds them, and a system message confirms that the contract with the Great Forest Spirit succeeded. The spirit status window appears, listing it as a divine beast trickster with many fearsome forest titles but currently no usable skills at level 15. Taesung muses that since their levels are linked, the spirit will grow stronger alongside him, and wonders what the ominous title Forest Renegade means. The hamster suggests that, having contracted, they should now properly introduce themselves to each other. The small spirit introduces himself with an absurdly long name, which the human thinks is too excessive. A system message orders the human to give the contracted Great Forest Spirit a new name. The human happily renames the spirit Hamji. The spirit is stunned and squeaks in disbelief at the new name. Hamji glares angrily, clearly offended. While walking, Hamji scolds the human for giving such an undignified name to his great spirit body. The human argues Hamji is a cute name, while Hamji insists it is ridiculous for a great spirit, but the human tells him he has to accept it. The human then asks why such a powerful great spirit was locked in a cage. Hamji admits he does not know the reason. Hamji recalls waking up already imprisoned in a cage. He explains that he lost all past memories except his name, and the fact that he was a great spirit of a certain forest. Frustrated, Hamji demands that his new master help him recover his lost memories. The human advises not to rush, and says they should take things slowly. He concludes that, for now, both of them need to focus on getting stronger. The scene shifts to a town building where the next events will occur. At the Mercenary Guild, clerk Jericho greets the Otherworlder and asks why he has come. The protagonist says he wants to obtain a mercenary license, thinking he needs it to grow further. Jericho explains that to get a license he must first pass a qualification test proving his abilities. Jericho starts outlining the test, beginning with capturing mutant rabbits in nearby vacant territories. The protagonist instead places a large claw on the counter and asks if it suffices as proof. Jericho is shocked to see that it is a claw from a powerful mutant tiger, a material usually used for weapons. The protagonist casually explains he killed a mutant tiger on his way to the village and argues this should be better proof than catching rabbits, though Jericho doubts he did it alone. Jericho nervously questions that claim while the protagonist feigns innocence. Convinced, Jericho agrees the proof is sufficient and leads the protagonist to issue his license, as the protagonist wonders if that would really work. Jericho hands over a badge that serves as the Mercenary Guild license. Outside, the protagonist thanks him, and Jericho asks if he has time to listen to a story. The protagonist asks what story Jericho wants to tell. Jericho reports that unusual numbers of mutants have been gathering lately. He explains that a nearby ranch was recently attacked by mutants, and the villagers are living in fear. The protagonist confirms that monster appearances have increased, and Jericho adds that the mutant tiger he killed was not supposed to exist in this territory. Jericho continues that not only tigers but many mutant monsters have appeared. He lists vicious mutants such as wolves and buffalo joining the threat. These mutant creatures together are endangering the entire Beerman territory. The protagonist recognizes that finding a level 20 monster in this low-level area is abnormal, concluding that something is clearly wrong. Jericho finally asks the protagonist to help them deal with the crisis. A new quest appears, ordering the protagonist to do his best to protect the Beerman territory until the situation is resolved, with a gold reward on completion. The protagonist hesitates, saying his level is still too low to help, while Jericho insists he is the only one who has recently defeated a mutant tiger. Jericho also explains that their border location lacks magic communication circles, so outside help would take at least a week to arrive, which surprises the protagonist. The protagonist thinks this quest looks dangerous but also like a chance for rapid leveling. He tells Jericho he understands his request. He then agrees to help, brushing it off as nothing. At the same time, in distant Schreier Castle, a massacre is shown with bodies strewn across the floor. A bloodied survivor begs for mercy. He screams for his life as a huge axe descends toward him. The unseen attacker mocks him for disobeying, calling humans foolish. The assailant, clearly delighted, says not to worry because someone superior to humans will rule them. A golden, horned goblin king appears, declaring that he will become their king. Back in town, guild staff thank the protagonist for visiting as he leaves the building. Hamji, munching on a mana stone, teases that the protagonist now looks like a slightly better-dressed beggar, which annoys him. The protagonist, now in proper adventurer gear with a mace, says he cannot keep wearing torn training clothes forever. Examining his new weapon outside, he thinks it should suffice and suggests to Hamji that they go eat now that shopping is done. He grumbles that Hamji already consumed the mana stone he bought, calling him a freeloader. Hamji disdainfully calls the mana stone a low-quality meal while the angry protagonist chases him, lamenting how expensive it was. The two glare at each other in comedic anger. 3 armed men approach, confirming he is the adventurer who defeated the mutant tiger. The leader introduces himself as Jang Manbok and says he will accompany the protagonist on the quest. He introduces Thompson and Rousey as the other party members, who eye Hamji and comment on the hamster. The protagonist realizes these are the other mercenaries Jericho mentioned, while Jericho assures him he is not alone. The protagonist introduces himself as Siegfried and asks them to take care of him as they shake hands. The group tells him they are counting on him as captain, surprising him. Manbok says the strongest should lead, admitting they could not catch a mutant tiger, and the protagonist reluctantly accepts the role. Thompson asks what their team should do next, and Siegfried says their task is to guard the village alongside the regular army. Siegfried suggests they first visit Bucardi Ranch, where the situation is said to be most serious. At Bucardi Ranch, a fierce battle is already underway between soldiers and hordes of mutant beasts. On the battlefield, Manhwa barely holds off a giant mutant wolf with his shield and calls for Thompson to attack. Thompson responds, striking the wolf while Manhwa shields, though they both struggle. Afterward, Manhwa sits down exhausted, while Thompson notices something large approaching. Manhwa, confused, wonders what is coming. A massive level 25 mutated bison charges through the ranks, trampling soldiers aside. The bison barrels directly toward Siegfried and the others, and someone yells for everyone to run. Siegfried braces himself as he turns toward the charging beast. He activates a skill called Smash, empowering his weapon with blue energy. He leaps high and brings the empowered attack down toward the bison. The devastating blow crashes into the ground and the bison beneath him. The bison collapses dead at Siegfried's feet. System messages announce that his level has increased and he has reached level 20. Panting, he complains he cannot freely use Debuff skills with so many people watching and thinks he would prefer hunting alone. His companions rush over, asking if he is okay since it seemed the bison hit him, and he checks on their condition instead. Manhwa explains that as a tank he is fine, but Thompson is badly injured and will be out of action for a while, though his life is not in danger. The others praise Siegfried for defeating the mutated bison alone and confirm the earlier rumor about him soloing a mutated tiger. Elsewhere, the Golden Goblin Lord commands something to come back, eyes glowing. Under his influence, various mutant beasts with red eyes are shown attacking soldiers and other creatures. Then the beasts abruptly retreat in the same direction, prompting soldiers to wonder if the quest is now complete. Siegfried instead finds it suspicious, noting that all the mutants fled together, as if ordered to retreat. Another observer echoes this realization, asking if that is really the case. A new investigation quest appears, tasking Siegfried with discovering why the mutated creatures caused the monster wave. He recognizes it as a follow-up quest that requires solving the underlying cause rather than just killing monsters. Siegfried tells his party to return to the main camp while he follows where the mutants are heading. He assures them he will be fine since he is the only uninjured one, and points out that Hamji is with him. One teammate blushes over how cute Hamji is as they depart. Tracking footprints, Siegfried confirms that all the mutants are indeed moving in the same direction. He realizes that direction leads toward the neighboring Schreier territory. He suspects the mutants may have changed their target to that place. Hamji calls him over, saying he has found something. Hamji leads him through the forest and tells him to look ahead. Siegfried sees the distant castle of the Schreier territory. As he observes, the massive castle gate begins to open with an ominous atmosphere. Siegfried reacts tensely upon seeing what is emerging. Countless monsters pour from the gate, led by the laughing Golden Goblin Lord. A system window identifies the leader as Garugo, a legendary Goblin Lord boss with light and fire attributes, and the special ability of mind control over monsters. Siegfried realizes this Goblin Lord with mind control is the one who drove the mutants berserk. Knowing the cause, he decides he must return to the barracks because he cannot handle the enemy alone. Back at the Bierman barracks, a formal meeting is convened. The commander-in-chief of the Bierman army introduces himself as Blitch. Siegfried introduces himself in turn, and Blitch says he has heard of Siegfried's achievements through Jericho's strong recommendation. Blitch apologizes that they do not have time for pleasantries. Because the situation is urgent, he immediately begins a strategy meeting around a war map. He explains that Schreier territory has already fallen to goblins, prompting Siegfried to ask if they are behind the mutant crisis as well. Siegfried clarifies it is specifically the Goblin Lord who used mind control to command mutants and seize Schreier. He adds that now this Goblin Lord is aiming his mutant army at Bierman territory. A knight warns Blitch that if Siegfried's report is true, they cannot possibly handle such a monster, and the territory is doomed. Siegfried argues they must focus on evacuating the Lord and residents immediately. Manhwa timidly questions why Bierman knew nothing about Schreier's fall until now. Blitch answers that they had little contact with Schreier and, as a small border territory, lacked a proper communication network. He adds that they were too busy fending off mutant attacks to conduct investigations. Siegfried concludes that the Goblin Lord exploited this isolation to create the current crisis. A cutaway shows the Goblin Lord gloating over a model of the territory in his hands. Blitch laments that their proud 300-year-old Bierman is crumbling because of goblins. He clenches his fist on the map, agonizing over how to even report this disaster to his lord. Siegfried interjects that there is still a possible way. Blitch urgently asks what method he means, and Siegfried says it depends on whether they can buy him enough time. He declares that it needs to be time for him to grow stronger. Siegfried then outlines a simple strategy as soldiers observe another mutant wave. The plan is to deploy fast special forces to harass the mutants. These troops will use hit-and-run tactics to scatter the mutant horde. The soldiers then run, drawing groups of mutants away from the main force. Siegfried instructs them to lure the dispersed mutants to his position. He plans to personally finish off each gathered group of enemies using his powerful debuff skills. He promises that once he reaches level 30 he will stand with them to fight the goblins, and Blitch notes that otherworlders can grow quickly due to their special rune. Blitch objects that the Goblin Lord is level 50, leaving a 20-level gap even then. Siegfried acknowledges the disadvantage but says it is still possible. He reminds them he already killed a level 20 mutant tiger when he was only level 1, so defeating a higher level foe is not unthinkable. He adds that even failure will at least buy time for reinforcements, prompting the officers to look to Blitz for a decision. After a moment of thought, Blitz gives his answer. Blitz states he will trust Siegfried and go along with the plan. A new main quest appears, commanding Siegfried to kill the Goblin Lord Garugo. Later, Siegfried prepares to log out, and soldiers ask him questions as he apologizes that he has no money for extra food. Hamji angrily clarifies he is not asking about food, while Siegfried dismissively calls him a parasite and asks what he really wants. Hamji presses Siegfried about hiding something during his talk with the bald commander, and asks why he kept it secret. Boasting of his great spirit perception, Hamji says he can sense such things and tells Siegfried not to underestimate him. Siegfried reveals that upon reaching level 30 he can gain a new skill. He shows Hamji his suite of skills and notes they will be crucial against Garugo, though they do not guarantee certain victory. Hamji asks why he is hiding these skills, and Siegfried replies he is not ready to reveal them yet. Siegfried explains that because regular users are present, openly showing cheat-like skills would cause a commotion and spread rumors. Hamji comments that humans live exhausting lives, and Siegfried replies it is better to be cautious than be blindsided. Outside, Manbach marvels again at the hamster, then asks if Siegfried is done speaking with the commander. Siegfried admits the plan centers heavily on him, but Manbach says he is grateful just to be included. They decide to rest before the operation, with Siegfried agreeing to log out for a short break as well. The others log off, and Siegfried tells Hamji he will return soon and tosses him a coin for snacks. Delighted, Hamji thanks his suddenly generous master as he snatches the coin excitedly. Hamji reminds Sieg that he earlier claimed to have no money. Sieg admits he lied about being broke and logs out of BMW. Back in reality, Sieg removes his VR headset, groaning. Standing up from his capsule, Sieg complains that his body is stiff. As he walks, he thinks he should get something to eat. He immediately changes his mind, deciding there is no time to eat and that he should sleep instead. Lying down, Sieg reflects that a lot has happened lately. He recalls how his guild was destroyed and he became a fugitive. He remembers meeting his master, gaining the hidden job Debuff Master. He thinks about how he is now fighting to obtain territory in the game. Sieg notes that although he started playing only for revenge and money, he now genuinely enjoys the game. Back on his bed, he wonders if he is still too immature. He tells himself he wants to play again soon, become stronger, and enjoy the game freely. Suddenly fed up with waiting, he jumps up deciding to level more before the upcoming operation. Someone outside calls for Mr. Hante-san, catching his attention. Sieg opens the door, surprised since he was not expecting visitors, and asks who it is. Delivery men confirm his identity, and say they came to install a capsule. Confused, Sieg says he never ordered a capsule while eyeing the large boxes. The workers verify the address and ask again if he is Hante-san, and he confirms but insists he did not order it. They hand him an envelope, explaining they do not know the details but the order specified it was for him. The letter congratulates him on Epic Code 007, making Sieg wonder if it refers to his class. Thinking of rumors that hidden classes receive huge perks, he suspects this gift also came from Beehive. Someone, likely the chairman, smiles slyly. Sieg hesitates when the workers move the capsule in, and they address him respectfully. Realizing what he has received, Sieg politely invites the installers in and offers them drinks, excited despite his cramped room. In the hallway, a suited director watches the delivery men and ends a phone call about getting coffee. On the phone, he reports to the chairman that they have arrived at Sieg's house and begun installation, and the chairman thanks him. The director then asks the chairman why a stranger like Han Tae-sung is receiving such a gift. The chairman, who shares Sieg's hidden class, answers that he is doing it out of camaraderie. Sieg examines the capsule's remote, recalling the advertisement he saw for the Hyper VR capsule Ogre endorsed by top guild leader Chai Hyun-suk. He recalls the flashy ad showing the model and the Ogre capsule as the ultimate gameplay machine. He reflects that this Ogre is so expensive ordinary players could never afford it. He marvels that such a capsule is now sitting in his own home. Sieg excitedly inspects the Ogre, stunned that Beehive would simply give one away, and wonders if this is how hidden classes are treated. Deciding that sleep can wait, he eagerly puts on the new visor and wants to test the capsule immediately. As he logs in, he feels the superior cushioning and clarity of this capsule, amazed by the comfort. He notes that the immersion feels more realistic, even sensing hot wind and a burning smell. Confused, he questions the burning smell. He finds himself back in the game, seeing buildings in his territory engulfed in flames. He witnesses guards being torn apart by mutant wolves amid the fire. Goblins butcher fallen soldiers in the chaos. Staring at the blazing town, Sieg demands to know what is happening. He hears terrified cries for the Great Spirit, and turns toward the sound. He spots Hamji being chased by a huge mutant wolf. Exhausted, Hamji thinks he cannot run any farther and fears this is the end of his life as a Great Spirit. Sieg dives in from above toward the pursuing wolf as it is about to pounce on Hamji. His mace smashes the wolf's head with a powerful blow. Hamji collapses in relief, trying to address his master. Sieg stands over the slain wolf with his weapon, and Hamji stares up at him in disbelief. Sieg asks Hamji if he is injured. Overwhelmed, Hamji slams into Sieg's face, angrily asking why he arrived so late, and saying he thought he would die. Holding the flailing spirit at arm's length, Sieg tells him to calm down and explain what occurred, but Hamji insists the destruction is obvious. Hamji recounts that once Sieg logged out, trouble began immediately. He explains that the goblins launched a coordinated attack on the territory, bringing mutants with them. Their surprise assault leaves the defenders completely unprepared and many residents are slaughtered. Furious, Sieg realizes the enemy deliberately attacked while all adventurers were logged out. He notes that if everyone else is offline, he must be the only adventurer present. Hamji confirms that is why the situation has become such a disaster. Sieg finds one consolation in being alone. He no longer needs to maintain appearances. He tells Hamji he has a mission for him, making the spirit uneasy. Meanwhile, goblins and their beasts revel in the bloody battle, their blades stained. The feral pack and goblins advance, snarling and ready for more killing. A group of battered knights protect fleeing civilians, trying to hold the enemy at bay. Their captain realizes evacuation will be difficult now, as there are far too many mutants. Cursing, he feels the situation is hopeless. As a goblin rushes to strike him down, he believes this is the end. Before the blow lands, a mace suddenly crushes the goblin from the side. The knight looks up in shock at the dead goblin and the unfamiliar weapon. Sieg's mace finishes its arc and he appears, having intervened at the last moment. He activates the smash skill to deliver a devastating strike on another goblin. He follows up with another heavy blow, overwhelming his opponent. The knight recognizes Sieg's power in astonishment. Sieg tells him he already understands the situation. He orders the knight to escort the townspeople to safety while he handles the battle alone. The captain protests that he cannot leave everything to a mercenary and insists his men will help. Sieg appreciates their resolve but prepares something else instead. He casts Desperate Defense and Weakening Curse, buffing the knights while cursing the enemies. He states that he prefers to fight alone. Feeling the magic, the captain is stunned but agrees to Sieg's approach. Sieg tosses him a string of red orbs, saying they are modest but will help, and the captain gratefully accepts. The captain leads the evacuees away, entrusting the defense of the area to Sieg. Sieg thinks it is fine to show these unique Josian-style items to an NPC, even if it feels awkward. Eyes sharpening, he focuses on the battlefield. He launches into a ferocious red-tinged assault, smashing a wolf with his mace. He swings the wolf's body like a weapon, knocking enemies aside. Even while fending off goblins and wolves, he takes a hit and winces. Observing the goblin's agony, Sieg notes how painful his weakened curse must be. As a cursed goblin attacks wildly, Sieg points out its posture is completely ruined. He mocks that the goblin should have fled when he set the trap, then batters it relentlessly. Sieg stamps down and moves in for a finisher. He grabs the goblin by the head, dominating it. He remarks that even without the capsule's help he could have killed it before it touched him, then finishes it off with a lethal vertical strike. Grinning, Sieg concludes that expensive capsules really do make a difference. In reality, he notes that the ogre lets him read enemy movements much more clearly. Back in the game, he stands among foes, ready as multiple monsters rush him. He reflects that his master's training had already sharpened his movements, but now he feels he can dodge any attack. Dispatching enemies with crisp blows, he muses that it is no wonder rich players are so skilled. While cutting through a wolf, he complains that elites were hoarding such advantages. He unleashes triple powerful strike, sending 3 surging attacks at surrounding enemies. System messages announce that he has leveled up to 22. Sieg feels he has killed a lot yet is only level 22 and notes leveling has slowed sharply since 20. As he is thinking this, Hamji barrels back toward him in a panic, screaming insults. Ahead of a huge pursuing horde, Hamji asks if this many enemies is enough bait for Sieg. Sieg shrugs off the difficulty of leveling, deciding he will just kill enormous numbers of enemies. Surrounded by his magic circle, he resolves to slaughter as much as needed. Elsewhere, the Goblin King senses that the troublesome outsider has returned and sneers that Sieg seems to be enjoying himself. Using Gwain's insight, the Goblin King judges Sieg as a dangerous adversary whose further growth would be a real threat. Calling his other minions useless, the Goblin King sits in the captured Lord's Hall amid corpses. A battered knight realizes the king is overwhelmingly powerful. Overhearing the Goblin King mention a pest from outside, the knight guesses Sir Sieg has come and decides he must buy Sieg time to grow. Determined not to let the Goblin King pass, he challenges him, vowing to defeat him and reclaim his lord. The Goblin King derides him as a failed protector who dares call him a coward. Grabbing the wounded lord by the head, the Goblin King taunts the knight to rescue him and doubts either of them can last long. The knight grimly concludes that his lord will not hold out much longer. On the burning streets, Sieg fights at full tilt while the knight prays for him to hurry. Flashing back 30 minutes, Hamji had been screaming that he disliked Sieg's plan. Sieg insisted Hamji act as bait to lure enemies, arguing there was no other way if they wanted to protect the town's honor. Hamji, terrified that everyone would die if they fled, begged not to be dragged into Sieg's fight. Sieg replied that they would fight together, not alone. He clasped his fist and respectfully asked Great Spirit Hamji for help. Resigned, Hamji sighed. Hamji accepted on the condition Sieg later pay him with lots of nuts, and they sealed it with a fist bump as Sieg agreed. Returning to the present, Hamji apologizes for his earlier complaints. He declares he is sick of being chased and will not fall for Sieg's manipulation again. Sieg acknowledges Hamji's hardships but reminds him they are short on time. Sieg tells him the immediate danger is over and that Hamji should remember it was thanks to him that so many enemies were caught. Sieg asks about the special matter he had requested, information on the Goblin King. Hamji reports he could not see the king directly but located a suspicious place that might be his lair. Hamji recounts running through the forest while goblins and mutants chased him. During his escape he saw Bierman Castle burning. The sight shocked him. He also sensed an overwhelming evil aura pouring out of the castle. Hanji is certain that aura belonged to the Goblin Lord. Sieg concludes that the Goblin King must have seized the castle. He notes that normally the Lord and high officials would have evacuated and finds it ominous he has not seen General Blitch either. Realizing the urgency, Sieg says he must hurry, and Hanji nervously asks if he truly intends to go into the castle. Sieg tells Hanji to stay behind because it is too dangerous and promises to return soon. Left alone, Hanji nervously notices more enemies approaching the walls. Startled, he thinks he saw something move nearby. Frightened again, he changes his mind and calls after Sieg, saying he wants to go with him. Sieg arrives at the burning Beerman Castle, noting it is larger than he expected. Feeling the ominous aura from within, he judges it risky to enter recklessly. Nevertheless, he steels himself. When Hanji keeps trailing him, Sieg asks why he is following, repeating that it is dangerous. Hanji claims he is only worried for Sieg going alone, though he admits he is scared. Sieg sarcastically says he is so moved he could cry. Hanji asks if Sieg has an actual plan, arguing they must be ready in case the assault on the Goblin Lord fails. Sieg concedes Hanji has a point but says there is no time for extensive planning. He thinks that sometimes hesitation is useless. Empowered by purple energy, Sieg charges forward with Hanji clinging to him, deciding the right answer now is to push through and advance. A huge door trembles as someone screams from beyond it. Sieg bursts through the wall with his pet, charging forward amid debris. He lands heavily inside the corridor, carving a path through the floor. His frightened pet scolds him for entering recklessly while he hushes it. Sieg notices something alarming ahead. He finds the bloody knight Blitch, who greets him and remarks on his noisy entrance. Sieg rushes over, shocked at Blitch's injured arm and wondering why he is still here. Blitch insists that although weak he remains a knight bound to protect his lord. Sieg inwardly curses that even the lord ended up in danger despite Blitch's strength. A sinister voice identifies Sieg as the human who annihilated its army. The Goblin King appears, sizes Sieg up as the strongest human yet, and understands why another human anticipated his arrival. Sieg feigns ignorance while the Goblin King laughs and tells him to drop the act. The Goblin King accuses Sieg of sacrificing Beerman's people to grow stronger for this fight, pointing to the corpses. He taunts that those people died foolishly while waiting for Sieg, enraging him. Blitch tells Sieg to ignore the Goblin King's lies, saying they only did their duty, and Sieg softly calls to him. Sieg confirms the bloodied old man lying behind the Goblin King is the Lord, and Blitch says yes. Sieg asks Blitch to wait, but Blitch shouts for him not to be provoked. Sieg puts his weapon away and steps forward, prompting the Goblin King to mock him for surrendering out of guilt. The Goblin King declares that such weakness is why humans are devoured and swings his axe. Sieg activates the debuff skill Speed Regulation, which slows an enemy's movement, attack, and casting speed. Empowered by the skill, Sieg blitzes the Goblin King and slams him into the wall with streams of water-like energy. The Goblin King loses track of Sieg's movements and wonders if this is a trick. Sieg casually calls out while holding Blitch's severed arm. He orders the Goblin King not to touch Blitch's arm with filthy hands. Enraged, the Goblin King curses at Sieg. He dives down in fury as Sieg carries the unconscious Lord in his arms. Sieg uses the Lord's body as partial cover while blasting the Goblin King with Speed Regulation energy. The Goblin King realizes the slowed feeling is Sieg's doing and questions whether Sieg got faster. He recognizes his own body has been slowed by the blue currents that bind his limbs. Bound in glowing chains, the Goblin King screams and demands to know what Sieg did. Sieg notes that Speed Regulation is working well and Blitch, stunned, calls his name. Sieg explains he took Blitch's arm so the enemy could not use it, even if he cannot reattach it. He says Blitch and the others bought him time to grow stronger and asks them to leave the rest to him. Sieg orders Hanji to stop hiding and evacuate Blitch and the Lord, and the pet reluctantly agrees. Blitch asks Hanji to be gentle with the Lord as the pet drags the unconscious man away, complaining. Sieg thinks the immediate crisis is handled. He concludes that now only the Goblin King remains. Seeing the chained Goblin King, Sieg reflects on how the enemy humiliated him and stole his loot, and vows to tear him apart. Sieg, wrapped in his own blue chains, says he no longer needs to worry about the Goblin King. Smirking, Sieg invites the Goblin King to have some real fun. The ruined hall shakes as the battle resumes. The Goblin King struggles against the slowing waters and roars in pain. He swings his axe in large arcs while Sieg narrowly dodges within the slowed field. Sieg lands heavy blows on the Goblin King's body. The Goblin King shrieks and manages to smash Sieg away with his weapon. Sieg, thrown across the hall, realizes the boss is adapting to speed regulation and laments how troublesome high-level enemies are. The Goblin King, still slowed but advancing, mocks Sieg for losing his earlier confidence. He sneers that Sieg cannot win with such petty tricks and accuses him of underestimating him. He vows not only to kill Sieg but to mutilate and sacrifice him to the god of war. Sieg admits speed regulation is only a support skill and that its limitations are showing. He notes that the skill has drained his mana, preventing him from freely using other abilities, and thinks he should have tried his other skill first. Sieg wonders if he should now use that other skill. He decides against using it immediately. Instead he keeps fighting, vowing to wait for a better moment, while the Goblin King jeers that he is throwing himself at death. The Goblin King asks if Sieg has come up with another trick as Sieg prepares another charge. The Goblin King's massive swing sends Sieg smashing into the wall again. Bruised, Sieg blocks another attack while the Goblin King delights in his pained expression. The Goblin King tells him to think fast and continues hammering at him with his axe. Sieg counters attacks while internally insulting the Goblin King's intelligence. The Goblin King, eyes glowing red, boasts that Sieg's efforts are meaningless. He blasts Sieg downward in a devastating strike that explodes the floor. Sieg cries out in pain amid the flying rubble. With his foot on Sieg's chest, the Goblin King lectures that humans have always scorned goblins as insignificant savages. He admits goblins are not naturally superior beings. However, he declares he will change that as he stomps on Sieg. The Goblin King dreams aloud that someday humans and higher beings will fear and worship goblins. He says such ambition is the burden a goblin lord must bear, unlike a goal-less mercenary like Sieg. Sieg dryly calls the speech touching but says goblins cannot escape their current treatment. He insults them as low-class and filthy, deliberately provoking the Goblin King. In a chibi aside, Sieg remarks that if goblins want respect they should start by washing themselves. The Goblin King trembles with rage and asks if those will be Sieg's final words. He raises his axe and roars for Sieg to die. Seeing the opening as the axe descends, Sieg decides the time has come. He deactivates speed regulation, surprising the Goblin King as the chains vanish. The Goblin King's uncontrolled full-power strike slams into the floor, creating a huge impact. He realizes he used too much strength and that his body suddenly feels lighter, while his axe is stuck in the ground. He suspects Sieg baited him into overcommitting just as Sieg dashes in. Sieg unleashes a flurry of high-speed strikes around the immobilized Goblin King. He smashes the Goblin King's head with repeated blows, drawing screams. Sieg continues his relentless assault, gripping the Goblin King's face. Sieg widens his eyes as something else appears. The Goblin King's giant mutant tiger, under mind control, charges and slams Sieg away. Sieg is hurled through the air yet again. The Goblin King remarks he did not want to damage the castle, but he admits he is impressed that Sieg forced him this far as he mounts the tiger. Sieg pants, realizing how hard he has pushed the enemy. The Goblin King says the fun ends now and prepares a different power. He reveals his true talent as a Goblin Lord is mind control and summons his strongest mutant tiger to trample Sieg. Ordering his servant to attack, he rides the roaring beast. Mounted on the tiger, he charges through the crumbling hall. The tiger dives at Sieg, threatening to crush him. The Goblin King laughs, calling it an honor for the castle to become Sieg's tomb. A voice counters that this place will instead be the Goblin King's grave, shocking him. Suspended before a glowing scale-shaped pattern, Sieg recalls the Goblin King calling him a purposeless mercenary. He activates his other debuff skill, Disdain for the Strong. The system states that because the Goblin King Gurugo is a higher level than Sieg, Sieg's damage against him is increased and damage received is reduced. Facing the charging tiger, Sieg declares he is not just a nobody. He proclaims himself the debuff master. Empowered, Sieg readies his weapon beneath a radiant cross-shaped light, vowing to stand at the top of this world. The system announces that Sieg has cleared the quest to protect Bierman Estate. The scene shifts to a peaceful sunrise over the mountains. Narration notes that another long, arduous day has ended over the restored castle. With the Goblin Lord dead, his control over the monsters vanished, and they began to collapse. The remaining goblins are finished off in the aftermath. Survivors confirm that all enemy remnants have been cleared and wonder if the quest is truly over. Lightly injured villagers band together to help with the recovery. People work to rebuild the damaged territory. Later, Sieg sits outside the field hospital tents, recovering. Drinking a potion, he happily says he finally feels alive again. He marvels at how amazing a potion is that can restore someone from near death, something impossible in real life. Sieg still finds it hard to believe what he accomplished. He reflects that he alone managed to defeat such a powerful Goblin Lord and his mutant beast. He thinks that without enough mana for Disdain for the Strong at that moment, he would have died instead. The skill description explains Disdain for the Strong increases damage against stronger enemies and reduces damage taken, with great effect but long cooldown. Sieg muses that he cannot always hide his skills during battle when Blitch approaches and asks if he is well enough to be up. Sieg greets Sir Blitch with a smile. Blitch judges from Sieg's expression that he is fine and praises his resilience. Sieg is told he should rest more, but he replies that he was ordered by the Lord to come to the castle anyway. Sieg wonders aloud if the Lord, who was badly injured, is alright. Blitch says the Lord would have been in serious danger if Sieg had been any later but is now recovering thanks to treatment. Laughing, Blitch says the Lord is renowned for being robust despite appearances, and Sieg privately finds the situation awkward. Sieg glances at Blitch's bandaged stump, weighing his feelings. He apologizes, saying if he had arrived sooner Blitch might have kept his arm, but Blitch insists he should be the one thanking Sieg. Blitch says that without Sieg they would have lost the land, and that losing an arm is a small price for protecting the territory. Smiling, Sieg thinks that Blitch truly embodies knighthood. Blitch ends the compliments, and urges Sieg to come along. He says everyone is waiting for Sieg at the castle. At the gate, the frail Baron Wegman formally greets Sieg as the savior of his territory. Sieg introduces himself as Siegfried, and the Baron remarks that even his name sounds heroic. The Baron tries to kneel in gratitude, thanking Sieg for saving the territory, while Sieg awkwardly tries to stop him. The Baron collapses dramatically in pain as his guards rush to him. He wails exaggeratedly that he is going to die. Watching this, Sieg confirms with Blitch that this melodramatic man really was a renowned general. Embarrassed, the Baron laments that Sieg has seen him in such a pitiful state. Sitting on a stone, he apologizes that he has not fully recovered but still wants to thank Sieg again. Sieg says such gratitude is unnecessary since he was only hired as a mercenary, and feels the praise is excessive. The Baron responds that Sieg's motive does not matter, only that he risked his life to defend their land. He adds that without Sieg the peaceful territory would have fallen to wicked goblins, then tells him to follow for a reward. Sieg's eyes shine as he thinks it is finally quest reward time. He anticipates that the reward must be amazing given the extreme difficulty, while the Baron grumbles over the cost of the destroyed door. The Baron leads Sieg back into the ruined hall where they fought the Goblin Lord. Sieg notes they are in the battle chamber, and now sees how wide the space actually is. He observes that it resembles an altar while the Baron approaches what he calls his ancestors' treasure vault. The Baron explains most treasures are gone, sold or lost, leaving the vault nearly empty. He says one true treasure remains and offers the ornate box to Sieg. Sieg opens the glowing box. Light spills out, and Sieg gasps in surprise at what he sees. A magical document appears, revealed to be a voucher for the legendary artisan Mercedes workshop. Narration shifts to describe the continent of Nurburg, where magic, alchemy, and metallurgy have long been highly advanced. Over thousands of years those crafts evolved further, setting the stage for the power of places like Mercedes workshop. Magic and science intertwine so deeply that a new fusion technology is born. This fusion crystallizes into powerful tools called artifacts, combining magic, alchemy, and metallurgy. Massive workshops arise that produce nothing but these artifacts. The Autonica workshop becomes renowned for superior technology. The Bimerian workshop gains fame for overwhelming destructive power. The Mercedes workshop comes to be seen as the ultimate one. People hail Autonica, Bimerian, and Mercedes as the three great artifact houses of the continent. Among their products, a highly valued Mercedes workshop enhancement voucher is given as the Goblin Lord quest reward. The voucher guarantees 12 successful artifact upgrades regardless of level and is worth a fortune. The protagonist is shocked by how overpowered and valuable the 100% Mercedes plus 12 voucher is. The old lord begins explaining the history behind Mercedes, starting 700 years in the past. He recalls how the newly founded Mercedes workshop initially struggled financially. To survive, Mercedes sold its powerful enhancement coupons for only 1,000 gold each. Even that price was considered steep back then, so few trusted the tiny, obscure shop. The narrator's ancestor, Count Graham, chose to buy those undervalued coupons. That ancestor supported the ignored Mercedes workshop by purchasing its vouchers. The old lord admits he is unsure if his ancestor foresaw the future or just liked collecting odds and ends, but the investment proved excellent. He says those long-held vouchers have finally found their proper owner. The protagonist protests that the voucher is too expensive a gift and should be worth tens of millions now, but the lord calls it ownerless. The lord explains they meant to give it to a talented descendant, but none qualified. He laments that even his best descendant, his son, falls short and wishes the boy resembled him more. The lord then asks the protagonist for a favor and wonders if he will grant it. He recalls briefly waking during the incident and being dragged outside by someone. In that moment outside, he clearly saw something. What he saw was the protagonist's intense, unwavering gaze filled with resolve. Convinced, the lord declares the protagonist destined to become a continent-shaking hero, which embarrasses the young man. The lord asks that when the protagonist becomes a hero he look after his son. He says he wants to invest in the protagonist just as his ancestor invested in Mercedes, recognizing the youth's bravery. Touched, the protagonist accepts and takes the blazing golden voucher. A new quest appears requiring him to care for Baron Wegman's son once he grows stronger, with reputation as the reward. The protagonist grumbles that this so-called reward feels more like being tricked into extra work. Walking away from the castle while examining the tickets, he ponders the situation. He wonders what to do with the valuable voucher in his hand. He calculates that selling it at auction could earn him hundreds of millions of won. With that money he imagines clearing all his debts and buying his mother a new home. Remembering how his fierce master would scold him for short-sightedness, he imagines being berated. He decides instead to think carefully and not rush the decision. He concludes that investing the voucher in his future strength is wiser since money can be earned later. He then notices Hanji is missing and realizes he has not seen the hamster all day. Worried, he hopes Hanji is not causing trouble somewhere again. The scene shifts to a shabby building in town. Inside, Hanji happily decides he has gathered enough of something. The hamster shakes his rear and starts dancing enthusiastically for now. Spectators laugh at Hanji's cute dance, as one man remarks it reminds him of his daughter and hints that the performance is not free. Hanji agrees that his cuteness costs snacks, receives a treat, and asks if the crowd wants more like an imitation of his stupid master. While Hanji jokes about his stupid master, the real master appears silently behind him. The protagonist grabs Hanji, scolds him for goofing off as a supposed streaming partner, and Hanji retorts that life with a lousy master forces him to perform for snacks. Another man is surprised that Hanji also eats snacks, not just magic stones, and recognizes the protagonist as Sieg they have been searching for. Back at the table, Manbach invites Sieg to sit, noting how busy he seems and asking about his quest rewards. Sieg replies he is about to receive them and Manbach happily boasts about the unprecedented quantity of rewards they all earned. Sieg decides it is better not to mention the ultra-rare Mercedes voucher so as not to dampen Manbach's excitement. Jericho the innkeeper greets Sieg warmly, relieved he survived. Jericho thanks the party for saving him but notes his funds are drained by building repairs. He still pays Sieg the 5,000 gold mission reward, apologizing for the small amount. Jericho quietly praises Sieg's discretion in not telling the other mercenaries about the extra reward from the Lord. Sieg then asks Jericho a question while Hanji eyes the reward bag expectantly. He wants to know where the Goblin Lord's body was taken, and Jericho answers that the corpses were dumped near Lake Bierman. Jericho further explains that the Lord impaled the escaping Goblin Lord and displayed the corpse as a warning. Even Jericho felt sick seeing the mutilated goblins, making him realize how ruthless Lord Wegman truly is. Sieg wonders if it is time to leave the Bierman estate now that everything is settled. He reflects that his stay was short but full of growth and wonders if his own master foresaw this when sending him here. He concludes that thanks to his master's guidance he has gotten off to a strong start in this world. Suddenly a booming voice outside shouts for a disciple as a huge, sword-wielding figure appears in town. The shout is so loud it hurts ears, startling Sieg and Jericho. Jericho complains about someone drinking early and yelling, while Sieg suspects the man has already left the tavern. Hearing the husky voice calling someone disciple, Sieg suddenly suspects it might be his own master. Outside, a crowd gathers around the imposing newcomer in the town square. Onlookers are stunned by the stranger's immense power level as he politely asks to pass through. Sieg freezes in disbelief at what he is sensing. He sees that the man is not his master but another immensely strong, bear-like warrior. The old warrior cheerfully declares that he has finally met his disciple. Everyone stares as Sieg is singled out, bewildered. Pointing to himself, Sieg nervously asks if the man really means him. The old man insists that of course Sieg is the one destined to be his disciple. Hamji asks if this intimidating old man is the master Sieg mentioned, and Sieg admits the man seems different and far from senile. Sieg activates his rune of insight to analyze the newcomer. The system reveals the man is Beetlejuice, a human named NPC of level 361 titled Sword Emperor and member of 5-Star Heaven. Beetlejuice smugly asks if Sieg now understands who stands before him. He introduces himself as a Grand Master among the 5-Star Heaven. He boasts that he is Beetlejuice, the Sword Emperor who can cleave mountains and seas. He unleashes overwhelming sword pressure that sends the crowd flying. Sieg endures the pressure as others flee, recognizing just how famous Beetlejuice is. Sieg recalls that 5-Star Heaven is the title given to the 5-peak master-level experts on the continent. He reflects that meeting such a named-class powerhouse in a remote place mirrors how he first met his own master in a forest. Sieg muses that remote areas seem to attract geniuses just as Beetlejuice asks if he will accept him as a master. Flustered, Sieg denies being the old man's disciple and questions why Beetlejuice assumes so, but Beetlejuice says his word makes it so. Beetlejuice judges Sieg as inexperienced and assumes he knows little of the world. He prepares to lecture Sieg about what 5-Star Heaven and Grandmasters truly mean. Sieg cuts him off, claiming he already understands everything. Sieg explains he already knows how powerful the 5-Star Heaven Masters are and wonders why Beetlejuice is overreacting. With eyes glowing purple, Sieg apologetically tells Beetlejuice he is too late. Sieg manifests his original master's image and declares he already serves a different master. Beetlejuice is taken aback and searches for a counterargument. He dismisses the claim and casually suggests Sieg abandon that master to serve him instead. Sieg and Hamji bristle with anger at the insult. Sieg snaps, insisting his master is stronger and has given him invincible secret techniques, which shocks Beetlejuice. When asked if his master is of Samjon rank, Sieg claims his master stands even higher. Beetlejuice incredulously repeats that someone higher than a Samjon exists, and Sieg admits he is not entirely sure but believes so. Sieg smirks, repeating the word invincible while clearly challenging Beetlejuice's pride. Beetlejuice blankly repeats the term, stunned. He mulls over the word invincible in disbelief. Amused yet irked, Beetlejuice grips his sword and laughs at Sieg's bold wordplay. He responds by smashing the ground with a colossal shockwave that sends Sieg flying. Hovering amid the debris, Beetlejuice's eyes blaze as he again asserts that he himself is invincible. He acknowledges Sieg's arrogance but respects his loyalty to his master and promises not to force him into discipleship. However, Beetlejuice decides he cannot simply walk away and must do something more. He proposes a bet with his arrogant potential disciple. The system issues an urgent quest: win the bet against Beetlejuice, or become his disciple. The narrative flashes back to Beetlejuice at age 26. He recalls his youth spent relentlessly pursuing strength with the sword. A montage shows his intense sword training infused with mana. He uses his power to save or seize someone amid a swirling windstorm. After years of bloody combat and training, Beetlejuice's hair turns white as he nears true mastery. At age 120 he finally attains the master level he had always sought. Yet instead of joy he feels emptiness. While locals complain he has been chopping down their forest for a century. Walking across a bridge, he wonders about this nagging emptiness. He questions why he feels unfulfilled despite achieving everything, even jokingly blaming old age. His attention is drawn to a master teaching a child swordsman below. Hearing the teacher motivate the child, Beetlejuice realizes the importance of discipleship. He has an epiphany that what he lacks is a disciple. He concludes that his perfected skills will be meaningless after death unless a disciple inherits his system. Thus he begins traveling the continent to find a worthy successor. He rejects one candidate for good mana but poor combat instincts. He dismisses another for weak physical potential despite effort. He learns a famed talent he sought has already died in an accident. Frustrated, he realizes training a successor would take at least 20 years and worries he will die of old age first. After searching nearly everywhere, he sees only Bierman territory left on his map. He heads to Bierman resolved to catch even a stray, and upon seeing Sieg immediately senses destiny. Beetlejuice declares that this arrogant, cheeky youth is fated to become his disciple. Sieg explodes, shouting that he has no intention of being the old man's disciple. Beetlejuice calmly says Sieg can avoid discipleship only by winning their bet. Sieg thinks the real problem is that the old man never listens and realizes he has stepped into a mess. He frets about dealing with a monster of such caliber while already stuck with a quest about him. The system restates the urgent quest to defeat Beetlejuice in the bet, or become his disciple. Knowing he cannot refuse, Sieg agrees to cooperate and asks what the bet entails. Beetlejuice begins to explain the terms. He reveals the bet is simply for Sieg to land a hit on him, which confuses Sieg. Beetlejuice clarifies that Sieg gets one attack of any kind, and if it causes even slight damage, Sieg wins. Sieg braces himself while Beetlejuice tells him not to worry. As a handicap, Beetlejuice promises not to use mana and to fight only with his bare hands. He proudly flexes, boasting that his body has no physical weaknesses after a lifetime of training, while Sieg inwardly dreads the challenge. Sieg suddenly focuses on the phrase barehanded, realizing an opening. Beetlejuice tells him he can still back out and become his disciple, but Sieg pointedly asks if the old man even knows his name. Beetlejuice shrugs off the question as unimportant, assuming he will learn it later anyway. Sieg channels power into his weapon and criticizes Beetlejuice for not even caring enough to ask his disciple's name. The interface shows Sieg activating debuff and anti-high-level skills like Desperate Defense on his opponent. Another rune, Scorn of the Strong, further boosts his damage against higher-level foes. With his smash skill ready, Sieg vows he will be anything but Beetlejuice's disciple. Surrounded by purple magic circles, Sieg declares he would rather die than become that old man's student. Beetlejuice answers that winning a bet is about overturning such bold declarations and prepares to clash. Sieg smiles confidently and tells his opponent not to worry. He charges him with full power, declaring he refuses to lose. The old warrior analyzes Sieg's reckless style, assuming Sieg is stacking debuffs on a single body part to weaken it. The old man scoffs that such tricks only work on mediocre fighters as he prepares to counter. He thinks debuffing is easy to neutralize once the affected area is found, and eagerly searches for it. The old man suddenly realizes something is wrong. He notices that Sieg's debuff is actually placed on his weapon instead of his body. Sieg rushes in furiously, using the empowered weapon. Sieg's blow smashes into the old man in a burst of energy. The impact creates a massive explosion of dust and debris. Onlookers watch the dust cloud, wondering what is happening and guessing a bet is involved. Spectators remark that it is their first time seeing Sieg fight seriously and reconsider his strength, recalling he soloed the Goblin Lord. One of them spots something in the dust and calls attention to it. The old warrior is seen standing motionless, making the crowd stutter in confusion. People joke in shock, wondering if he actually died while still standing. Others confirm he only fainted, and Sieg reflects that despite his mastery he still is not at the absolute top. Sieg, feeling slightly guilty as a fellow man, advises the old warrior not to make reckless bets next time. A system window appears announcing Sieg has completed the quest of winning a bet against Beetlejuice and asking if he wants the reward. Sieg's companion Hamji questions what is happening as Sieg selects the option to receive the reward. Hamji appears before the quest window, repeating his confused question to his master. Sieg checks if Hamji is okay, and Hamji complains his head is still aching from what Sieg did. Sieg gives a small, satisfied smile. He assures Hamji everything is settled and suggests they leave before the old man wakes up and bothers them again. As they walk, Sieg remembers he had something else to do and Hamji reminds him they plan to visit the Goblin Lord's corpse. Sieg explains he wants to draw goblin blood to sell before the body decays, while Hamji teases him for being stingy and he insists he is just frugal. Narration introduces the Sahoka ruins of the Macallan Kingdom, where a level 500 monster named Python appeared 30 years ago. The ruins are now a popular hunting ground for adventurers between levels 40 and 60. The story moves to a mercenary guild near the Sahoka ruins, crowded with adventurers. Inside, guild members loudly recruit, looking for 2 damage dealers and 1 healer, and offering good pay. A nervous girl in armor also tries to recruit party members in the noisy crowd. A male adventurer approaches her, asking if she has room for a damage dealer after upgrading his weapon. She apologetically explains that all dealer slots are already full and they are only seeking a buffer. She bows an apology while he grumbles that everyone wants buffers. The girl, named Gazrin, laments that among the many people present there are still no priests or buffers, and her status reveals her as a level 48 elemental mage. She realizes most recruiters are the same people she has repeatedly seen, all looking for buffers or clerics, and assumes they share her predicament. Believing today's hunt ruined, Gazrin looks dejected. She notices someone and reacts with surprise. Seeing Sieg with Hamji, she thinks he looks new to this guild and wonders if he is a novice. Deciding to check properly, she activates her rune of insight to examine Sieg. What she sees shocks her. Gazrin rushes over, grabs Sieg's arm, and calls out to him. Sieg and Hamji turn around, puzzled by her sudden action. Blushing slightly, Gazrin asks if Sieg would like to join her party. The scene cuts to the real world where Sieg deposits money at an ATM. He narrates that after the incident in Bierman territory he has been busy dealing with real-life matters. Most of his time has gone to repaying massive debts, and he wonders why the interest seems to have grown. He recalls how aggressive loan sharks who once harassed him at home have recently gone quiet. Sieg hopes their silence means they will never bother him again as he walks down the street. Hearing a sports car roar by, Sieg turns his head. He sees a flashy couple in a luxury convertible happily planning dinner. Watching them, Sieg wonders how expensive such a car is and notes the Goblin Lord quest gave him lots of money but not enough for that life. He reflects that his earnings were pure luck because low-level players rarely get lucrative quests, and that BMW, like reality, is highly polarized by level. He explains that after level 200 many profitable quests open up and that some wealthy merchants help low-level users. He notes that players with exceptional physical and mental abilities can become pro gamers in BMW competitions. Others can earn money by streaming their gameplay if they are good at broadcasting. Sieg concludes that in BMW, as long as you keep growing, you will eventually make money. He daydreams about one day owning a foreign luxury car, living in a penthouse, and enjoying wealth. His fantasy extends to marrying a beautiful wife. In his daydream, this imagined wife, resembling Gosrin, sweetly asks what skills he has. Hamji snaps Sieg out of his daydream, asking why he has been zoning out. Sieg apologizes, says he was lost in thought, and asks Gosrin to repeat what she was saying. Gosrin explains her party is looking for a buffer or priest and invites Sieg, presuming his debuff-oriented class is support. Sieg silently scolds himself for indulging in foolish fantasies and prepares to decline, saying he will go solo. Hamji interrupts by loudly accepting the invitation on their behalf. Sieg angrily questions Hamji, who calls him clueless and insists this is a great opportunity. Hamji accuses Sieg of planning to stay solo forever and jokes that he looked like he was already imagining grandkids, while Gosrin watches, amused by Hamji as a cute pet. Sieg admits he cannot hide his abilities forever and reluctantly asks if he can just stand back and cast debuffs. Gosrin happily agrees, saying her party already has enough damage dealers so he can relax and focus on debuffing. With sparkling eyes, she again asks earnestly if he will join them. Sieg blushes, hesitates, and considers her offer. He finally agrees, saying he will be in their care. The newly formed party arrives at the western outskirts of Sahoka Ruins. Sieg reviews information about Sahoka Ruins, once a prosperous city destroyed 30 years ago by the rampaging lightning python. A narration recounts that although the python was slain, its mana seeped into the ground. That lingering mana spawned light attribute monsters throughout the area. Sieg concludes that this is why light monsters dominate here and notes the dungeon's design seems well made, while Gosrin chats with a teammate. A party member worries Sieg's level 31 debuffer class might be too low, even though a buffer is valuable. Gosrin assures him they will handle the fighting and Sieg can safely cast debuffs from the rear, promising to cover him if needed. The teammate still cannot tell if Gosrin is overly kind or naive and notes he has never worked with a debuffer before. Gosrin apologizes for the risk but reminds him buffers and priests were nearly impossible to find, so they should do their best together. Suddenly Gosrin senses danger. She shouts for everyone to get down just as a lightning attack smashes into their position. Sieg calmly recognizes the attacker as one of the monsters born from the python's mana. The enemies reveal themselves as numerous electric lizardlings. Sieg's interface identifies lizardling as a level 35 light attribute spirit that attacks humans in swarms. Gosrin orders everyone to ready for battle and start forming positions. The tankers move to the front lines to block the charging lizardlings. Gosrin continues coordinating the fight. She instructs Sieg to safely use his debuff skills from behind the front line, and he agrees. The lizardlings launch volleys of light projectiles. The tanks bravely block and counter the attacks, pressing forward. One tank unleashes a powerful grounding strike to disrupt the enemies. His partner scolds him for recklessly tanking without protection, but he shrugs it off, saying he can just take the hits and kill the monsters. He adds that with no one to buff or heal them, caution seems pointless anyway. The others mutter that a debuff master seems unnecessary for such weak enemies and question why they even brought Sieg. The reckless tank volunteers to handle all the tanking alone and urges them to hurry and hunt stronger monsters afterward. As Sieg's unseen marks appear on him, the tank senses something is off. A massive lightning blast engulfs him. He screams in agony as the attack overloads him. The system announces that the user's slender smiling maiden has died, shocking his partner. She reacts in disbelief to her comrade's sudden death. The party realizes they are surrounded by many more lizardlings crawling over the ruins. They panic at the sheer number of monsters and argue about whether they can retreat, only to find their escape route blocked. Gosrin regrets underestimating the dungeon, realizing there were far fewer monsters last time. She notes they only have 3 escape scrolls for 4 people and considers sacrificing herself so the others can flee. Sieg approaches and tells her to keep the escape scroll. He reasons that escape scrolls are expensive and insists she should not throw herself away for his sake. He explains that she seems like the type who would stay behind to let others live. Sieg warns Gosrin that while her kindness is admirable, it can make her look like a fool. He advises her to save the escape scroll for herself. He then asks why she assumes she will need to run at all. Confidently snapping his fingers, Sieg says the situation is not even dangerous for them now. Their teammates watch, uncertain, as Sieg prepares large-scale debuffs. The skill-weakening curse is activated, gradually draining enemies' health and mana. Desperate defense follows, sharply reducing the monster's defense and magic resistance. A huge debuff magic circle expands under the entire battlefield, enveloping the party and the lizardlings. Gosrin watches in awe, acknowledging that all the debuffs have been successfully applied. Sieg, now serious and smiling, urges everyone to charge in and finish the monsters. Under the glowing debuff fields, the party engages the lizardlings while beams and spells fly everywhere. Empowered by the debuffs, a teammate excitedly charges, shouting for them to go. He easily cuts down multiple lizardlings with simple attacks. Surprised at their newfound strength, he laughs at how weak the monsters now feel. Sieg clasps his hands, preparing more, while watching the fight from a vantage point. From atop a pillar he calmly reminds the others not to get careless, or they might end up like the dead tank, and they agree. Thinking to himself, Sieg is pleased at how well this strategy works. He notices that merely staying back and spamming debuffs is giving him plenty of experience, and wonders if he should just keep leveling this way. He suddenly yells for caution as another attack comes. A powerful lightning strike descends, but Gazrin shields Sieg with a barrier while blocking the blow. She asks if he is alright, and he thanks her for saving him. Sieg reflects that Gazrin's agility is impressive and that she would have achieved an even higher level if she had chosen a rogue or archer class. Watching her unleash spells, he muses that it is almost a waste she became a mage. A system window announces that Sieg has leveled up, which delights him. Other party members cheer that everyone has gained at least one level from this hunt. Sieg approaches them asking if they enjoyed the hunt. He notes they earlier seemed uninterested in him, but is glad they are now satisfied. One teammate excitedly claims he always believed in Sieg and insists this experience surpassed any normal buffs or heals. Another angrily defends Sieg, saying he should not be compared to ordinary players and that typical buffers often get mistreated. The female tank says it is her first time seeing a class focused solely on debuffs. She wonders aloud if Sieg's debuffer might actually be a rare hidden class. Sieg laughs it off, saying there are no hidden classes. If he had one, he would already be in a big guild. When asked directly what his class is, Sieg answers that it is a unique class that can only debuff. His teammate is impressed that it is a unique rank class and asks if it is newly introduced. Narration explains that all classes come in 4 grades: normal, legendary, mythic, and unique, and Sieg notes his second job change prevents him from seeing grades clearly. Sieg worries he may have overused his powerful skills because he could not see the class grades and resolves to be more cautious. As he leaves the ruins, Gazrin runs after him calling his name. She presents a pile of light crystals they collected during the hunt as a reward for him. A system window identifies these items as low-grade light crystals formed from the lightning python's residual energy. Sieg is surprised by the amount, but Gazrin explains they always give all such loot to their buffer and that they hunted comfortably thanks to him. Accepting her reasoning, Sieg gratefully accepts the crystals. As he does, Gazrin grabs his hand, startling him. Holding his hand, she brightly asks if he will keep hunting with them and continue helping their party, while Sieg internally protests that she promised he could just take the reward. Sieg smiles subtly, deciding something. Sieg agrees to keep hunting with the party, delighting Gazrin and the others. Watching his teammates celebrate, Sieg stays quiet and reflective. Sieg accepts that living as an ordinary adventurer for a while is fine, while bickering with Hamji. A week passes since Sieg joined the party, and they finish another day at the adventurer's rest. After praising each other's work, the party decides to meet and hunt again the next day. Sieg notes there were no major events recently compared to the Beerman quest. He reflects that he has been leveling safely, unlocked a new auxiliary skill, and feels mildly accomplished. Hamji asks if Sieg will return to the other world today, and Sieg plans to use his new skills so they are not wasted. Sieg pulls out the light crystals he earned from hunting to use them. He activates the new attribute absorption skill over the pile of crystals. Sieg absorbs light energy from a low-grade crystal, slightly increasing his light resistance. He explains that after reaching level 35 he gained the support skill attribute absorption. The skill allows him to absorb elemental energy, raising resistances and potentially strengthening other abilities, with light already partially absorbed. He analyzes that while it seems to only raise resistance, enough absorption can also power up other skills. Sieg complains that he does not know how much energy is needed to upgrade the skill and wonders when that point will come. He decides it is about time to stop party hunting. Checking his status, Sieg sees he is level 44 and only one level away from learning a new skill, which he decides to obtain tomorrow. Sieg remembers when Gazrin first asked him to hunt with her. Embarrassed, Sieg had accepted her request. Now he is unsure what to do about Gazrin and postpones deciding until after he levels up, accidentally falling on Hamji. The next morning dawns over the ruined fortress. Sieg heads out, wondering if everyone is already gathered. He is surprised by an unexpected scene. Seeing a crowd at the ruins, Sieg and Hamji wonder what is going on. An adventurer recognizes Sieg as the famous debuff master. Multiple people simultaneously beg Sieg to join their parties, arguing over who reserved him first. The mob swarms Sieg, shouting offers of money and party invites, leaving him overwhelmed. A hand grabs Sieg's wrist, stopping the pushing. Gazrin drags Sieg away from the crowd with a swift movement skill. As they run, Sieg recognizes Gazrin and she tells him to hold on tight while readying a magic item. She activates a pair of return scrolls in her hand. The scrolls create a teleportation pillar to send them to a preset location. The teleportation beam hits the ground and they vanish. Gazrin remarks that she still is not used to the feeling of teleporting. They arrive at the place where their party first hunted together. Gazrin explains she set the return point here, while Sieg, dizzy, asks what is happening. She says he should first look at the screen she shows him. Sieg sees a community video titled about the debuff master class around Sahoka ruins, with comments praising his performance and speculating about a hidden class. Gazrin explains that a hunting video of their party has spread online, likely filmed by someone in their group. Sieg realizes the filmer was Itzy, the teammate who is absent from the footage. Gazrin confirms Itzy left the party and probably recorded them secretly before moving areas and uploading the video. Sieg laments being backstabbed by people who pretended to respect him. He recalls happier times with a former guildmate. The memory shifts to that guildmate turning cruel in battle. The memory only brings back painful feelings for Sieg. Gazrin apologizes for forcing Sieg into her party, but he insists she did nothing wrong and blames the traitor. Sieg thanks Gazrin for rescuing him from the crowd. Asked what he will do next, Sieg says he plans to gain one more level and then leave the area because of the rumors. Gazrin silently reacts with frustration and anxiety. She calls out to Sieg as he starts to walk away. Sieg turns back, curious about what she wants to say. Blushing but determined, Gazrin asks him to form a two-person party with her. While they walk, she notes there used to be many monsters here, yet now the area is strangely empty. She guesses that Sieg's powerful debuffs might have wiped them out, making him flustered. Sieg internally feels awkward about being alone in a party with her. He thinks the awkwardness is worse because she was irritated earlier, and wonders if he should have done this solo. Yet, seeing Gazrin's bright smile, he admits to himself he could not refuse her request. Hanji teases Sieg about the chemistry between them. Hanji describes it as a vibe and connection, needling Sieg. Sieg scolds Hanji for teasing him, while Hanji jokes that Sieg is only dense when it comes to girls. Hanji happily says he is in a good mood because he thinks he is about to get his first skill. Sieg realizes that when his own level rises, Hanji can also unlock skills, so he happily checks which one it will be. Gazrin excitedly realizes Hanji has gained a pet skill, noting such skills are rare and usually belong to high-tier pets. Hanji protests being called a pet, prompting Gazrin's confused reaction. Hanji declares he is actually a great forest spirit who made an equal contract with Sieg and is not merely a pet. Gazrin apologizes, saying she assumed he was just a pet because he calls Sieg master, and jokes about the title as a business term. Sieg is left speechless at their exchange. Gazrin asks if she can call Sieg by his nickname Hanji too, clearly amused. Sieg, still curious, asks why Gazrin treats him so well. He wonders if it is only because he is a strong debuffer, and she says that is only part of the reason. She teasingly says that first of all he looks good, shocking Sieg. She laughs it off as a joke, saying he is more mischievous than she thought. Gazrin admits she originally approached him for his debuff abilities but now has another reason. She says she has personally become interested in him. Gazrin clarifies that she cares about him not as debuff master Siegfried but as the gamer Sieg himself. Sieg downplays himself as not a great person, and she replies that even if he is not great, he is still good. She says she realized this by watching how he played over the past week. In flashback, she recalls how he always monitored debuffs and team positions with care. She also remembers how he meticulously handled everyone's potions and equipment. Gazrin comments she has never seen a buffer care for teammates that much, while Sieg thinks those habits come from his days as a guild leader. She says that is why she became curious about what Sieg is like in real life. Sieg says he understands but tells her she does not need to be curious about him. He starts to reveal something about himself when the ground suddenly collapses. The floor gives way, sending Sieg and Hanji falling as debris rains down, with Gazrin below. Mid-fall, Sieg panics, not knowing what is happening. Gazrin screams Sieg's name as the rubble crashes around them. The collapse smashes the stone floor violently. Sieg's interface reports he is stunned for several seconds before recovering. Regaining consciousness, he cries out in shock. He realizes he was stunned by the collapse and marvels at the massive crater left behind. Gazrin checks if Sieg is awake. Battered but standing, Gazrin and Hanji approach. Hanji calls Sieg a weakling for fainting. Sieg notices Gazrin's wounded shoulder in alarm. She brushes it off as a minor injury. Hanji remembers that when they fell, Gazrin shielded him and took the debris instead. Feeling guilty for being a burden, Sieg apologizes, while Gazrin says it is fine and that a potion is already helping her recover. She points out something ahead and asks Sieg if he sees it. They discover they are in the Osric cult's underground laboratory beneath Sahoka. Gazrin agrees the cult is unfamiliar but says everything about the place is suspicious. They see many corpses of soldiers and lizardlings and infer that the previous lizardling outbreak was linked to this lab. Gazrin notes that this dungeon was unknown in the Sahoka ruins and speculates what it could mean. Sieg concludes that they have found a hidden dungeon. He explains to the reader that a hidden dungeon is a secret area with special monsters and quests like the Goblin Lord. Excited, Sieg reasons that special dungeons must give special rewards, making his eyes sparkle, to Gazrin's bemusement. Gazrin worries whether just the two of them can handle such a difficult dungeon, but Sieg notices someone approaching. A wounded man limps out of the corridor and collapses. Sieg and Gazrin glare cautiously toward him. The man drinks a red potion to heal himself. Thanking them for saving him, he is questioned by Sieg about what happened here. He reveals he is part of a secret group called the Guardians, sent to oppose the evil Osric cult in the Sahoka ruins. He says the cultists were far stronger than expected, forcing him to flee. Desperate, he begs Sieg, the only capable one left, to stop the Osric cult's conspiracy. Sieg recognizes the situation as a hidden quest and asks how they can accomplish it. The Guardian instructs them to destroy 5 energy orbs in the cult's research lab, warning that disaster will rise again if they fail. Before they can move, Osric cultists spot them and give chase. Sieg prepares for battle, telling Gazrin to guard the Guardian while he fights the cult members. Gazrin protests that Sieg's debuffs alone may not be enough, but he insists on taking responsibility for her injury and asks for a favor. He asks her to promise never to record or photograph him again so the situation does not repeat. Sieg also makes her promise not to spread any information about what happens in this dungeon. With eyes glowing purple, Sieg focuses on the dungeon ahead. He then charges into the cultists, effortlessly knocking them down with overwhelming force. Resolute, Sieg declares he will clear the hidden dungeon. A system window confirms the hidden quest to thwart the Osric cult by destroying their 5 energy orbs. Sieg smashes an enemy aside with a powerful blow. A wounded cultist realizes Sieg is no guardian and asks if he is an adventurer, while Sieg demands the lab's location. Sieg offers to spare the man if he answers, but the fanatic boasts that Osric followers never beg for their lives. The cultist rants that Sieg will regret coveting their research. Sieg acknowledges the man's loyalty but notes interrogation would only yield more fanatic preaching. Gripping his weapon, Sieg says he does not intend to torture him, only to vent his stress. Sieg adds that he has not had a proper fight in a while and is itching for one, confusing the cultist. Sieg sarcastically hopes the cultist's loyalty has not faded. Looming over the terrified man with a manic grin, Sieg prepares to hit him. Sieg says he just wants to break something, laughing darkly. Intimidated, the cultist quickly gives detailed directions to the research lab. Sieg still whacks him once on the head in irritation. With the location known, Sieg tells Gosrin it is time to move, while she nervously addresses him. Gosrin, shaken by his display of strength, asks why he hid his true power. Sieg promises to explain everything once the quest is finished and asks her to wait. Gosrin shyly agrees to wait for his explanation. As they head deeper into the dungeon, Gosrin makes him promise again to tell her later, and he reassures her. The Guardian silently watches them go, pondering. Elsewhere in the lab, lizard-type creatures float in green tanks, one container already shattered. In the cult's main research facility, robed cultists work among the glowing tanks and cables. Their leader examines a damaged document and dismisses it as unusable. This leader, introduced as High Priest Romulus of the Osric cult, complains about the Guardian's meddling. A wounded Guardian declares their mission is to protect the world and vows to oppose the cult's evil plans. He begins to shout another declaration. Romulus beheads the Guardian with a single sword stroke. Romulus orders his followers to clean up the bodies, and they obey him as High Priest. The masked cultists discuss the wounded Guardian who escaped, assuming he is being hunted down and cannot have gone far. One cultist mocks the Guardians for failing to stop their plans. In front of a glowing green chamber, a cult leader exalts the coming revival of their demon god. A blinding magical reaction flares up, signaling a powerful event. The facility erupts in a massive explosion, hurling debris everywhere. The ponytailed cultist looks up in shock at the sudden blast. Realizing what happened, the cultist screams in despair. Another cultist asks what is wrong, noticing his comrade's panic. Sieg and Ms. Gosrin appear among fallen cultists, and Sieg compliments her attack. Surrounded by surviving cultists, Sieg is again mistaken for a guardian and wonders why everyone assumes that. Sieg retorts that he is a saboteur, while the cultist worries that the intruders may have defeated all priests outside. The cult leader orders the researchers to boost power and start the resurrection ritual immediately now that intruders are inside. A cultist pulls a lever to increase the ritual's output. Power surges through cables into a green tank holding a monstrous body. The system overloads, and green containers crack under the violent energy. A system message declares the resurrection ritual has begun, giving Sieg 5 minutes to destroy 5 orbs and showing one has already been destroyed. Sieg panics about the time attack quest but tells Gosrin to focus on the remaining orbs while he handles the enemies. Gosrin doubts he can fight alone, but Sieg assures her there are not many foes left. Romulus, empowered by dark energy and flanked by cultists, prepares to confront Sieg. Sieg charges forward, leaving Gosrin to handle the orbs. Romulus orders his followers to punish the heretic as the cultists rush Sieg. Sieg engages multiple cultists at once in close combat. He parries their blades and creates openings while moving toward the machinery. Sieg dodges another strike and counters as he maneuvers through the melee. He smashes a cultist aside but curses at the resistance. Another cultist recoils, realizing Sieg's strength. Sieg roars for them to move as he swings his weapon in a wide arc. A cultist tries a desperate overhead strike, screaming as he attacks. Sieg slams that attacker to the ground with a powerful blow. Using the opening, Sieg drives his mace toward another green container. The impact detonates the container in a huge green explosion. One burnt cultist groans from the blast's aftermath. Sieg appears behind him, chiding Romulus for using wide-area attacks that also damage his men. Romulus scoffs that Sieg has no right to talk while using people as shields, channeling more dark power. Romulus acknowledges Sieg's strength and battle sense, admitting that even he finds Sieg a difficult opponent. Sieg notes that Romulus is the only fighter left and asks if he will surrender. A ghostly monster looms behind Sieg as a voice asks when he ever thought Romulus was alone. The rays surge around Sieg as he is forced to keep moving. Sieg realizes what he is facing. He deduces that Romulus is using souls or ghosts to attack through the corpses. Romulus formally introduces himself as the High Priest and Dark Priest of the Osric cult. He explains that he draws his power from the spirits of the dead. Romulus boasts that as long as there are corpses nearby, Sieg cannot defeat him. Surrounded by screaming spirits, Romulus prepares to unleash them on Sieg. He vows that Sieg will die and become part of his power as the interface identifies him and his special ability, Shadow of the Dead. A different scene briefly shows a woman appealing to readers about where to read the series. Another unrelated scene shows a flustered man agreeing to something. Back in the ritual chamber, multiple wraiths chase Sieg as he runs. The ghostly horde fills the air, hemming Sieg in. Sieg carves an X-shaped arc through them, but they are intangible. One wraith slips through and continues its attack. A spirit passes directly through Sieg's body from behind. Sieg notes that his HP drops whenever a wraith passes through him, and wonders if it is a summoned debuff. He concludes physical attacks do nothing and that if the fight drags on he will lose. With only a few minutes left, Sieg decides he must end this situation quickly. He suspects Romulus's true goal is simply to stall for time. Sieg realizes the stalling is to let the resurrection countdown finish. Romulus laughs, confident that Sieg cannot hit his wraiths with such crude attacks. Sieg replies dismissively as he prepares a different approach. He decides to bypass the wraiths and hit Romulus directly, activating the smash skill. Sieg charges in and lands a heavy blow on Romulus, though the High Priest manages to block. Sieg taunts Romulus for blocking the first attack and warns that the next one will target his face. Romulus is struck hard in the forehead by the following attack and curses Sieg. Enraged, Romulus screams that he will kill Sieg and calls up more spectral power. Sieg continues to spin within the maelstrom of ghosts as Romulus tightens the spiritual storm around him. Romulus tells Sieg to struggle all he wants, believing Sieg still cannot escape. He boasts that Sieg cannot defeat him or stop the resurrection of disaster. Sieg suddenly gains a level and unlocks the new skill Flying Spur, which lets him throw his weapon at a chosen target. He channels the new power upward into a piercing blue projectile. Romulus stares up in alarm, realizing something is wrong. Sieg calls what is coming divine punishment for Romulus. Empowered, Sieg dashes forward to deliver the decisive strike. The flying mace crashes into Romulus in an intense beam of energy. The blow tears through Romulus's body, spilling blood. The projectile continues on, smashing into the machinery behind him. Romulus is left slumped against the breach tank with the glowing mace embedded in him. The blood-stained weapon pulses, confirming the hit. Sieg tests controlling Flying Spur and finds the skill easier to use than expected, wishing he had used it earlier. He looks up at the remaining glowing orb and notes, only one task remains. Sieg states that all that is left is to smash that final orb. A massive explosion destroys one of the yellow orbs. Gazrin confirms that only 2 orbs remain. Wounded but determined, she urges Sieg to hold on while she keeps attacking, begging the cultists to stop interfering. A cultist tackles her, shouting that they must not let the ritual be interrupted. Another cultist grabs Gazrin's injured shoulder, making her cry out. She despairs that there is little time left to complete the mission. The timer shows only 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. Sieg hurls his empowered mace toward another target. The projectile slams into an orb as Gazrin struggles free, shattering it. A cultist panics at the destruction of the orb just before Sieg punches him aside. Sieg and Gazrin knock down the remaining cultists with coordinated blows. Gazrin calls out to Sieg, and he notes she looks like she is in great pain, asking if her injured shoulder made aiming difficult. She apologizes, feeling she keeps getting in his way because of her wounds. Sieg says she need not apologize, reminding her that she still has to destroy the final orb. He admits Flying Spur is on cooldown and cannot be used again immediately. Sieg explains that normal attacks cannot break the orb, so they must rely entirely on Gazrin's magic. He teases that if he were in her place he would at least try while time keeps ticking, prompting her to agree to give it her best. Gazrin braces to fire again and tells Sieg not to blame her too much if she misses. With 15 seconds left, she gathers an enormous flame spell. At 10 seconds remaining, Gazrin desperately begs for the attack to succeed. Sieg clasps her hand on the staff to steady her aim as flames swirl around them. With 6 seconds left, Sieg stands behind her, guiding her attack. As the timer counts down to 5, they lock eyes and share a silent understanding. With 4 seconds left, Gazrin steals her resolve. She launches herself and her flaming spell downward in a final desperate strike. The orb is struck just as the timer reaches 1 second. Romulus, still alive, screams in horror as the orb is about to be destroyed. The blast hurls him away in a fiery explosion. Charred and falling, Romulus cries out his name defiantly. He begins chanting that he will bring something terrible into the world. He finishes by invoking the entity called Disaster. A system notice announces they failed the time limit, destroyed only 4 of 5 orbs, and that the boss monster will soon awaken. The remaining crystal container shatters in a blinding burst of light. Sieg curses that he should have finished Romulus properly, while Gazrin draws his attention to what is happening. Sieg reacts in shock to her warning. A colossal lightning-charged serpent emerges from the broken chamber before them. A hidden quest called Disaster Eradication appears, tasking Sieg to defeat the revived boss Lightning Python. The monster lashes out with crackling power. The huge python coils fully into view, towering over Sieg and Gazrin. Sieg realizes the cultists meant this python when they spoke of resurrecting Disaster. He notes that the creature is actually smaller than the legendary version he expected. Recalling legends of a serpent large enough to wrap a mountain, he estimates this one is only about 20 meters long. The interface reveals Lightning Python's stats as a level 70 boss, and Sieg is surprised it is only that strong. Gazrin reasons that the incomplete orbs likely weaken the resurrection but still advises that they run from a level 70 enemy. Sieg, excited by the rare opportunity, refuses to flee and tells her to escape while he fights. Instead of leaving, Gazrin calmly drinks a potion as Sieg watches in confusion. She explains the potion grants resistance to elemental attacks, saying it is low level but better than nothing. Fully resolved, Gazrin steps forward and declares that since they have come this far they should not miss such a rare experience. She smiles and promises Sieg that she will protect him. Sieg agrees that they should fight together until the end and drinks his potion. Gazrin accepts with some resignation, remarking that even if they die here, so be it. As the python roars above them, Sieg jokes that he will not take responsibility for what happens. The beast's lightning breath obliterates part of the chamber while Sieg drinks, barely avoiding a direct hit. Regaining his footing, Sieg readies his weapon for battle. He notes the python is surprisingly fast for its size and that they must stay alert as his elemental resistance rises. The massive serpent crashes around them, pulverizing the surroundings. Sieg leaps high into the air, preparing another powerful attack. He grins and says he wants to see how the python handles a heavy blow. Activating Fate's End, Sieg bathes the python in purple energy that lowers its defenses and magic resistance. He chains the smash skill onto this debuff, diving toward the weakened target. Sieg unleashes a triple strike combo, smashing the python repeatedly along its body. The final impact sends him hurtling away from the monster amid flying debris. Disoriented, Sieg tumbles through the air. A warning flashes that the python is preparing its charged breath attack. Gosrin counters by firing her own flaming spell directly at the charging mouth. Her attack detonates against the incoming lightning. A massive beam of lightning still blasts past, knocking Sieg through the air. The deadly beam carves through the facility, leaving devastation in its wake. Sieg slams into the floor hard as Gosrin runs toward him in concern. Holding his aching head, Sieg insists he barely dodged the attack, and when Gosrin comments that his scream sounded genuine, he asks her to pretend she did not hear it. Sieg internally affirms something. He observes that even weakened, the hidden boss python's huge area attack is catastrophic. Sieg and Gosrin decide they must quickly finish the python before another blast collapses the entire lab. They see the python surround itself with a powerful charged barrier. Sieg reads that the barrier greatly raises its magic resistance and shocks or paralyzes anything that approaches. He notes the python is funneling mana into its charged breath attack. At the same time, it reinforces the barrier while slowly recovering strength. Sieg analyzes that its pattern is relentless, with magic ineffective and melee likely causing paralysis, leaving them stuck. Sieg insists the situation is not hopeless, prompting Gosrin to listen. Sieg says this is the perfect time to apply debuffs and activates Iron Weakness, which drains the enemy's health and mana over time. The debuff's green magic field wraps the python and makes its eyes react in pain. The python thrashes in agony as the debuff shatters its charged barrier. Gosrin exclaims the barrier is broken and confirms that fixed damage attacks will still hurt it despite high magic resistance. Sieg deduces that forcing the barrier to release prevents the python from properly gathering mana. He also infers the python has already lost a large chunk of its HP. Believing the boss is weakened enough, Sieg charges in for the finishing blow while Gosrin shouts his name. Sieg rushes straight at the python as it prepares another lightning breath. The python unleashes a massive lightning blast from its open maw. Sieg dodges through the resulting explosions across the floor. He cuts through the lightning impact zone, pressing his attack. Sieg runs in under the blinding light, then senses something and reacts. He casts Speed Regulation, a debuff that slows the enemy's movement, attacks, and casting. Chains of blue energy bind the python as Sieg mocks its repeated pattern and calls it stubborn. Sieg compares their levels and triggers a balancing ability that empowers him against the higher level boss. He activates Scorn of the Strong, gaining increased damage to stronger foes and reduced incoming damage. Wrapped in blue power, Sieg dives toward the immobilized python for a decisive strike. His eyes blaze with resolve as he goes in for the kill. The system announces that the quest to thwart the Osric cult's conspiracy has been cleared. Sieg stands over the slain python's enormous corpse in the ruined lab. Another quest notice repeats that the Osric cult conspiracy quest is cleared. The system tells him to collect his rewards from the python's body. He levels up and reaches level 46. Sieg is disappointed he gained only one level and wonders how long reaching level 200 will take. He notes the experience was poor but the item rewards seem decent as Gosrin calls out to him. Gosrin marvels that he actually killed the python, while he modestly credits her help. Gosrin thinks privately that his compliment is a lie and believes he could have soloed the boss, while Sieg wonders why the quest reward has not appeared yet. She reflects that even with debuffs, this boss should normally require several high-level players. Gosrin realizes the python usually needs a full team of level 70s, yet Sieg, barely level 45, defeated it alone. Sieg calls to Gosrin as she snaps out of her shocked thoughts and apologizes. She says she was lost in thought and suggests they quickly check the rewards, but Sieg insists there is something else first. Sieg claims there is an important issue they still have to deal with. Gosrin suspects he has been hiding more secrets from her. Sieg unexpectedly asks Gosrin if she has any rubber gloves, baffling her. He complains that the game's mechanics force them to dismantle the python's corpse for loot, and Gosrin reluctantly agrees that it is indeed an important issue. System messages show they acquire python scales, blood, flesh, and bones. Another notice says they obtain the python's fang, and Gosrin is impressed by the sheer volume of valuable materials. She comments that while large bosses drop a lot of good loot, the bulky items are inconvenient to carry and asks if he is unhappy with the rewards. Sieg gripes that after dissecting the boss, the loot still feels underwhelming for a hidden dungeon boss. He thinks that among the drops, only one item seems truly useful. He inspects the python's core, a consumable orb of light attribute energy from the lightning serpent. Sieg realizes that absorbing the python's core could boost him enough that he would not need to grind as hard. He hesitates because there is only one core and it cannot easily be shared, while Gosrin watches curiously. Sieg awkwardly tells Gosrin that although she helped, he believes he contributed more to the fight. He claims he cannot in good conscience monopolize all the rewards himself. Reaching for the core, he begins to justify how he will divide the loot. He concludes his speech by saying he will take only the supposedly insignificant Python's core and let Gosrin have the rest of the materials. Gosrin stares silently at his transparent attempt to keep the best item. She suddenly bursts into laughter, and Seed laments that his quick-fix plan to claim the core failed. Seed complains that her abrupt laughter is creepy, but she says the more she observes him, the more interesting he becomes. Gosrin tells him not to be so considerate, and insists he alone should take all the rewards, including the core. She reminds him of past party hunts where she gathered rewards for him, saying this situation is the same and he should not worry. She adds that clearing this quest together has been reward enough for her. Gosrin confides that this has been the most meaningful quest she has ever done, and one she will never forget. Seed wonders if it was really that great but accepts the core since she insists. Seed internally admits he did not expect events to turn out this way and feels conflicted even though he wants the reward. Looking at the mountain of loot, he worries it is too much to store in his inventory. As he considers splitting the items, his pet Hamji pops out excitedly, assuming it is finally his turn. Seed teases Hamji about hiding from the smell during the dissection and accuses him of wanting leftovers, while Hamji complains that his owner does not appreciate how amazing he is. Hamji shouts a trigger phrase to activate his new ability. He rips open the air to reveal a starry void inside his scarf, or cloth. A radiant Hamji emerges in a dramatic transformation sequence, showing off his new magic. Seed watches in disbelief as Hamji proudly presents the glowing effect. Hamji explains that this sparkling scarf represents the new magic of his body. He names the ability Infinite Bag, a magic cloth that can store limitless items. Hamji is suddenly yanked by the cloth, startled and screaming. Seed dangles the bundled up hamster and calls the cloth an old-fashioned wrapper, while Hamji angrily tells him to let go. When Seed peers into the cloth, he sees a vast starry space and realizes it is more than it looks. A description reveals Infinite Bag as a spirit world artifact embodying a void with infinite storage capacity that Hamji can wear and use. Seed is shocked to learn the bag truly has infinite capacity. Narration notes that ordinary players struggle with limited inventory, making this new skill a perfect solution. Overjoyed, Seed excitedly praises Hamji as finally being useful. Hamji smugly brags about always being ready to steal the spotlight, while Seed offers to buy him snacks in gratitude. Someone's footsteps approach the group. A mysterious man appears, casually noting that Seed really did defeat the python. Seed and Gosrin immediately tense up and regard the newcomer warily. Seed demands to know who he is, shocked that he had not sensed the man's presence. The stranger tells him not to misunderstand and claims he is not an enemy. Seed recognizes him with surprise. The man reveals his true face with a confident smile. Seed realizes this is the wounded guardian he had seen earlier. The man acknowledges this with a simple response. Laughing, he admits he is still in that disguise and jokes that his dramatic entrance feels embarrassing now. He then activates a rune, addressing Seed by his in-game name Siegfried and saying it is good to finally meet. Seed reacts in disbelief. The man calls Seed by his real-world name Han Tae-sung, showing he knows his secret identity. Seed, weapon drawn, demands to know who he is, and the man introduces himself as Cheon Woojin while suggesting Seed use the rune of insight. Seed angrily presses him for answers and how he knows his name, while Cheon needles him for acting before thinking. Cheon points out that even with the rune of insight, Seed cannot read his information, proving how vast their level difference is. Cheon casually unleashes a powerful wave of energy that hurls Seed back. As Seed steadies himself, he remembers that if someone's level is overwhelmingly higher, they can completely hide their details. Surrounded by swirling aura, Cheon muses that perhaps he should have suppressed his power more to avoid frightening Seed. Seed asks why such a strong person approached him in disguise at all. He reasons that Cheon is not here just to flaunt power to a mere level 46 player, prompting Cheon to apologize for overdoing it. Cheon says there is no complex reason, claiming he is simply interested in Seed, who calls himself a low-tier player. Cheon presses Seed to be honest, saying he may be low-level but clearly not an ordinary user. Cheon identifies Seed as the sole disciple of the legendary figure Deus, stunning Seed. Cheon brushes off Seed's shock and says he will get straight to the point. Seed repeats that he is Deus's only disciple and anxiously asks how Cheon knows this. Cheon reassures him not to worry, saying he alone knows about Deus. Cheon tells Seed that if he wants to learn more, he should meet him later in Sinsadong, promising to contact him again. Cheon is about to leave when something else catches his attention. Gosrin steps in, apologizing for interrupting the intense conversation. She silently watches, clearly processing what she just overheard. Cheon prepares to depart with a sly smile. As he exits, he jokingly tells them to enjoy the rest of their date. Seed freezes, mortified by the implication. He realizes his hidden identity has been exposed by someone overwhelmingly strong. Seed worries whether other top rankers also know about him and questions whether Cheon is really the only one aware of Deus. He further fears that the powerful group Genesis might also know who he is. Frustrated, Seed laments that just as things were getting fun, events took such a complicated turn. Gosrin gently holds his face, seeing how shaken he is. Seed panics, insisting to Gosrin that he knows nothing. She calmly tells him even if she heard something she would not care or record it, assuring him of her discretion. Gosrin tells Seed not to worry because he has nothing to fear. Hamji joins in, promising that he will protect Sieg if anything happens and telling his master not to be scared. Sieg falls silent, considering their support. A faint smile forms as he prepares to respond. He thanks both Gazrin and Hanji for standing by him. After leaving the hidden dungeon, the party with Gazrin and Hanji ends. Gazrin says she will stay near the ruins for a while to grind levels. In the real world, Sieg sits before his capsule and notes he has not logged into BNW since that incident. Despite Gazrin and Hanji's reassurances, anxiety over his exposed identity keeps him from returning to the game. Exhausted from worrying, Sieg decides to stop thinking about it and just sleep. 3 days have passed since he last logged in when his phone suddenly vibrates. The message on his phone summons him that night to Club Heaven in Sinsadong to meet Cheon Woojin. That night, under the moon over Sinsadong in Gangnam, Sieg heads to the appointed place. Nervous, Sieg heads toward the club, thinking again how unusual Cheon Woojin is. Walking through the busy night streets, he reflects that he usually stayed home gaming instead of going out like this. He arrives at Club Heaven and wonders if Cheon is already inside. Lining up outside, he worries about his first time at a club and whether he will be allowed in. The bouncer immediately rejects him for violating the dress code, leaving him dejected. Sieg consoles himself that at least he was refused for his outfit, then politely asks if he can briefly enter just to meet someone. The bouncer reacts menacingly, making Sieg realize his request will not work. Nearby onlookers mock Sieg for wearing sweatpants to Club Heaven while one tells the other to stop whispering because Sieg can hear them. One of the men raises his middle finger and rudely tells Sieg to get lost. Sieg glares at the heckler, calling him a jerk in his thoughts. Cheon Woojin suddenly appears, drapes an arm over Sieg's shoulders, and greets him familiarly, startling the heckler. Cheon lightly scolds Sieg for his casual clothes while showing off his own nicer outfit. Realizing Sieg is Cheon's friend, the bouncer bows and apologizes for the earlier treatment, as Cheon chides him for being rude to a newcomer. Laughing, Cheon remarks that if he had been the guard, he too would have wanted to kick the rude guy out. The protagonist dryly points out that the other person is basically ordering him to obey. Outside the club, onlookers are awestruck as Cheon Woojin casually leaves with the protagonist, while someone incredulously realizes that a supposed loser really does know him. Cheon Woojin smirks confidently, revealing his amusement with the situation. The couple watching this realize they have angered someone powerful and gloomily conclude they can never return to this area. Music equipment thumps to life, setting the atmosphere of a lively club. Inside the club, revelers dance wildly while the protagonist's female acquaintance looks tense and uneasy amid the chaos. 2 stern guards stand before a luxurious VIP room. Inside the VIP room, Cheon Woojin offers expensive champagne, asking what high-end drink the protagonist prefers. Cheon Woojin says he can serve something else if champagne is not to his taste, and the protagonist replies that he does not know those brands and is not here to drink. When Cheon Woojin tells him he can go dance if he wants, the protagonist explodes, accusing him of provoking him after personally calling him there. Cheon Woojin laughs that the protagonist's reactions make him want to tease him more, while the protagonist impatiently demands to know who he really is. Cheon Woojin admits he owes apologies, including for ruining the protagonist's previous date, and says he will explain some things. He reminds the protagonist of the person he once impersonated, leading into an explanation. Cheon Woojin reveals that the man he disguised himself as was a real guardian who escaped the Osric lab and later died, and that he himself is also a guardian member. The protagonist is appalled that Cheon Woojin used a dead comrade's identity, and Cheon Woojin somberly concedes it was a betrayal of the guardians. Cheon Woojin adds that despite betraying their comrade's memory, meeting the protagonist made it worthwhile because the protagonist is the sole disciple of Deus. He continues that his main objective is to gauge the strength of another hidden class user like himself, while the protagonist notes he already knows he is a hidden class. Shocked, the protagonist spits out his drink as Cheon Woojin confirms he is also a hidden class player. The protagonist thinks he suspected Cheon Woojin was unusual but is still stunned to learn there is another hidden class, and realizes Cheon Woojin knew about him because of that. Cheon Woojin explains he discovered the protagonist's identity through money-related information, while the protagonist grudgingly admits hidden classes are not omnipotent yet finds the explanation irritating. Lounging casually, Cheon Woojin assures him his personal data is safe and reiterates that only he knows how special he is in reality. Cheon Woojin points out that even the Genesis Guild, whom the protagonist fears, has no idea he is Deus's disciple, causing the protagonist to bristle and insist he is not afraid of them. The protagonist complains that it is unfair Cheon Woojin knows everything about him while hiding his own class, but Cheon Woojin refuses, saying the protagonist is too weak to hear everything. Irritated by the evasiveness, the protagonist demands he stop dodging, and Cheon Woojin tells him to simply become stronger. Cheon Woojin says he will reveal everything only when the protagonist has grown enough that he can speak without worry. He adds that as the disciple of Deus, the protagonist must live up to that lofty title. Later, in the game world, the pet Hanji cheerfully greets his master after a long time apart. Emerging from a portal into a bustling town, the protagonist asks if Hanji caused any trouble, and Hanji jokes that unlike his master he behaved well. As they walk, Hanji asks whether things ended properly in the other realm, but the protagonist admits he is not sure. The protagonist reflects that his encounter with Cheon Woojin concluded abruptly with a promise to meet again at level 200, and he wonders what Cheon Woojin's true intentions are. He suspects Jeon Woojin's goal is more than just networking with other hidden classes, when Hamji asks why he has come to this place. Arriving in a shady entertainment district, an NPC remarks that such a seedy spot does not suit someone like the protagonist, prompting him to recall where they are. Hamji teasingly asks if his master is here because of pent-up desires, but the protagonist scolds him, saying this area is not that sort of establishment. The narration introduces the city they are in as Dandajiri, the city of pleasure. The place is described as BNW's hub for adult entertainment, full of bars, gambling dens and similar venues. It is famed for giving players every kind of virtual indulgence, though the protagonist says he is here only for the underground market. He tells Hamji he will not stay long, planning to sell his loot at the underground market, upgrade his gear, then move on. While Hamji complains this sounds boring. As he walks, the protagonist suddenly notices something that catches his attention. He spots two men in distinctive uniforms and recognizes their outfits. He realizes they belong to the Genesis Guild, while the men arrogantly bully an old man, demanding recognition. Watching them harass the NPC, the protagonist thinks these prestigious guild members cause trouble everywhere and are up to their usual trashy behavior. Though itching to crush them immediately, he restrains himself. With a sigh, he decides to ignore them for now. Hamji wonders if he is backing down out of fear, but the protagonist says he is merely avoiding filth, like one avoids dung because it is dirty, not scary. He resolves that they are enemies he will eventually trample, but that now is not the right time and urges Hamji to go sell items. Meanwhile, the Genesis thug presses the old man, saying rumors claim he has something valuable. When the old man stays silent, the thug insults him and demands an answer. His nervous companion notes their detection rune is not reading the old man properly and suspects he is very strong, but the thug dismisses the concern. The cautious one worries about provoking someone whose level might be higher, while the brash one mocks him for always getting beaten and insists it does not matter even if the old man is stronger. Boasting that they are from Genesis, he says attacking them would mean war with their powerful guild. He smugly explains that because of their reputation they can say anything without interference, and no one dares stand in their way. He pokes the old man again, taunting him. The thug jeers that the old man is too scared to speak, encouraging him to admit it. Before he can finish his insult, the protagonist suddenly smashes him into the ground. The blow sends the thug flying into crates, detonating them in a massive impact. As debris settles, the remaining Genesis member angrily shouts at his cautious partner, who is warning him, while realizing someone has attacked them. Furious, the protagonist yells that they claimed they were not afraid, venting his pent-up anger. The second Genesis man frantically brandishes a weapon, shouting that they are Genesis and demanding if the protagonist cannot see their uniforms. The protagonist punches him hard, shouting that this is exactly why he despises them, and the man cries out in pain. With both bullies sprawled on the floor, bystanders whisper while Hamji jokes that his master could not hold back, and the protagonist remarks that they are nothing without their guild name. The protagonist grumbles that he could have endured if Hamji had not kept figuratively scratching an itch beside him, while Hamji innocently claims he only scratched because it looked itchy. He reassures the old man not to worry, saying those guys are always like that, but privately wonders if the man is actually mute. As they walk off together, Hamji nervously asks about potential retaliation from the large Genesis guild, and the protagonist replies that such an easy fight is not even worth recording and that they likely will not complain after being beaten. He decides they will sell items and perform maintenance, then leave town, thinking it has been a while since he deceived Genesis. The old man lifts his hat, thoughtfully watching the protagonist. Later, the protagonist arrives at the Dandajiri branch of the Intervention Hotel. A system notice informs him he has entered the hotel's exclusive training ground. Inside the spacious hall, he marvels at how large it is compared to its outward appearance. He notes that despite looking small from outside, it is actually a paid facility meant for adventurer maintenance and training, which he considers pricey but worthwhile. Smiling at Hamji, he signals to begin, and Hamji confidently says he already understands what to do. Hamji activates his infinite bag ability to retrieve the stored equipment. With a flashy cry, Hamji pulls gear from the glowing dimensional space. The protagonist complains that Hamji makes too much noise when summoning items, while Hamji insists his shining moments should not be underestimated. Sitting with the pile of weapons, the protagonist explains he bought various arms although his class favors a one-handed blunt weapon because that type is cheap and simple but not his intended main weapon. A system prompt announces it is time to choose a main weapon, and he recalls that the Debuff master class can specialize in 5 weapon types including blunts. He reviews the mastery options for blunt, spear, gauntlet and great sword, thinking he prefers his familiar blunt but should still test the others. He summons a special target called Shadow Boxer to test his choices. The Shadow Boxer sandbag appears, described as having fixed defense and infinite health for practice. He first decides to experiment using a shield. He charges with the shield and slams it into the sandbag. He repeatedly bashes the target with explosive shield strikes. Catching his breath, he admits the shield's destructive force is decent. However, he assesses the damage per second as too low after seeing the combat log. Deciding to try another option, he grips a sword. He then swings a great sword powerfully at the sandbag. Time passes as Hamji complains the testing has already taken 2 hours. Exhausted, the protagonist stands amid scattered weapons and smoke from his relentless trials. Panting, he laments that none of the weapons feels decisively superior. He reflects that each has pros and cons but none stands out as clearly best. Concluding he will likely stick with his reliable one-handed blunt, he turns and notices the old man from before standing in the training hall. Surprised, he starts to speak to the unexpected visitor. The old man reveals himself as the same NPC he rescued earlier. The protagonist wonders how this stranger entered a private practice room and briefly suspects Cheon Woojin's involvement. He directly asks if the old man is from the Guardians or was sent by that annoying man. Instead, the old man asks why the protagonist helped him without seeking any reward. The protagonist, flustered, asks what he is suddenly talking about. The old man snaps, shouting for him to answer straightforwardly. After a pause, the protagonist says it was not out of pity. He explains that seeing an old man unable to resist stronger people reminded him painfully of his own past. He confesses he acted because he no longer wants to keep running from that past. The old man finds this simple, firm answer satisfactory and smiles. He introduces himself as Shikiro and declares he will make the protagonist stronger from now on. A status window identifies Shikiro as a human named NPC of level 354 with the title Weapon Master, part of the 5-star heaven. The protagonist recognizes the name Shikiro, linking it to a powerful symbol. Narration explains Shikiro is another member of the elite 5-star heaven like Beetlejuice, a martial artist who has reached true mastery. It further elaborates that Shikiro can freely wield 18 different weapons, earning him the title Weapon Meister. The protagonist realizes the old man was secretly Shikiro, and that his hat had blocked the rune of insight from reading his stats. He is amazed that both Beetlejuice and Shikiro have taken interest in him, wondering if he is really that coveted, yet decides he should probably refuse. As he starts to politely decline, Shikiro correctly assumes he already has a master and says such talent is rarely masterless. Shikiro adds that learning is not confined to a single master-disciple bond and offers to help solve the protagonist's confusion about his main weapon. He clarifies he is not asking the protagonist to become his disciple, only to treat him as a senior willing to aid a promising junior. The protagonist notes Shikiro's persuasive skill but admits his arguments are reasonable. He imagines his own strict master scoffing that weapons are unnecessary because the body itself is the ultimate weapon and figures that is all he would hear if he asked him. So he asks if Shikiro will simply tell him which weapon suits him best, and Shikiro muses about a weapon that truly fits him. Shikiro then implies that someone like him would not settle for just one weapon, hinting at a broader solution. He says that with his help the protagonist will be able to raise all usable weapons to the level of a main weapon. A new item window appears, revealing the mythic grey belt Majingjord modeled after Thor's belt, with multiple powerful abilities. The narration explains BNW's 8-tier item grading system and notes that Myth is effectively the highest obtainable grade for adventurers. Mythic grade is highlighted as the peak players can realistically reach. The protagonist is stunned that Shikiro is giving, not lending, him a mythic grade item, and Shikiro casually remarks that once equipped it will be permanently bound. The protagonist reiterates he cannot accept a new master but trails off. Instead he prostrates himself, formally bowing in respect to Shikiro as a senior. With a resigned look, he prepares to negotiate further. He lunges forward and gratefully tries to snatch the belt, shouting his thanks. Practically clinging to Shikiro, he yells that he will gladly accept the gift. Shikiro chuckles that the protagonist's eagerness reminds him of the puppies he once raised, while the protagonist bristles at being compared to a dog. When he learns there is a condition, the protagonist erupts in anger, but Shikiro calmly lectures that real growth requires proper process, and one must use items without becoming dependent on them. Crestfallen, the protagonist realizes he must earn the belt and asks what is required, and Shikiro tells him to follow. The scene shifts to a brutal arena fight where a bald combatant named Miles, wielding a spiked mace, crushes an opponent. The announcer excitedly declares the winner decided. He proclaims the victor is Miles, nicknamed the Death Mace. Shikiro brings the protagonist to Dandajiri's gambling arena, where the protagonist asks if he is expected to participate. Shikiro explains the arena has level restrictions but still hosts a wide variety of strong fighters, making it ideal for experiencing different battle styles. He confirms that to better understand weapons the protagonist should train against people instead of monsters, submitting his entry form. Watching a screen showing the muscular champion, the protagonist wonders if fighting NPCs here really has meaning. He reasons that even the arena's strongest, a level 6-5 NPC, would be only slightly stronger than him and thinks he could crush such foes in under 5 minutes. Shikiro hands him a wrapped object as a gift, which the protagonist initially thinks is the mythic belt but realizes is something else. Unwrapping it, the protagonist discovers a bizarre armor-like item. Startled by the strange, tentacle-like armor now strapped to his torso, he cries out in confusion, while Hamji is equally shocked. He comments that it seems to be armor yet looks flimsy, while Shikiro laughs that more revealing armor is supposedly more effective. Shikiro tells him his turn in the arena is coming and instructs him to fight using only basic skills with no techniques or abilities. The protagonist agrees but adds that if he defeats the arena champion he expects to receive Majingjord as promised. Shikiro chuckles that the protagonist certainly has confidence. The protagonist inwardly thinks Shikiro has underestimated him, believing that even with unfamiliar weapons and sealed skills he will manage just fine. He recalls his extensive experience wielding many weapons against Genesis. Combined with his master's harsh training that left his stats overwhelming for his level, he concludes this arena will be more like a playground than a challenge. Determined, he runs out toward the arena, vowing to clear this test quickly and claim the mythic belt. The spotlighted arena floor is shown as the stage for his upcoming fight. The announcer hypes up the crowd, declaring that a new warrior is about to make history in the sacred arena. With theatrical flair, the announcer introduces the newcomer by his flashy in-game moniker, calling him the Skeleton Warrior, also known as the Weakling Man. A cloaked swordsman appears in a bright spotlight, signaling the start of his arena debut. He cringes internally, thinking his title sounds embarrassingly lame and outdated. He blames Shikiro for coming up with that name, while Shikiro proudly insists it suits him. An opponent mocks that he looks as weak as his name implies, irritating him. Facing a mantis-like fighter, he hefts his great sword and asks if he should end it quickly. The mantis, an NPC named Maki, threatens to torture him and is identified as a level 3/7 Slaughter Scythe mimic. Siegfried, a level 4/6 human debuff master adventurer titled Goblin Slayer and Beerman Guardian, calls the mantis shabby. Enraged, Maki rushes him, vowing to make him regret coming. During Maki's spinning assault, Siegfried casually says he has a question for the mantis. He wonders aloud what color blood will spill when he cracks the insectid's head. Grinning wildly, he finishes the thought by speculating if the blood might be some strange color. His debuff armor automatically activates, scanning Maki's abilities during the clash. A system message reports Maki's scan is complete and initiates a nerf on the armor's wearer. Siegfried convulses in pain as blue energy surges through him from the armor. The announcer declares that the supposed weakling has gone down to Maki's attack, though Maki seems puzzled. Writhing, Siegfried realizes his whole body hurts unbearably and suspects it is not from the mantis's blow. A detailed description reveals debuff armor is legendary gear that weakens its wearer below the opponent's stats while making them feel pain. Horrified, Siegfried recognizes that he is actually wearing the dreaded debuff armor. Maki laughs at his misery, calling him pathetic and preparing to ask a question of his own. Siegfried looks on warily, sweat running down his face. Maki now echoes Siegfried's earlier taunt, asking what color blood will spill when he cuts off Siegfried's head. He adds that he already knows the answer, relishing the cruelty. Maki charges again with a shriek while Siegfried braces himself, clearly strained. Their attacks collide violently, shaking the arena. Maki says Siegfried only dodged by luck and wonders if he can avoid the next strike. Siegfried grips his sword again, thinking things are already chaotic as the fight continues. Annoyed, he lunges forward shouting for the mantis to shut up. Sword and scythe slam together as they exchange another fierce blow. Maki blocks and sneers that Siegfried's swings are far too slow. He leaps high and tries to crush Siegfried, mocking what he hopes to achieve with such sluggish attacks. A warning tells Siegfried his stats are now 20% lower than Maki's, and he feels heavy and slow, noting he would normally dodge easily. He reasons Shikiro must have put him in debuff armor for a purpose beyond just handicapping him. Resolved, he murmurs that he understands and prepares to change his approach. He moves his foot decisively, saying for now he will adjust his tactics. Siegfried decides to return to fundamentals, positioning his body and sword with precise basics. Watching from above, the hamster notes the master's condition seems off during the duel. Shikiro munches popcorn, remarking that Siegfried could usually dodge such attacks effortlessly, and asking if the hamster is worried. The hamster cheerfully admits he actually wanted to see his overconfident master get beaten up for once. Shikiro explains this tough situation is perfect for deepening Siegfried's understanding of weapons. He reflects that with physical advantages and skills suppressed, Siegfried must discover the true essence of his sword. Shikiro wonders how Siegfried will handle being in the weaker position after always fighting from strength. Shikiro watches intently, eyes gleaming with interest. Siegfried cleanly severs one of Maki's arms, spraying red blood. Maki stares at his mangled arm in disbelief, stammering. He then screams in agony as blood pours from the wound. Siegfried, panting, admits the maneuver was harder than expected, partly due to unfamiliar movements. Pointing at him, Siegfried warns Maki that his other arm will be next. Maki flies into a rage, vowing to kill Siegfried for his arrogance. The announcer excitedly proclaims that the supposed weakling has shockingly severed Maki's arm and that Maki is now attacking wildly. Overwhelmed, Shikiro excitedly speculates that Siegfried may already have grasped the greatsword's essence in such a short time. Explanatory visuals note that greatswords are powerful but risky and that Siegfried's debuffed body should struggle against a fast mantis. They show how Siegfried instead uses the sword as a pivot, making minimal movements to neutralize attacks while exploiting openings. Shikiro thinks this kind of efficient, victory-obsessed strategy cannot be easily taught. Impressed, he concludes that Siegfried possesses extraordinary natural talent. Shikiro even muses that a monster greater than himself might be emerging in Siegfried. During the ongoing barrage, Siegfried thinks he now understands Shikiro's intention. He realizes Shikiro crippled him to force him to maximize his weapon usage and crisis sense. Siegfried adds that Shikiro overlooked one thing. He recalls his past battles as a perpetual underdog, where surviving meant ruthlessly using every possible advantage. Watching Maki leap again, he decides that such extreme resourcefulness is merely basic for someone like him. Maki unleashes another huge swing, smashing up the arena floor. His scythe gets lodged in the metal fence amid the dust. Maki is left tangled in the fence, howling about his trapped arm. Siegfried calmly reminds him that he had already warned which arm would go next. He appears behind Maki and repeats that losing the right arm was inevitable. Another sweeping cut sends blood flying as Siegfried completes the dismemberment. Maki collapses, screaming in disbelief. The defeated mantis lies sprawled on the arena floor while Siegfried stands over him. A nervous announcer prepares to declare the official result. He announces to the shocked crowd that the so-called weakling has actually won. Spectators excitedly chant Siegfried's mocking nickname, reveling in the upset. Elsewhere, a man confirms that Siegfried is the one responsible for injuring his subordinates. His underling agrees, saying they were easily beaten by that same guy. When one subordinate tries to make excuses, the leader cuts him off with a brutal punch. Furious about his lost dignity, he keeps pummeling them while they apologize. He suddenly pauses, thinking of something. Recognizing Siegfried's face, he realizes the fighter looks familiar and is identified as guild member Choi Kyeolji. Watching the arena broadcast, someone asks for the champion's real name and is told it is Siegfried. Kyeolji notes Siegfried resembles someone he knows and that rumors link him to an unidentifiable old man. Deciding on a course, Kyeolji says they will simply eliminate both Siegfried and the old man. A hooded figure warns that dealing with Shikiro will not be so easy, revealing the old man's identity. They clarify that Shikiro is a legendary weapon master who was secretly watching the match in disguise. The hooded person adds that Shikiro roams the continent seeking rare treasures and that his presence signals one is nearby. Kyeolji excitedly guesses that Shikiro's visit to Dandajiri Arena implies a treasure hidden there. He is reminded that Shikiro is nearly unbeatable, though not necessarily impossible to handle. The hooded figure agrees Shikiro is normally invincible. Shikiro smiles gently, but the hooded person hints that current circumstances could change that. The hooded figure grins menacingly, saying that with the way things stand, the situation is different. Night falls over the lantern-lit Dandajiri district. In the arena, a new bout begins under purple lights as another opponent is slashed aside. The Dandajiri Arena champion Hachiol, a fighter-type entity, boasts that Siegfried is lucky to face him so soon. Hachiol charges, declaring this arena will become Siegfried's grave. He bellows for Siegfried to come at him, swinging wildly. Siegfried dodges, recalling he learned boxing as a kid and trusts that skill. He times a punch and explains he is using a counterattack. Hachiol's brain rattles inside his skull as the blow lands, leaving him stunned. The hulking fighter crashes to the ground while Siegfried stands, having knocked him out. The announcer shouts that the undefeated champion has fallen and a new legend has emerged. Amid roaring cheers, Siegfried is hailed again as the new weakling legend. Spectators comment that watching the weakling is entertaining because he always struggles early but wins while switching weapons. On stage, the announcer marvels that Siegfried became champion in only a week. He asks Siegfried how it feels to be the new champion. Siegfried hesitates and starts to answer. Deadpan, he announces that he intends to retire immediately. That evening at the Intervention Hotel Dandajiri branch, the city glows with lantern light. In his room, Siegfried examines a belt while his hamster companion sleeps on the table. The belt radiates golden light as he fastens it. A system message states that Siegfried has obtained the mythical belt Megingjord, which reshapes itself to fit him. Wearing the mythical item, Siegfried feels his self-esteem soar and compares it to owning luxury goods. Shikiro enters and, seeing his expression, comments that he clearly likes the belt. Shikiro apologizes for missing the final match and congratulates Siegfried on becoming, and immediately ceasing to be, champion. Siegfried modestly says that for someone as great as Shikiro, arranging all this was nothing. Shikiro laughs that he himself never became champion that quickly, surprising Siegfried. Shikiro reminisces that he started with a sword over a century ago. He explains he once fought in arenas too but originally took up the sword simply to survive. Compared with those brutal old arenas, he feels modern ones are child's play, which makes Siegfried inwardly grumble. The hamster asks if Shikiro is staying in Dandajiri for the arena, and Shikiro says he has a different purpose. Shikiro then asks Siegfried for some of his time to pursue that other reason. At dawn, mist rolls over a hidden complex of pagodas and walls. Shikiro leads Siegfried to a cavern entrance, announcing they have arrived. They stand before an abandoned mine outside Dandajiri, which the narration labels a forgotten site. Siegfried asks why they came, and Shikiro mentions the legendary three families. Walking along the mine tracks, Shikiro brings up the famed houses by Mirian, Autonica, and Mercedes and hints at a special Bimerian department. Siegfried guesses he means the infamous division called the Home of Death. The narration explains the Home of Death is a Bimerian workshop branch devoted to ultra-high-performance weapons. It adds that many of the continent's strongest weapons are believed to have been forged there. Lighting a torch, Shikiro says that workshop once housed the greatest craftsman ever. He names the mad blacksmith Herbert, known for his extreme obsession with weapon making. Shikiro recounts that Herbert even learned painting so he could illustrate scenes of his weapons killing people, which Siegfried calls insane. Herbert forged hundreds of deadly weapons and later began crafting a final ultimate weapon of destruction, his masterpiece. Siegfried asks if a relic of that final work is here, and Shikiro clarifies they seek part of a treasure map leading to it. Shikiro explains the map was torn into two halves. One is missing, but the other should be in this mine. As they proceed deeper, he says he came to Dandajiri and its black market specifically to chase this information. He recalls how meeting Siegfried during that trouble led to their current partnership. Siegfried feels embarrassed remembering he once showed off in front of Shikiro during that incident. Shikiro adds that while Siegfried fought in the arena, he confirmed the map fragment is here, so they now just need to locate it. Shikiro steps forward, his sandals tapping on the wooden platform. They look down into a vast shaft below, realizing how deep the mine is. Siegfried squints as the area brightens and senses the space is huge, implying hidden dangers. Suddenly a massive armored limb crashes down, signaling something awakening. Mechanical serpent-like monsters, part flesh and part metal, emerge menacingly. A dungeon notification appears as numerous chimeric beasts swarm toward them, and Siegfried protests that Shikiro never mentioned this place was a dungeon. Observing one monster's level is 150, Siegfried doubts he could defeat even one if he fought seriously. An info screen identifies the creature as Chimera 0154, an artificially engineered slaughter machine of level 150. As Siegfried panics, Shikiro calmly says he will not force Siegfried into such an impossible fight, though Siegfried urges him to look at the charging monsters. Shikiro reminds him that training in the arena for a week under his guidance has already helped him grow. Drawing his blade, Shikiro decides he must now take responsibility as well. He unleashes an overwhelming sword strike, cleaving through the chimera with explosive force while Siegfried watches. System messages tell Siegfried his experience level has risen repeatedly, and he realizes Shikiro brought him here partly to power him up. Siegfried concludes Shikiro's true aim was to help him grow, while Shikiro, now glowing with energy, promises to break through the monsters ahead. Shikiro powers up with aura, tells Sieg not to die and to keep up. His sword strike cleaves through a chimera robot. He blitzes through multiple chimera, tearing them apart. System messages show Sieg rapidly gaining experience up to levels 48 and 49. Sieg is amazed he jumped 2 levels at once and how much experience he earned. Sieg happily thinks he could never get this kind of experience even if bullied by rankers and calls the ride an airplane, not a bus. He wonders how much money the chimera corpses will fetch and regrets not bringing Hanji to loot. A system window appears before Sieg, surprising him. The system notifies him that he has reached level 50 and gained new skills. One new passive, Proof of Existence, boosts damage against debuffed enemies. Sieg analyzes that this skill lets him deal more damage to weakened foes and imagines beating higher level monsters. Excited, he decides he wants to test the new skill right away. He spots a cute little chimera and considers using it as his test target. The chimera suddenly transforms into a huge robot, startling Sieg. The system identifies it as Chimera 0007, a rare transforming monster that uses its cuteness to distract victims. The giant chimera looms over Sieg, who mutters that this situation is a bit much. Before it can attack, Shikiro appears and readies another powerful sword strike. Shikiro smashes the giant chimera away with a single blow, saving Sieg again. Shikiro warns Sieg that judging monsters by appearance can get him badly hurt, and Sieg admits he still has far to go. Shikiro asks what Sieg has achieved. Sieg proudly says he gained over a week's worth of growth and new skills. Shikiro deems Sieg's growth sufficient and says they just need to find the treasure, while Sieg brings up a question for him. Sieg asks if Shikiro is the famed master of 18 mythical weapons. He then questions why such a legend is using only a standard magic-grade steel sword, and Shikiro clarifies the weapons. Shikiro explains he did not need the mythical weapons and gave them all to his disciples. Sieg is shocked that Shikiro both had disciples and gave them all the great weapons. Shikiro says he took students because it was hard to make friends as he moved around, and he no longer knows what those disciples are doing. He adds that it is natural for a teacher to want to give good things to his disciple, leaving Sieg silently thoughtful. Sieg points out that if Shikiro is not greedy for weapons, seeking Herbert's remains seems contradictory. Sieg suspects Shikiro might intend to give Herbert's weapon to him, thinking Shikiro did not bring him here for nothing. Shikiro instead casually asks if Sieg is unsatisfied with his current belt, Megingjord. Shikiro reveals that searching for Herbert's posthumous works is only a hobby and that he enjoys the treasure hunt more than the treasure. Sieg notes that Shikiro values the process over the result, and Shikiro laughs that this approach is more romantic. They arrive at a massive underground area and gaze up at it together. The two walk through the foggy corridor toward their next destination. They reach an ornate stone gate marked with an M. Sieg observes that the M-engraved gate symbolizes the home of death and likely hides clues to Herbert's last work. He finds it suspicious that the gate lacks locks or spells and wonders if there is a trap inside. Worried, Sieg asks Shikiro how they should proceed, as Shikiro suddenly coughs up blood. Shikiro collapses, coughing more blood, and Sieg shouts his name in alarm. Sieg runs over, panicking about Shikiro's bleeding, while Shikiro insists he is fine. Shikiro explains it is a long-term illness causing occasional seizures, which relates to his earlier coughing. Sieg, supporting him, asks if it is true that all the Shikiros in the world are dying, as another person approaches. Sieg turns and recognizes the newcomer, tense and sweating. A man with a hooded companion thanks them for clearing the road, saying it made reaching this place easy. The man smirks and mocks them, calling them fools for doing the hard work. The system identifies him as Choi Kyeolji, a level 78 human lance master and sneaky hunter. Choi recognizes the wounded old man as Shikiro and derisively calls him a dying geezer. Sieg identifies Choi as the one who beat the arena champion, introducing himself as Siegfried from that same arena. Choi calls Siegfried the lunatic who disrupted the arena and retired after becoming champion, accusing him of also interfering with his subordinates. He dismisses what happened to those subordinates as irrelevant, and steps up to confront Sieg. Choi crowds Sieg and insists Sieg should recognize him. Sieg replies it is their first meeting, but Choi keeps comparing Sieg's unpleasant face to someone he knows. Choi internally berates Sieg for not knowing him and seethes with wounded pride. The panel highlights Choi Kyeolji's menacing presence. Choi recounts that during conflict between his Beamer Guild and Genesis, a traitor stole their funds and burned the hideout. He believes this traitor also lured other members to switch sides, calling him despicable, then orders the mercenary Nari to handle Sieg while he checks the gate. Sieg calms himself, deciding now is not the time to be ruled by anger since Choi is not the current threat. He judges that the real problem is the powerful red-hooded mercenary standing nearby. Sieg senses overwhelming power beneath the mercenary's disguise and realizes that aura likely hid their presence earlier. Seeing the mercenary's magical buildup, Sieg concludes he stands no chance against him right now. Sieg decides his role is to stall the enemy until Shikiro can recover enough to fight. He loudly questions whether a Genesis Guild member should be doing this and if the guild will tolerate it, trying to provoke and delay. Sieg reasons aloud that Genesis must be struggling in this town and suggests Choi was demoted. With a sly smile, Sieg taunts that Genesis would not care about a spoiled, useless member like Choi. Enraged, Choi demands Sieg repeat the insult. Choi suddenly lashes out, striking Sieg in the face with a lightning-fast blow. Sieg reels as Choi dashes in to continue his assault. Choi kicks Sieg hard, sending him flying past Shikiro. Choi's follow-up punch smashes into Sieg with explosive force. Shikiro, horrified, yells Sieg's name. The mercenary restrains Choi and warns that Sieg was only provoking him to buy time, but Choi resents being ordered around. Bruised yet standing, Sieg vows to kill Choi himself. Choi, eyes burning, insists he will be the one to kill Sieg personally. Choi throws away his coat and prepares to fight in earnest. He says Sieg no longer needs his help and orders the mercenary to keep the old man from interfering. Choi reiterates with a sinister grin that he will personally kill Sieg. Sieg notes that Choi's hot-tempered nature has not changed and that this actually prevented the situation from becoming even worse. Sieg observes that the red-hooded mercenary's relationship with Choi is purely transactional and devoid of loyalty, then tells Shikiro to simply watch. Sieg plans that if he kills Choi and negotiates a higher reward with the mercenary, he might avoid further conflict or at least buy Shikiro more time. Facing Choi, Sieg tells him he still does not grasp the situation. Choi, furious at being ignored, charges with a mana-infused spear attack. Choi's strike slams the ground near Sieg, sending up debris. He unleashes a sweeping flurry of wide-range spear blows, forcing Sieg to evade. Seeing Sieg dodge, Choi grudgingly admits Sieg's arena victory was not pure luck. Sieg mentally recites Choi's title of Lance Master. He recalls that Choi specializes in channeling mana into his spear tip to deliver sweeping wide-area attacks. Sieg, now wreathed in blue power, decides that even so, Choi is still no match for him. Using Meganjord's quick draw ability, Sieg blitzes in and slams his blade against Choi. Choi is shocked by the strength of Sieg's weapon and that someone only level 50 can hit so hard. Swearing, Choi moves to counterattack. He hammers down his spear, but Sieg blocks using a shield. Choi is stunned that Sieg produced a shield mid-fight and wonders when it appeared. Sieg activates quick sheathing while circling behind him. He immediately triggers quick draw again to launch another sudden attack. Sieg chains quick sheathing and quick draw repeatedly, switching weapons at impossible speed to overwhelm Choi. Choi panics because Sieg is swapping weapons too quickly for him to counter. Choi realizes in disbelief that Sieg had been hiding his true power. Sieg finally lands a decisive, powerful slash on Choi. Shikiro watches, impressed that Sieg mastered Meganjord's abilities mid-battle and denied any chance of counterattack. Shikiro concludes proudly that his judgment in taking Sieg as a student was right and predicts Sieg will soon surpass them both. The mercenary, revealed with long white hair, remarks that Shikiro chose an interesting disciple and must find it satisfying to watch him grow. Shikiro coldly warns that if the mercenary harms Sieg even slightly, he will not let it pass. The mercenary chides Shikiro for not recognizing their precarious situation, saying he could have killed them both already. He reveals he is sparing them only because of Herbert's masterpiece and demands the rest of the map. He directly asks where the remaining pieces of the map to Herbert's posthumous work are hidden. Shikiro agrees to reveal the map's whereabouts. However, he adds that he has one condition. Meanwhile, Sieg finishes the duel, sheathing his blade as Choi lies unconscious. Sieg realizes the rapid weapon switching he used is Meganjord's special ability. He notes he is still unfamiliar with it but believes he can become much stronger as he masters it. Sieg thinks that with Choi handled, the only thing left is dealing with the mercenary. Choi, coughing blood on the ground, struggles to accept that someone 30 levels lower defeated him and calls Sieg's power cheating. Sieg reflects that he had intended to kill Choi and wonders if Choi was actually stronger than he seemed. Choi, still stubborn, orders the mercenary to kill Sieg and Shikiro. The mercenary hesitates, and Sieg accuses him of changing his stance to avoid getting beaten, prompting a thoughtful grunt. The mercenary bluntly refuses Choi's order, shocking both Choi and Sieg. Choi demands to know what he means and yells at him to stop joking and kill them. The mercenary responds that his aim is Herbert's legacy, not money, despite all the payments he received. He explains he only used the Genesis name temporarily so he could operate in town without interference. Choi shouts in disbelief that the mercenary is willing to make Genesis his enemy. The mercenary says he will return once he finds the map. Then he cruelly reveals he knows Choi is actually an abandoned dog cast out by Genesis. Choi breaks down in denial at hearing this. A flashback begins with Choi protesting being ordered to go to the remote town of Dondajiri. In the past, Choi complained to a guild officer about being sent to such a place, but the officer insisted it was the guild leader's order. The officer told him he would get plenty of funds to relax and gamble there, while Choi raged that he had dedicated so much money to Genesis. The officer pointed out that money originally belonged to the Beamer Guild, not Choi. Choi yells that this is no time for word games, while the officer calls him clueless. The officer finally snarls that Choi should have just stayed in Dandajiri, effectively dismissing him. Back in the present, Choi grips his spear and mutters that he was not abandoned. He screams that he does not belong in such a place, unleashing his power in a frenzy. Choi gathers massive purple energy with his spear, creating a devastating storm around Sieg. Sieg realizes Choi intends to destroy everything around them and has completely lost control. Choi roars and completes his ultimate attack. The enormous energy wave surges towards Sieg. Sieg braces himself against the attack, barely staying grounded. A powerful impact shakes the ground as the blast hits. Sieg counters by leaping through the attack with a vertical slash that strips Choi of his spear. He follows up with a crushing blow that sends Choi reeling and screaming. Sieg declares that Choi's tragic story is irrelevant to him, and that, to him, Choi is only a traitor who made him bleed. He recalls how painful it was to be betrayed by someone you trusted. Sieg then turns Choi's own spear against him, aiming a finishing strike. Using his throwing skill Flying Spur, Sieg hurls the weapon directly at Choi. The attack impales Choi in an explosion of blue energy. The system announces that Choi Kyeolji has died as the dungeon begins collapsing. Amid the crumbling structure, a glowing chest appears on an altar. System messages congratulate Sieg for clearing the dungeon and grant reward items. The wall collapses fully, opening the chamber and revealing the treasure chest within. The system again congratulates him and prompts him to claim his rewards. Sieg sees that the item inside is a treasure map that marks the location of Herbert's posthumous work. A sinister white-haired man claims the treasure map and realizes the kid is after it too. Sieg is ordered by his ally to back off and surrender the map. The older swordsman senses the newcomer's silver hair, pale skin and horrific magic. Shikiro identifies him as the Red Cardinal, who is flattered by the recognition. Sieg asks who he is and learns the man is a master-level heresy inquisitor of the Osric cult. Shikiro warns Sieg that this enemy is beyond his ability, shocking Sieg at the cult's name. Sieg recalls the Osric cult as the group that revived the giant python at the Sahoku ruins. Red Cardinal tells Sieg his life is spared only because of conditions Shikiro proposed. Confused, Sieg hears Shikiro explain he agreed to hand over the treasure map, valuing life above treasure. Sieg begrudgingly admits they cannot handle a master-level foe given Shikiro's current condition and his own level. Sieg berates himself for still being too weak. Red Cardinal repeats Shikiro's line about life being the greatest treasure, calling it ugly yet wise. Red Cardinal asks where the remaining map pieces are, but Shikiro admits he does not know. Red Cardinal says he has a method to locate them and asks how Shikiro knows. Shikiro reveals the map fragment bears a spell that, once solved, will resonate with the other pieces. Red Cardinal assumes Shikiro can solve the spell as he begins channeling blood magic into the fragment. Shikiro's magic interacts with the blood power, forming a long red tendril around the map between them. Red Cardinal says he cannot maintain this state for long, urging Shikiro to act quickly. He threatens Shikiro with dire consequences if he does anything foolish, while Shikiro silently prepares. Shikiro exhales and steels himself. Shikiro activates glowing golden runes around the map fragment. The spell erupts into a huge golden compass in the air as Sieg and Shikiro look up. Sieg recognizes the magic as exploration art. Red Cardinal marvels that such high-level magic was placed on a crude map and calls Herbert eccentric. He demands the spell now reveal the location of the remaining map fragments. The golden light engulfs Sieg, pulling something toward him. A system message tells Sieg he now owns half of the treasure map and urges him to complete it. Everyone is stunned when Sieg suddenly holds another matching map piece. Flashback. 1 year and 6 months earlier, adventurers complain after a raid yields only antiques. In that past raid, the party grumbles that all their effort earned them only old junk. Kyeolji argues they should not have taken a small raid, and the guild master apologizes for the poor rewards. The young Sieg finds a mysterious piece of paper among the loot, and wonders if it is part of a map. He asks Jinwoo about it, but Jinwoo dismisses it as moldy garbage and says to throw it away. Sensing faint mana from the paper, Sieg decides it is no ordinary scrap and debates keeping it. Back in the present, Sieg remembers that random loot was actually a piece of the posthumous treasure map. Sieg explains to Shikiro he obtained his piece long ago in a bandit den without knowing its value. Red Cardinal seethes internally that Shikiro deceived him about holding all the fragments. In a sudden attack, Shikiro slices through Sieg's chest with blood magic while striking Red Cardinal. Bleeding, Sieg cries out in pain. Shikiro shouts Sieg's name as he hurls a powerful slash at Red Cardinal. Shikiro tries to calm the Red Cardinal, insisting this is a misunderstanding. Red Cardinal rejects the idea of misunderstanding and says such excuses will not work now. He reveals he never intended to negotiate with them at all. A system message announces that a blood barrier has been activated around the area. Another notification states warp and return scrolls no longer function, and Shikiro wonders when the barrier was set. Shikiro realizes the enemy planned from the beginning not to let them escape, which Red Cardinal confirms. Red Cardinal says someone of Shikiro's caliber forced him to prepare this much in advance. He declares that Sieg's growing talent will threaten the cult and must be eliminated now, while his blood restraints crush Sieg. Red Cardinal vows that he will be the one to die here instead. Shikiro slashes, blowing Sieg away from the blood spikes and shattering the bloody cage. Sieg crashes to the ground, injured and groaning. Red Cardinal is baffled at how Shikiro dispelled his hardened blood so easily. The two masters clash with blood whips and swordplay. Shikiro unleashes a whirlwind of golden blades against the spinning Red Cardinal. Red Cardinal notes, he would already be dead if not for his armor, acknowledging Cheon Woo-jin's lethal skill. A blast falls from the sky as someone says it is not too late. Shikiro offers to spare Red Cardinal if he breaks the barrier and retreats. Red Cardinal snarls that a surprise attack is not enough reason to boast. He says he has not even started yet and powers up in a new blood-drenched form. Shikiro, undaunted, opens a crate of swords and other weapons, calling it a shame. Several of Shikiro's weapons glow as they rise into the air. Surrounded by dozens of floating arms, Shikiro notes, he still has not drawn all his weapons. He concedes Red Cardinal's magic is frighteningly refined but asks if such ordinary weapons will suffice. Shikiro vows Red Cardinal will die to these so-called ordinary weapons. Shikiro charges forward through a storm of blood blades. He spins and strikes, axes and swords carving through the red energy. His sweeping attacks batter Red Cardinal's blood tendrils. Red Cardinal counters with a massive blood claw strike. An axe clashes with a blood spear as the two exchange blows. Their clash shakes the ground, creating a huge crater. Shikiro's movements are described as effortless and precise. Each stroke of his technique is deadly as he continues to press the attack. Seed watches, wondering if this is Shikiro's true skill. He realizes that if the battle continues like this, Shikiro will be at a disadvantage. He worries Shikiro cannot win with such ordinary, already cracking weapons. Red Cardinal taunts that Shikiro's generosity to his disciples has left him underarmed. Shikiro demands to know what he means as they keep trading blows. Red Cardinal begins a large-scale technique, saying that in the end it will decide things. He declares Shikiro will die for his hypocrisy, and unleashes Blood Guillotine. Shikiro counters with another huge slash that collides with the attack. The impact cracks the stone pillars around them. A devastating white beam races across the ground from Red Cardinal's weapon. Red Cardinal stands amid dust, noting he did not feel the cut and sensing something odd. He realizes the real threat was a spiked mace attack he barely avoided. Nevertheless, the weapon crashes into his head, stunning him. Bloodied and furious, Red Cardinal begrudges Shikiro's ideals. Shikiro argues that even hypocritical ideals can change the world. He hints there is more as his remaining weapons begin to glow again. Shikiro reveals he still has many weapons left floating around him. Red Cardinal swears he will destroy every last one of them. Both men scream as they prepare for another decisive clash. Their powers collide in a chaotic storm of blades and blood. Red Cardinal mentally counts Shikiro's weapons as he shatters them one after another. He concludes only one additional weapon remains besides Shikiro's original blade. Shikiro dives in and strikes with that last weapon. Red Cardinal laughs that all of Shikiro's weapons are broken and tells the old tiger to stop pretending. Shikiro says Red Cardinal is mistaken, asking when he ever said he only had 18 weapons. Red Cardinal is shocked to learn Shikiro has more. Shikiro reveals he reserved an emergency weapon and unleashes it in a surprise strike. He notes that Red Cardinal's blood has thinned and his stamina is fading. Shikiro prepares to end things with his spear-style technique. Red Cardinal, panicked, dashes forward. Shikiro activates Island Enclosure, third form, trapping them in a vertical golden corridor. Red Cardinal realizes too late that Shikiro had a secret trump card. A golden spear tip materializes glowing with lethal power. Shikiro chains the technique through its second form, slicing Red Cardinal repeatedly. Then comes the first form, signaled by drops of blood and Red Cardinal's horrified gaze. Shikiro charges along the golden spear shaft straight at Red Cardinal. The sequence culminates in the zeroth form, a colossal vertical impact that shatters stone. Sieg watches in awe, likening the destructive force to a railgun. Dust clears to reveal Red Cardinal pinned beneath Shikiro's staff, identified as Shikiro's secret technique. Shikiro's own weapon crumbles, and he observes that old weapons were bound to break. He reflects on how long it has been since he fought so intensely and acknowledges Red Cardinal's strength. A sinister voice suddenly comments on his weapons, drawing Shikiro's alarm. Blood-soaked Vladimir grins and asks if all Shikiro's weapons are broken. Blood energy surges again in preparation for another assault. Sieg screams Shikiro's name as a quest titled Master Han is activated. The quest orders Sieg to defeat 7 descendants of legendary warriors, excluding his own Master Deus. The quest list displays the 7 powerful lineages he must overcome. Sieg realizes the system quest is identical to the one his master once gave him, and is stunned. Vladimir's status window introduces him as a level 301 Crimson Inquisitor of the Osric cult. It further notes he is the descendant of the infamous blood demon Berserk. Sieg recalls his master telling him to use his techniques to defeat those warrior successors. He now understands Vladimir is one of those successors and feels Shikiro is in grave danger. Overwhelmed by the oppressive mana, Sieg wonders what he can possibly do and silently begs his master for guidance. Vladimir laments having to use this taxing monstrous form, which he finds inelegant. He tells Shikiro that he is being driven to become a monster and accuses him of pushing him this far. Vladimir says the power came from a great one and though unfamiliar, is sufficient to kill Shikiro. He adds that Shikiro's death alone will not satisfy his anger. Vladimir vows to behead both Shikiro and Sieg and hang their heads at the arena entrance as ghostly trophies. He imagines that gruesome display as beautiful and lunges at Shikiro. Shikiro rushes Vladimir and plants his palm on the man's chest. Vladimir mocks Shikiro for attacking barehanded. He assumes Shikiro is enraged because he threatens Sieg and stomps him into the ground. Shikiro calmly says Vladimir is mistaken. He clarifies that he never once called Sieg his disciple. Shikiro states that Sieg's true master is someone far greater than himself. Vladimir, irritated, asks if Shikiro can still resist. Shikiro activates a complex magic circle beneath them and praises the technique he cannot replicate. Vladimir senses an unpleasant new power and looks down to see Sieg channeling it. Sieg uses debuff skills called Fate's End and Iron Weakness to weaken Vladimir's defenses and vitality. Shikiro asks Vladimir where he is looking. Shikiro reminds him that his real opponent is still Shikiro as glowing weapons rise again. Vladimir realizes in horror that the broken weapons are being reused. A storm of reanimated blades whirls in golden light. Shikiro warns this next strike is his final blow, and tells Vladimir to brace himself. He unleashes Shikiro-style ultimate righteousness, Rain of Blossoms, a meteoric shower of holy spears. Vladimir screams as the brilliant attack engulfs him. A notification announces that the blood barrier has been lifted. Narration explains that Rain of Blossoms is an ancient technique Shikiro found in ruins and perfected over years of research, serving as both his ultimate move and guiding principle. The narration likens the gleaming blades in motion to countless falling flower petals moving in perfect unison. This beautiful yet deadly phenomenon on the battlefield is widely known as flowers blooming on the battlefield. The wounded white-haired enemy, skewered by swords, admits that he underestimated Sieg's hidden trump card and concedes defeat. Acknowledging Sieg's potential, the enemy remarks that with better weapons Sieg's power would have been terrifying. The enemy reflects that Sieg's technique is poetic and recognizes it as something he has seen before. Sieg's companion recalls rumors of a mysterious debuffer who ruined the cult ceremony at the Sahoka ruins and realizes Sieg was responsible. The defeated foe complains that Sieg not only ruined the ceremony but also meddled in his battles, his body beginning to dissolve in red energy. As he escapes in a surge of red power, the enemy vows to kill Sieg someday. Sieg, surprised the foe still had enough strength to flee, watches him run away. Another ally, Shikiro, stumbles towards Sieg, calling his name after the battle. Shikiro praises Sieg's trick for turning the fight in his favor but warns Sieg to grow stronger since both the Red Cardinal and the Osric cult will now target him. Smiling wearily, Shikiro tells Sieg not to worry about treating him, admitting his body is at its limit and has been sustained unnaturally for some time. Shikiro hands Sieg a book, prompting Sieg to wonder what it is. Shikiro explains the book is a manual of his martial arts, less advanced than Sieg's master's skills but still valuable. Sieg protests emotionally that Shikiro is also his master and begs him not to die, insisting he still needs guidance. Shikiro, fading, looks at Sieg as his name is called one last time. A flashback shows an arena announcer proclaiming Shikiro as the new champion of Dandajiri. Another memory shows a fellow warrior congratulating Shikiro on how much he has grown. Shikiro politely thanks the comrade, who notes they have shared a decade of warrior life together. Walking together, the comrade asks Shikiro about his plans now that he is a free champion. Shikiro says he intends to adventure around the world, seeking new experiences and perhaps treasures. He adds that he plans to take many disciples, surprising his friend who asks why such a formerly lonely man would do so. Shikiro admits he knows his limits and can never be the absolute strongest himself. He reasons that if he trains many disciples, at least one might become a world-changing hero. Shikiro vows to stake everything he has on that chosen disciple. Back in the present, Shikiro calls Siegfried's name. Shikiro formally recognizes Sieg as his disciple. He declares that he will bet his hopes on Sieg. Sieg reflects on Brave New World, clarifying that this supposed other world is actually a virtual realm created by the company Hive. He notes that all adventurers, meaning NPCs, are artificial entities, and even Masters Deus and Shikiro fall into that category. Despite this, Sieg concludes that what matters is how much he has learned since meeting Shikiro. Remembering their travels and training together, he recognizes that Shikiro helped him grow. Sieg resolves to treasure the short but meaningful time he spent with Shikiro as the old warrior's body disintegrates into light. Holding the martial arts manual, Sieg admits he does not yet understand Shikiro's wager but promises never to disappoint him. He silently addresses Master Shikiro, honoring his memory. While airships cruise through the sky, Sieg receives a notification that a new message has arrived for him. The message, from Gazrin, greets Sieg warmly, asks after him, and wonders if he will join an upcoming Maurikian Empire event. Sieg's pet comments that the sender clearly misses the boss, teasing him about contacting the girl from before. Sieg recalls that the woman's name is Gazrin, wonders if she is confessing, and replies asking if she is still at the Sahoka ruins. Considering the Empire event she mentioned, Sieg shows interest in what it might be. Reading the event notice titled Survival Battle, Sieg sees that it is a last man standing contest with high stakes. The narration explains that Survival Battle is a hugely popular BNW event hosted by the powerful Maurikian Empire. Only players from Earth can join, battling on a volcanic island in the White Archipelago. The contest continues on the dangerous island until only one person survives, making it a ruthless struggle for the strongest. The victor will gain immense rewards and become the first adventurer to rule a nation. The event is controversial because dying in it resets all abilities and seals transcendental runes for 10 years. This harsh penalty, which makes further growth nearly impossible, sparks fierce debate in the BNW community. Sieg assumes Hive itself would never host such a punishing event and figures the eccentric emperor must be behind it, while Hamji asks if Sieg will participate. Sieg flatly refuses, saying with 10,000 entrants he has no desire to risk being stuck at level 1 for a decade. He realizes from Gazran's words that she actually wrote to warn him not to join the event. Reading her message again, Sieg sees that although she jokes he might participate, she sincerely hopes he will not. Deciding to ignore the tournament, Sieg focuses on his own priorities, namely the treasure map and Shikiro's legacy volumes he now possesses. Excited, Hamji asks if they are heading out to hunt treasure, while Sieg says he will first check whether the location suits his current level. Since he alone knows the treasure's coordinates, Sieg feels no need to rush. He looks for a ship bound for the southern seas where the treasure lies. Arriving at the dock, Sieg finds a dilapidated airship that matches his route and questions whether it is really their vessel. Eyeing the shabby craft, Sieg doubts whether it can even fly and senses trouble ahead. The scene cuts to night over a modern city, identifying the location as Hive's US headquarters. Inside, executives review critical comments about BNW's punishing event, wondering if Hive is exploiting players. Vice Chairman Oppenheimer asserts that Hive did not create this event and blames online conspiracy theorists for attacking the company. Deputy Director Cha Haimi urges him to clarify things because the company's stock is going wild, but he calmly repeats Hive's stance. Oppenheimer explains that Hive only handles technical issues like bugs and connections, leaving in-game events entirely to NPCs and players. He says what happens within BNW must be resolved there, and Hive's role is simply to provide the environment and trust its users. Cha Haimi laments that after 3 years at Hive she still does not truly understand the game, and notes that unexpected events are nothing new. Oppenheimer replies that this unpredictability is what makes BNW fun, since even he and the chairman do not know how its stories will unfold. Back on the airship, Sieg relaxes on deck with Hamji, remarking that they know little about Hive's creed as the vessel drifts peacefully. The rickety craft soars above sparkling seas and islands, and Hamji joyfully shouts that they are flying in the sky. Hamji keeps yelling that no one can stop him, while Sieg warns he might get them kicked off despite being the only passengers. Sieg admits the seemingly junky ship flies better than expected and wonders if he was worried for nothing. A boisterous, slightly drunk captain suddenly appears, insisting that the ship's worn look is just vintage charm, startling Sieg. Sieg questions whether the captain should really be away from the helm, recoiling from the stench of alcohol as the man brushes off his concern. The captain reveals he simply locked the wheel straight ahead, prompting Sieg to nervously ask if the man even has a license. The captain waxes poetic about wind and sky letting one go anywhere and assures Sieg that today's weather will stay sunny, which does not reassure him. Sieg, told the trip will take about an hour, goes below deck planning to do item maintenance during the spare time. He begins by using the Python core from the Sahoka ruins as a material. Activating attribute absorption, Sieg prepares to draw energy from the core to strengthen his skills. The system reports he has absorbed a large amount of light attribute energy from the core, greatly raising his light resistance. Another message informs him that this light attribute energy can be used to empower his abilities. The skill Lightning Flying Spur is created, modifying his Flying Spur attack to chain electrical damage between multiple targets. A second enhanced skill, Heaven's Wrath, augments his smash attack so that powerful currents fan out to hit nearby enemies. Sieg evaluates Lightning Flying Spur and Heaven's Wrath as lightning-themed area attacks, deciding they are perfect now that fighting enemies one by one has become tedious. He then turns to the martial arts manual Shikiro left behind. Settling on the cabin floor to read, Sieg recalls that the techniques are named Siamjin and Manhwa. The text explains that Siamjin imitates Compass Guardian spirit beasts and comprises 4 spear forms, including a special Zero style. Another passage describes Manhwa as Shikiro's life's enlightenment, a secret technique that harmonizes all weapons. Overwhelmed, Sieg falls asleep clutching the book. Waking with a start, Sieg realizes he nodded off and wonders what the loud noise outside is. The panicked captain bursts in shouting that a typhoon is heading straight for them. Confused, Sieg reminds him he had just guaranteed good weather. On deck the ship faces a colossal storm with swirling winds and lightning bearing down. Seeing the monstrous typhoon, Sieg screams that it is far too big. Hamji cries that they are in serious trouble and urges the captain to turn the rudder before they crash. The captain boasts of his 20 years as an airship pilot, claiming the typhoon is nothing to him, though he quietly adds some doubt. When a gust blows off his hat, he reacts comically, and Sieg yells at him for still being drunk. The battered craft suddenly explodes in midair, shocking everyone aboard. An alert reports the airship's engine has failed from age and poor maintenance, and Sieg hangs on for dear life while cursing this timing. The captain insists they can still land safely despite the ruined engine, but Sieg shouts that he no longer believes him. Sieg notes he could die and revive normally, but that is not his main concern. He realizes Hamji is in danger and sees the dizzy pet about to vomit. Sieg laments the chaotic situation as he grabs for something to act. He vaults past the stunned captain in a dynamic leap. In a burst of frustration, he kicks the captain out of the way. The captain flies off as Sieg dashes toward the helm with grim determination. Spotting the wheel still locked by a mop, Sieg exclaims that the captain never removed it. Determined to take control, Sieg yanks at the mop, declaring he cannot trust a drunk pilot who neglects engine maintenance and will steer the ship himself. The captain protests that he only skipped maintenance because he was scrambling to repay a tavern debt before his wife found out, causing Sieg to rant that such negligence would be scandalous in real life. As the two struggle over the wheel, Sieg orders the captain to let go so he can demonstrate his real driving skills, calling the man unfit to captain. Hamji skeptically asks what a clueless rookie like Sieg can do, and Sieg answers that he was a driver in his previous life. Hamji suddenly screams at both of them to watch what is ahead. They look up to see something alarming through the storm. A powerful force smashes into the ship like a solid barrier, shattering the air around them. The impact flings Sieg, Hamji, and the captain violently as they plunge. Lightning splits the sky as the battered airship is drawn into a towering vortex over the sea. A system alert notes that they have broken through an unknown barrier and are entering the game. The participant counter for survival battle flickers from full capacity to show an impossible extra entrant, 10,000 of 10,001. The scene shifts to a tranquil waterfall and forest, hinting at their new location. Sieg falls from the sky and splashes into the pool at the waterfall's base. Floating on the water, he groans in relief that he somehow survived and vows never to ride an airship again. Regaining focus, Sieg decides his first priority is to locate Hamji. Checking the glowing rune of contract on his hand, he concludes that Hamji is at least still alive somewhere. Sieg realizes he has no idea where he has landed and a window labels the place Erangel, District 9, leaving him confused about this location. Thinking he might spot civilization from higher ground, he prepares to use his movement skill to leap upward and search for a village or gateway. He dashes up the cliff face in rapid bursts, leaving impact marks behind. Reaching the top, Sieg lands on solid ground overlooking the area. He then sprints at high speed through the forest, leaving a trail of impacts behind him. Bursting through the tree line, he runs toward a bright clearing ahead. Sieg stops at a cliff edge with a panoramic view of mountains and sky. Shielding his eyes, he scans the horizon for signs of a village. He spots a sizable settlement nestled in the forest and assumes it must contain a gate. Sieg resolves to head down toward the town and search for Hamji, but something unexpected catches his eye. Looking up, he sees numerous airships and flying craft converging over the island. Staring at the sky full of dirigibles, Sieg wonders aloud if they are all airships. Bewildered by the sudden military-like mobilization, Sieg asks if a war is breaking out. His interface flashes an alert that the survival battle is about to begin, and he reacts in disbelief, calling the situation insane. A separate alert reiterates that the survival battle is about to commence. Another alert repeats that the survival battle is about to start, emphasizing the imminent event. Sieg screams that this is crazy now that he realizes what is happening. Huge red monoliths rise from the sea around the island, forming part of the event's mechanism. Their glowing circuits activate, powering some sort of massive containment system. A red hexagonal barrier expands from the structures, enclosing the island and the surrounding airships. The interface announces that a suppressor has activated and that an aura of self-destruction field now surrounds the island. Sieg, hearing the term aura of self-destruction, exclaims that this new twist is driving him mad. He decides there is no time to dwell on it and turns toward the village, intending to move there first. A small floating robot appears, introducing itself as Reception 9, Sieg's guide for the survival battle. The robot tells him that before the game starts it will briefly explain the rules. Rule 1 states that when a participant dies, their most valuable item drops while everything else they carry is destroyed. Rule 2 explains that participants can rest in designated safe zones where fighting is forbidden, but if a safe zone is destroyed while someone is inside, that participant dies as well. Rule 3 outlines that over time all regions except Zone 13 will be eliminated, forcing survivors into the final area, and with that the guide ends its explanation. As the guide departs, it cheerfully wishes Sieg luck in surviving and becoming king, while Sieg panics and protests that he never signed up as a participant. Frustrated, Sieg complains that the golem simply delivered its message and left, realizes that even village destruction kills its resting defenders, and concludes that to survive this ordeal he will inevitably have to fight. A massive red barrier drops over the island as airships approach and deploy contestants toward the beach. One airship opens its hatch, revealing a crowd of armed participants ready to jump. Numerous players leap from the sky toward the shore, beginning their descent into the survival game. The protagonist lands in a crouch on the sand, ready for combat. A system alert announces that a survival battle will begin in 5 seconds as all players ready their weapons on the beach. The hooded protagonist, sword in hand, steels himself while a visible countdown shows 5 seconds remaining. Other nervous participants across the island watch the same countdown tick to 4. As the counter hits 3, the protagonist grips his weapon tighter, bracing for the fight. The countdown reaches 2 while another man tensely prepares. At 1, a system alert declares the survival battle has begun and chaotic fighting erupts across the beach. A notification shows that Muller has been killed, his body dissolving in blue light. More kill notices appear as Golgotha and Nkamuchi are slain in brutal melee. Watching explosions along the shoreline from a clifftop, the protagonist remarks that the massacre has begun and there is no escape. He analyzes that if fighting continues at this pace, over half the players will die on the beach and decides that hiding near Zone 13 is currently safest. He realizes many others will likely think the same, just as a glowing spear streaks toward his position. Spotting the incoming attack, he activates quick drawing to intercept the beam-like projectile. Blocking the shot with his shield, he curses that someone has already reached his supposedly safe high ground. His attacker, surprised that the shot was blocked, wonders how the protagonist stopped it. The protagonist closes in and smashes the man with his mace, overwhelming him. The system reports Gazendong Banking's death while the protagonist observes that such a weak opponent coming here means other players must also have climbed early. Hearing something, he warily turns toward the forest. Someone dashes through the bushes away from Gazendong's corpse, catching his attention. Hiding in foliage himself, he spies on the newcomers and thinks about those guys. He recognizes the group as members of GT, an 8th-ranked BNW Top 10 guild, as they investigate the corpse. He notes that even Top 10 guilds have entered this event, suspects this GT squad is low-level support, and assumes they have stronger teammates elsewhere. A notice states that Gazendong Banking died and dropped an item, causing the hidden protagonist to react in surprise. A mythic raid necklace called Soul Separation Device materializes, described as granting its wearer an additional class, effectively enabling dual classing. From his hiding spot, the protagonist is stunned that such a mythical dual class item has appeared. He internally explains that dual class literally grants a second full class, not a weak hybrid, allowing combinations like Night Mage. He laments that such a rare artifact dropped from a pushover like Gazendong. One GT member casually picks up the glowing necklace. The female GT member realizes it is the mythical soul separation device and remarks on its immense value. The GT captain explains the item is worth enough to buy prime real estate, warns it might be a trap, and insists on holding it for safety. Their bespectacled teammate protests that he found the item first while the captain reminds him they will all be eliminated anyway. Smirking, the bespectacled man asks if the necklace looks good on him. The captain and woman stare at him in confusion. Red lines slash across them as the bespectacled man abruptly betrays the team, demanding the item for himself. The captain peers through, calls him a traitor as he begins to disintegrate. The betrayer cheerfully points out that they were already plotting against each other, and claims he never betrayed anyone because he was never truly on their side. A system message reveals his metamorphosis mask has been disabled, showing his real face while he explains he was never their ally. Elsewhere, notifications show Jamangun and Baraimi dying, and an infamous level 198 ranker, BJ Raptor, is introduced as a top 100 player streaming the event. The protagonist, watching from hiding, panics that a level 198 ranker with nothing to lose is participating in this low-level competition. He wonders what Raptor has been doing all this time as he sees the streamer kneeling before holographic chat windows. The screens fill with messages about donations of tens and hundreds of thousands of won from viewers. Raptor thanks his audience and asks if they enjoyed watching him impersonate GT members and punish the real GT guild. He happily flaunts the soul separation device, debating whether to sell it for a fortune or use it to choose a dual class. Chat messages praise his luck, encourage him, and suggest he pick Mage as his second class. Raptor muses aloud about picking Mage, while the protagonist peeks from the bushes thinking he must be a streamer. The protagonist infers from the flood of donations that Raptor's broadcast is huge and bitterly complains that a wealthy streamer has come just to destroy the hopes of someone like him. He resolves to hide until Raptor leaves, but Raptor suddenly says he found something interesting and wants to show his viewers. Raptor presents a captured small spirit creature, Hamji, saying he tried to adopt it but discovered it is already bound to another master, so he plans to kill the owner and then claim it. Hamji defiantly boasts that his master will never lose to someone like Raptor, and warns him to release him or face his owner's wrath. Raptor, surprised, asks if Hamji's master is really that strong, and Hamji insists his master can easily beat Raptor. The furious Hamji adds that even without an owner he would never contract with an ill-mannered brat like Raptor. Annoyed by the insults, Raptor darkens, accusing Hamji of crossing the line. He angrily squeezes Hamji, causing the little creature to scream in pain. With a crazed smile, Raptor threatens to blow Hamji up and wonders whether Hamji's master will appear to save him. The protagonist finally dives in from above, weapon glowing, as Raptor senses his approach. Mid-fall, the protagonist orders Raptor to drop Hamji immediately. Raptor mockingly notes that the attacker feels weak to him. The protagonist charges, yelling for Hamji to be released. He swings his glowing mace at Raptor while shouting, but Raptor dismissively complains he is getting tired of him. Raptor easily evades, ridicules the protagonist for being only level 53, and scoffs at the huge level gap between them. Still toying with him, Raptor says this weak opponent is not even good streaming content, and claims he does not need such a foul-mouthed pet. Grinning, Raptor winds up to hurl Hamji at the protagonist, shouting for him to take the creature. Hamji rockets toward the protagonist as Raptor flings him away. While the protagonist catches Hamji, Raptor lunges from behind with his red blade. A powerful explosion between them sends both flying apart. Raptor grins, impressed that the protagonist even managed to react. The protagonist, weapon in hand, prepares another charge. He races forward in desperation, gouging the ground with his speed. Realizing he should never have rushed a high-level ranker, he berates his own impulsiveness and acknowledges this is a battle he cannot win. He forces himself to calm down, planning to fall off the cliff toward a village, then resummon Hamji and escape to another area. Before he can jump, Raptor pounces from above, mocking the idea of him fleeing by jumping down. Raptor declares he will help by slashing at him as they plunge toward the ground together. Raptor's attack smashes the cliffside and sends the protagonist tumbling amid flying debris. Raptor tells his viewers that though the opponent is a noob, they will still make the next attack look good for the stream. As both fall from the shattered cliff, Raptor promises to get a better streaming angle this time. Hurtling downward, the protagonist curses Raptor as a lunatic. Massive explosions from area bombing rock the mountainside while other players watch from afar. A nearby guild called Premier, ranked 9th among BNW guilds, notices the distant blast and orders its members to stay sharp against such a strong unknown fighter. On the beach, another player dangles a victim by his clothes, clearly beating weaker opponents. System messages show Tofu Deep and Ao Barizik dying as the armored fighter casually kills them. That fighter, sweating, reacts determinedly after his kills. More bombardments explode across the forested landscape. Meanwhile, the protagonist crashes through trees, trying to survive the relentless chase. Raptor gleefully carves through falling trunks, laughing at how the protagonist has lost all his earlier bravado. He taunts the fleeing protagonist, demanding he stop running and fight properly. Raptor smugly reveals he has already guessed the protagonist's plan to escape via another area's portal and vows not to let it happen. He complains that the chase is boring for his stream and decides to end their game of tag. Suddenly, glowing chains form a glowing cage around the protagonist, startling him. Those chains lash out and bind Raptor, dragging him into the same confined space. A system message explains that due to the speed regulation skill, Raptor's attack, movement, and casting speeds are all reduced, and Raptor realizes the protagonist specializes in debilitating debuffs. Intrigued, Raptor says the protagonist becomes more interesting the more he watches him and prepares a counterattack. He charges forward despite the debuffs, insisting such tricks will not work on him. After feeling his movements slow and his skills weakened, Raptor realizes even his light attribute projectiles are being debuffed. He notices the protagonist's golden projectile bouncing among trees and begins to suspect its special property. The protagonist explains that his lightning flying spur grows stronger with every bounce, focusing its power on Raptor. A special skill called Scorn of the Strong activates, symbolized by glowing scales that rebalance the combatants. Their levels, 53 and 198, are shown side by side as Scorn of the Strong begins to compensate for the gap while the protagonist presses on. Still bound by chains, Raptor braces as the empowered projectile hurtles toward him and the protagonist prays for at least a stun effect. The protagonist prepares another move, thinking to himself mid-combat. Raptor, eyes glowing red, manically compliments the protagonist for fighting well against him. He then channels a terrifying red aura into his weapon. Activating his Azura class power, Raptor unleashes a devastating Red Cross attack that overwhelms the chained protagonist. The massive blow obliterates the area in a crimson explosion. The protagonist lies battered in a crater of shattered stumps and debris. Half-conscious, he berates himself for failing against such a weak enemy in his eyes and resigns himself to death. Raptor marvels that the protagonist is still alive after that hit and praises his remarkable resilience. Standing over him, Raptor admits he was wrong to call him a noob and says he is stronger than the earlier GT group. He adds, however, that it is impossible for a level 5-3 to defeat a level 198, while his viewers comment excitedly on the fight. About to finish him, Raptor instead receives a bombing alert for Area 9 and turns to his audience, asking for sponsorship if he lets the valiant opponent die to the bombardment. A new notice stresses that Area 9, their current location, will be bombed within a minute. Raptor melodramatically wonders whether to kill the protagonist now or run, soliciting advice from his amused chat. A viewer named 1000 Wuji suddenly donates 10 million won, an enormous sum. That donor advises leaving the protagonist since the bombing will kill him anyway, and Raptor enthusiastically accepts the massive donation. Raptor decides to spare the protagonist only because of 1000 Wujin's sponsorship and taunts the injured man for his luck. Humming, Raptor leaves the devastated protagonist lying alone on the battlefield. The protagonist reflects that luck is truly unpredictable and that encountering all these crazy people led to this predicament. Realizing both arms have been severed, he struggles and resolves to drink a potion and escape the bombing zone as soon as possible. He instead worries about Hamji's safety, hoping the pet is not still in the soon-to-be bombed area. Overwhelmed by fear of real death, he spirals into panic thoughts, not wanting to die and desperately wishing for help. Accepting his fate as the countdown nears 0, he apologizes in his mind to his mother. A massive magical array appears overhead as he concludes that this must be the end. He watches in terror as the timer ticks down to 2, then 1, and the blast grows brighter. At 0, his eyes widen in shock as the blinding explosion engulfs him. The blast annihilates everything in the area and a system message confirms that Siegfried has died. 5 days after Siegfried's death in BNW, the scene shifts to the real world. In his small room littered with empty bottles, the protagonist numbly stares at his phone. Checking his finances, he sees he still has a massive 3,000 unit debt plus heavy taxes, incredulous that the taxes exceed the original debt. Slumping against the wall, he laments how he ended up broke again and regrets not liquidating his in-game items before dying. Resigned, he mutters agreement with this miserable reality. He then explodes in anger, blaming everything on the damned captain, who dragged him into the survival event and vowing revenge. Drinking again, he bemoans returning to life as a debt-ridden unemployed bum just when he had glimpsed hope. His phone pings with a notification addressed to the unlucky guy, and he assumes his acquaintance Cheon Woo-jin is messing with him. Opening it, he is startled by the eerie message stating that the unlucky guy is still not dead. Suddenly BNW client messages appear, authenticating him and reconnecting him to the Nurburg continent. He awakens again once more, shocked to find himself alive. He discovers he is in the Intervention Hotel in Erangel Zone 12 and realizes he has somehow been resurrected. Checking his status, he sees that Siegfried the level 50 debuff master still exists, making his survival seem impossible. Overjoyed, he laughs that he only lost 3 levels, which is just a normal death penalty, and wonders how this is possible. A noise approaches rapidly, heralding someone's arrival. Hamji suddenly drops onto him, furiously calling his master a bastard while the protagonist cries out Hamji's name in relief. They reunite emotionally, each worrying about the other's injuries and believing they might never meet again. The protagonist apologizes, saying he should have protected Hamji properly. A voice off-screen asserts he knew the protagonist was not dead, prompting Siegfried to look up in surprise. Cheon Woojin appears casually in the hotel room. Siegfried demands to know how he entered and if he is really a game operator, but Cheon denies it. Cheon explains that Siegfried's rune of transcendence was functioning correctly even when he died, while Siegfried wonders if a bug let him survive. Cheon asks if Siegfried was affected by the aura of self-destruction debuff, a term Siegfried vaguely recalls hearing. Cheon clarifies that aura of self-destruction is the debuff all players receive upon entering the Vale of Erangel, the deadly survival zone. Cheon Woojin explains that before the self-destruction aura triggered, Siegfried crashed onto the island. After Siegfried landed, the deadly aura surrounding the battleground was activated. Siegfried panics as airships and vehicles begin falling into the newly activated aura zone. Woojin notes that if Siegfried died on the island unaffected by the aura, it would count as a normal death, though he claims this is just speculation. Relieved, Siegfried concludes nothing seems wrong with him for now and admits he was terrified he might die. Siegfried asks Woojin how he got into this place and whether he is also a participant. Woojin laughs that if he had joined the game it would have ended long ago, comparing it to an adult bullying children, which Siegfried finds disturbing. Woojin calls himself an uninvited guest like Siegfried who arrived long ago, while Hamji eats to recover and Siegfried asks about the veil. Woojin says he broke the veil with considerable force and will need time to recover from the effort. He dismisses his own injuries as unimportant and clenches his bruised hand. Woojin changes the topic and proposes they discuss the survival battle. He outlines that Erangel currently has 4 main power factions, starting with weaklings like Siegfried's group. Siegfried, offended, repeats the word losers in disbelief. Woojin continues that another faction consists of members from the top guilds, notably Premier and GT. He adds that the streamer BJ Raptor, actually the high-ranked player Lee Kwang-jin backed by Genesis, is also here. Siegfried is surprised Raptor is tied to Genesis, but Woojin clarifies that this affiliation has since ended. Siegfried had not realized big guilds were directly involved and realizes ordinary players like him are just cannon fodder. Woojin remarks it is lucky only 3 top 10 guilds joined and asks about high-ranked guilds such as Seraphim or Kiamai. He explains that the very top guilds avoid such high-risk tournaments because they stand to lose more than they can gain. On the other hand, GT, Premier, and Genesis are desperate to restore their guild's former glory, so they knowingly took this risk. Even so, those guilds still wish to minimize losses, so GT and Premier padded their teams with mid-level players to win through sheer numbers. Siegfried remembers that GT members he encountered were not high-level either. Woojin says Genesis instead wanted a single monster capable of crushing other guilds, so they secretly hired the level 198 mercenary Raptor. Siegfried points out Genesis will not suffer much even if Raptor dies and wonders what reward enticed him to enter such a dangerous event, learning it was the Vice Guild Master position. Siegfried is stunned by this revelation. Woojin recounts that Raptor was hailed as a gaming prodigy from youth, but his fame turned sour and filled with scandals, rumors of toxicity, insults, and boosting ruined Raptor's pro prospects, forcing him to rely solely on streaming despite being the youngest ranker. Siegfried, who rarely follows streamers, notes that Raptor still seems popular and rich in donations, lamenting how the wealthy keep getting richer. Woojin guesses Raptor feels anxious and wasted despite his talent, which Siegfried likens to the loneliness of the strong. Woojin says Genesis Master Desire offered Raptor the Vice Master role and a path to Pro Gamer debut if he wins the survival battle, and Desire is set to become chairman of the Pro Gamers Association. Raptor intends to hand the Proud Territory and Kingship prize to Desire if he wins. Desire plans to use Proud to found the first player-ruled kingdom, an adventurer nation independent from NPC rulers. Hearing this, Woojin notes that if Siegfried destroys Genesis, he will be crippling the leadership of this future kingdom, making Siegfried's head spin. Siegfried complains that Desire's ambition spans from association chair to adventurer king. He then asks Woojin what he really wants, assuming he did not come just to chat. Woojin replies that since Siegfried was dragged into the tournament, he should aim to win it. He bluntly suggests that Siegfried should be the one to win overall. Siegfried objects that beating Raptor is easier said than done, recalling how hopeless Raptor's broadcasts made him feel. Remembering the massive donation from an account named 1000 Woojin, Siegfried suddenly connects it to his situation. He asks if that donation had saved him earlier, and Woojin admits Siegfried cannot win head-on but says his tip gives him a fighting chance. Siegfried asks about this tip, and Woojin confirms he has one. Woojin promises to share a strategy that only Siegfried can exploit. Later, outside in BMW, Siegfried enjoys the good weather and feels reassured he made the right choice staying in this world. Siegfried apologizes to Woojin for being captured by Raptor, but Woojin tells him to rest, vowing revenge on Raptor for him. Wu Jin assures him he will protect Hamji too, so Siegfried should not worry. Siegfried thanks him and offers to buy a meal afterward, which amuses Wu Jin given Siegfried's stinginess. Siegfried warns that he is broke, so Wu Jin should not expect much, and Wu Jin says they can discuss that only if Siegfried survives. As they part, Wu Jin wishes Siegfried luck, and Siegfried resolves internally that he will not lose again. Siegfried sprints out of town at high speed toward the next area. His rapid movement blurs the landscape as he races across the countryside. Not seeing anyone outside the village, he wonders if everyone has already headed toward the 13th zone. He notes the final battleground, Zone 13, is still inactive and thinks all remaining players should now be gathering in Zone 8 for the last showdown. Suddenly an explosion erupts in front of him, startling him. Elsewhere, two enemies marvel that the badly injured man before them is still alive. One tells the captive to accept death because bombing will soon wipe out the area, urging his partner to finish him quickly. The battered man rages at their betrayal of allies and vows to kill them. The brown-haired attacker claims the injured should not burden the team and viciously kicks him away. A glowing weapon suddenly strikes the bully from behind, leaving him shocked. The attack slams into his torso and sends him flying, terrifying his victim. Siegfried stands nearby as the glowing mace lands at his feet. Siegfried picks up the shining weapon and stands over the defeated thugs. The rescued man is amazed Siegfried downed all his tormentors at once despite seeming lower level. When he thanks Siegfried for saving him, the mace's head points toward him ominously. Siegfried clarifies that there is a misunderstanding, since in this game everyone, including the rescued man, must die here. Siegfried inspects the man's information, noting he is a non-combat golem maker who has survived surprisingly long. He thinks it is kinder to kill victims quickly than let others torment them, reading the golem maker's profile labeled Sungu, level 81. As Siegfried prepares to strike, Sungu panics and blurts out that his death would doom his sick mother as well. In tears, Sungu begs Siegfried to spare him just this once. Seeing this, Siegfried hesitates in silence. He complains internally that people make things awkward but decides that if Sungu wants to live, he should hurry and move because staying here is dangerous. Siegfried tosses Sungu an intermediate health potion to help him recover. Grateful, Sungu promises to repay the favor someday, while Siegfried admits he is weak to stories involving mothers. Siegfried then asks Sungu if they should move out together. As Sungu drinks the potion, he decides to trust in Shion Wujin's earlier tip. System notifications announce that 63 hours have passed, Annihilation will soon hit Zones 8 and 12, and Zone 13 is now active. Raptor, exhausted from non-stop streaming, tells his viewers the tournament is nearing its end. At the entrance to Zones 8 and 13, he complains about staying awake 5 nights straight, while spectators like the old mercenaries curse. The mercenaries observe all the loot-dropping corpses around the entrance, guessing Raptor must have slaughtered them as bombing looms and they must enter soon. They reason that in Raptor's tired state they might overpower him if they all attack together. The leader orders everyone to coordinate an attack up to Zone 13 and tells all who hear him to prepare for battle. Watching from inside, Raptor mocks the enemies for finally daring to confront him, and notes that they seem uneasy. Smiling, he wonders aloud if it is time for him to move as well. He then dashes through a gateway towards safety, gleefully shouting goodbye to the fools behind. The mercenaries shout to chase him and simultaneously flee for their lives. A countdown warns that Area 8 will be bombed in seconds as the magic circle charges. The survivors sprint through the passage as the timer drops to 1 second. The clock hits 0 as they look back in fear. A devastating blue pillar detonates behind them, obliterating the area. The blast throws the group forward. Some are badly injured but keep moving. One mercenary realizes he is still alive and cheers, as Raptor advances after them. 2 wounded leaders resent that Raptor acts like they alone survived and prepare to fight back. Raptor blitzes through them, cutting them down while proclaiming they deserve to lose. He leaves the corpses behind, dismissing GT and Premier players as boring bugs. As he reaches a portal into Zone 13, he suddenly feels something strange and reacts with confusion. Entering snowy Zone 13, Raptor is surprised to find a blizzard instead of the volcanic landscape he expected. He admires the beautiful snowfield and wonders aloud if he is now the only survivor. Raptor loudly asks the unseen game host if the battle is already over and whether he just needs to stand in place to win. A status window reveals 3 participants remain alive, shocking him. He quickly corrects himself, realizing that excluding himself means 2 opponents are still left, and telling them to hurry up and come. Just then, an armored vehicle bursts through the snow portal and slams into him. Raptor screams from the collision as the vehicle crashes and explodes nearby. Injured but alive, Raptor curses and demands to know who attacked him. He sees that the attacker is a tank-type golem transformed into a vehicle called Range Wagon that works with a golem maker. Sungu, driving, is impressed that Raptor survived and notes how tough high-rankers are. Raptor, grinning, surmises that they survived the zone bombing because of that golem. Sungu proudly boasts that his Range Wagon is invincible. System messages instantly contradict him, stating that Range Wagon's durability has hit 0 and it is destroyed. Sungu nervously utters a sound as Raptor grabs his hand. Raptor slams him violently into the ground with a devastating blow. Holding him up by the collar, Raptor complains that surviving the bombing and injuring him was audacious, calling Sungu only the second person to ever surprise him here. He says the first surprise was crushed just like Sungu is about to be and beats Sungu savagely into the snow. A notification announces Sungu's death, which momentarily stuns Raptor. Sungu's memorial ring for his mother drops as loot, which Raptor mockingly claims as a lucky harvest. Raptor turns away and decides to go hunt down the other remaining rat. He turns and suddenly finds Siegfried standing right behind him. Siegfried steps toward him across the snow while Raptor reels back in alarm. Raptor wonders how he failed to sense Siegfried's presence and finds it frustrating. From afar he studies Siegfried, who is examining Sunga's ring, and feels a nagging familiarity. Siegfried realizes the ring was not just a sob story prop after all. Raptor begins to recognize him as Siegfried points out he has a score to settle from their last encounter. Siegfried casually remarks that Raptor must be exhausted from continuous fighting. Smirking with the ring glowing on his hand, Siegfried promises to let Raptor clock out soon. His earlier words about Raptor's fatigue echo over the snowy battlefield. Siegfried reiterates in person that he will soon free Raptor from his work. Raptor recognizes him as the stubborn opponent he once dismantled completely. Siegfried laughs to himself and mentally calls Raptor a bastard. Raptor marvels that Siegfried survived even after being dismembered and acknowledges his tenacity. He concludes that missing Siegfried's presence earlier was not due to his own tiredness. Watching Siegfried cloaked in blue aura, he realizes Siegfried has multiple new items including a stealthy cloak. Raptor wonders what happened to turn the supposed weakling into such a threat. The story jumps back 3 hours to the Intervention Hotel in Erangel's District 12 where Wu Jin begins explaining his special tip. Wu Jin reminds Siegfried that the aura of self-destruction does not affect him, meaning Erangel's restrictions, including the death penalty, do not apply. Shocked, Siegfried learns he can even enter blasted, sealed-off areas and is essentially free within Erangel. Wu Jin summarizes that Siegfried alone can effectively use map-level cheats. When Siegfried nervously asks what happens if he dies again, Wu Jin assures him he has already checked that risk. Siegfried calls Wu Jin extremely meticulous, and Wu Jin asks if he now understands the plan. Wu Jin warns that nobody else knows about these special privileges and hints at consequences if Siegfried dies once more. Siegfried, resolved, says not to worry because losing once was enough. Using his immunity, Siegfried teleports into Erangel's restricted District 2. He confirms Wu Jin was right and that he can move through restricted regions freely. Siegfried decides to rest safely inside while others fight outside, noting this is a huge advantage. He also plans to scavenge all the dropped loot from bombed-out zones. He then gathers powerful items such as a Stonefist mace, camouflage cloak, gloves, and more. While Raptor battles everyone else, Siegfried calmly levels up his equipment with these artifacts. He admits that items alone do not guarantee victory, and that he needs another method to grow stronger. Remembering something important, Siegfried acknowledges there is still one more trump card he can use. Returning to the present, Siegfried and Raptor face each other in the snow, both tense. Viewers chatter online about the impending revenge match, doubting Siegfried can win against someone nearly 150 levels higher. Raptor scoffs at those predicting his defeat and just wants to finish quickly so he can win and debut as a pro. He tells his audience that only by winning here can he escape his hated streaming life, while Siegfried calmly tells everyone to relax as the clash begins. Raptor charges in, insisting he cannot possibly lose to a mere level 50 player. Despite his fatigue, Raptor unleashes a fierce red sword attack at Siegfried. The two clash in close quarters, exchanging high-speed blows. Raptor taunts his shorter opponent and starts lecturing about upsets. He screams that underdogs can overturn matches and rushes Siegfried again. Raptor strains to block Siegfried's heavy strike and groans. While retreating, Raptor realizes Siegfried's blows are far stronger than before. He wonders in disbelief if Siegfried gained this power just by changing gear. Siegfried calmly says the fight has barely started and that he is not warmed up yet. Raptor freaks out at Siegfried's confident trash talk while the livestream chat hypes the underdog. Raptor angrily wonders who the audience supports as Siegfried addresses Raptor's viewers directly. Siegfried apologizes to Raptor's fans and prepares to disappoint them, while famous players react in chat. Siegfried declares that from now on he will knock the arrogant golden boy down a peg. He vows to teach Raptor humility and swings his weapon with renewed vigor. The audience praises Siegfried's showmanship and say they would even subscribe if he streamed. Elsewhere, Jeon Woojin leisurely drinks coffee while asking his pet how Siegfried is doing. The small creature thunders that it is not worried, but Woojin tells it not to fret. Woojin says everything is going according to plan, while the pet begs him to avenge its body. Watching the match results, Woojin reflects that his mindless grinding was worthwhile after all. He reviews Siegfried's mace stone fist of the golem, noting its great power but slow attack speed. He explains Siegfried offset the weapon's slowness using quicksilver gloves that boost attack speed. He adds that Siegfried also wears earrings of greed for extra life steal in long fights. Woojin concludes Siegfried chose items optimized for duels regardless of their grade, proving his deep game knowledge. Still, Woojin reminds himself Siegfried's opponent is Raptor, a ranker who relies purely on brute strength. Commentators state that even with Raptor exhausted, Siegfried's fundamental disadvantage remains. On the field, Siegfried exhales, preparing himself for the next phase. Raptor bursts into crazed laughter, mocking the idea that Siegfried could teach him anything. He sneers that Siegfried cannot dismiss him just because he seems hesitant, while viewers think Raptor is in trouble. Raptor mentally curses the chat, asking how they still do not grasp the situation. He snarls at the audience, demanding if they really think their opinions matter. Raptor rants live that clueless amateurs should shut up if they do not understand the game, shocking his fans. Siegfried notes that Raptor is more unhinged than expected and clearly no longer cares about public image. Raptor tells Siegfried he should have killed him earlier when he was hiding, implying Siegfried wasted his chance. Raptor promises Siegfried will regret that mercy, while Siegfried replies he still has many tricks left, exciting Raptor. Siegfried proposes they truly begin their decisive duel, with both staking character deletion on the outcome. The two launch at each other again, red and blue energies colliding. Their weapons clash repeatedly in a blinding flurry across the snowy field. Raptor admits Siegfried has grown strong but insists he is still superior. Yet he grows anxious, wondering why he feels uneasy when Siegfried is only barely blocking his onslaught. He notices the unsettling calm in Siegfried's eyes even while under pressure. Raptor declares he dislikes that look and gestures to trigger another technique. He charges while saying he hates Siegfried's gaze, powering up a swirling red attack. Screaming that he hates it, Raptor hurls a massive ranged slash at Siegfried. Siegfried responds by activating the quick draw skill and raises his shield to meet the blow. To his shock, Raptor's strike pierces Siegfried's shield armor. The impact sends Siegfried skidding backward through the snow. Raptor relentlessly pursues and leaps in for another crimson assault as Siegfried braces. Their clash blasts both into the air, weapons and shield flying apart. Siegfried recovers first and dashes away across the snow. He sprints at full speed, seemingly withdrawing from the immediate exchange. Raptor chases in a red blur, refusing to let him escape. Raptor jeers that Siegfried is running away despite all his bravado. While following, Raptor suspects Siegfried is luring him into the forest to reuse a previous debuff trap. Determined not to be fooled, Raptor vows he will not fall for the same trick twice. Inside the trees, Raptor charges down from above with a darkened, empowered strike towards Siegfried. He hacks through trunks to crush Siegfried, filling the area with falling logs. Siegfried instead grabs one log and rides it like a shield, sliding along the ground. The improvised move slams him painfully into terrain, but also sends a log tumbling toward Raptor. Raptor calls Siegfried an idiot for seemingly hurting himself. Enraged, he screams for Siegfried to stop wasting his time and die, surging down in a deadly spiral slash. Mid-dive, Raptor suddenly senses something and widens his eyes. He realizes too late that a light attribute spear throw, like the one from before, is coming at him. He deduces Siegfried used the falling log to block his view and then chained in the spear, marveling at the quick combo. Raptor growls for Siegfried not to get cocky as he tightens his grip on his blade. He rushes forward shouting that he has had enough, only to be impaled by the incoming golden spear. At the same time, Siegfried slams his spear into the ground, tracing the attack's landing. Lightning explodes around them as Siegfried's spear technique pins Raptor in place. Raptor stares in horror, while Siegfried's eyes glow blue with concentrated killing intent. Siegfried unleashes the Shikiro-style spear technique, lightning strike third form, cascading golden spears down on Raptor. Raptor is blown away, his hoodie torn and body flung through the snowy sky. Writhing on the ground, he clutches his bleeding side and curses at how much it hurts. Siegfried, also panting, notes he almost died himself, and wonders if his precise aim on Raptor's vital point was off. He recalls learning the technique from a manual and admits he could not have mastered it from just one reading. Back in the present, his shoulder flares in pain from overusing the unfamiliar skill. Siegfried thinks his shoulder hurts badly, while Raptor mocks that Siegfried overextended himself. Raptor claims that however Siegfried obtained such a high-level skill, a low-level user like him must pay a price. Siegfried is stunned to see Raptor channel mana into his sword, forming a deadly aura. Raptor summons a demonic azure-like power, saying he is sick of this fight. With bloodshot eyes, he orders Siegfried to die already. Raptor activates his ultimate skill Azura, filling the battlefield with lethal red slashes converging on Siegfried. Siegfried looks alarmed as the attack closes in. The Azura slashes obliterate the ground in a huge explosion. In a training flashback, Siegfried collapses and begs his stern master to stop before he dies. The old master chastises him, saying talentless people must work harder if they want to become the strongest. Gasping, Siegfried addresses his master once more. He timidly asks if he truly has no talent, prompting the master to question what he means. Siegfried admits he doubts he can become the strongest with just this harsh training. He insists he trusts the teachings but suggests the master might be better off with a more gifted disciple. The master tells him to look at him. Without warning, the master slams a fist towards Siegfried at blinding speed. The blow tears up the ground near them, astonishing Siegfried. As dust settles, Siegfried stands shaken and speechless. He yells whether his master is trying to kill him, but the master says he is actually talking about Siegfried's eyes. The master explains that although Siegfried is otherwise trash, his eyes are worth saving. Siegfried naively asks if that just means he has good eyesight. The master flicks his forehead painfully and says he meant something else. He clarifies that he admires Siegfried's fearless gaze and keen observation when facing strong foes. The master points out Siegfried watched that devastating punch without even turning his head, even if his body could not react. He then notes such good eyes are useless if Siegfried's body cannot keep up. The master orders him to stop whining and restart training from the beginning after breaking the practice rock. Back in the present, Siegfried thinks to himself. He recalls that compared with his master's fists, Raptor's speed is nothing and resolves to sharpen his senses. Remembering not to waste his master's teachings, he braces as red light descends. Siegfried dashes through the Azura lattice with precise footwork. He sprints along the crisscrossing red beams of the Azura field. Moving like a blur, he weaves through the deadly grid straight toward Raptor. Siegfried reaches Raptor and smashes him with a powerful aerial kick or strike. A battered raptor cannot believe Siegfried dodged every Azura hit, and wonders how strong his body is. Siegfried, now reading Raptor clearly, remarks that Raptor actually seems slow. He slams Raptor from above, driving him violently into the ground. As Raptor screams and bleeds, Siegfried coldly bids him farewell. Siegfried follows up by calling Raptor a so-called genius orator, mocking his prior trash talk. The system announces that only one participant remains in the survival battle. Another notification declares that Siegfried has officially won the survival battle. Raptor's account receives the death notification that his character has been deleted. In the real world, spectators spam chat laughing at Raptor's loss while he sits trembling in his gaming chair. He grits his teeth enraged beneath his visor. He rips off the VR device and hurls it, screaming in frustration. On his knees, Raptor screams about how hard he worked to reach this level and cannot accept losing to someone like Siegfried. He breaks down crying and vows furiously that he will kill Siegfried. The scene shifts to city skyscrapers at sunset, setting up the aftermath. In-game, a notification shows only one participant left and proclaims Siegfried the winner of the first survival battle. Siegfried admits to himself the fight was extremely difficult, and that he might have lost if Raptor were at full strength. A system message states BJ Raptor has died and drops his most valuable item, which appears before Siegfried. Siegfried recognizes the dropped necklace as the mythic-grade item he once saw Raptor flaunt. The interface identifies it as a mythic soul separation device necklace. Kneeling in the snow, Siegfried laughs in disbelief that such a treasure has fallen into his hands. He muses that the necklace is probably worth as much as an entire Gangnam building and debates whether to use it. A blimp approaches overhead as Siegfried waits for post-battle proceedings. The airship lands near him in the snowy field. A red carpet unfurls from the blimp's interior. Armored Imperial guards march down the carpet in formation. A robed noble steps out to face Siegfried, flanked by spearmen. The noble addresses Siegfried, confirming he is the final winner. Introducing himself as Baron Nidalberg, envoy of Emperor Stuttgart von Posterior of the Maurician Empire, he presents a scroll. The Baron formally congratulates Siegfried on his victory, and Siegfried thanks him. The Baron prepares to read the Imperial decree and asks Siegfried to listen closely. As the decree begins in the Emperor's name, Siegfried reflects that the battle is truly over. He realizes he has unexpectedly won the survival competition he entered. He thinks that his survival was largely thanks to Cheon Woojin's help and wonders why Woojin is so generous to him. Siegfried half-jokes to himself that Woojin might even harbor strange feelings for him, shivering as Baron notices his discomfort. Siegfried awkwardly blames his reaction on the cold. The Baron chuckles that Siegfried seems to be relaxing and urges him to endure the ceremony a bit longer. The decree announces that the Empire grants Siegfried dominion over the Proatan region. It further states his new name will be Siegfried van Prau, and the system updates his nickname accordingly. Golden light engulfs Siegfried as notifications grant him new titles: King of Survival, Ruler of Proatan, and King. Siegfried processes his new surname, and realizes it marks him as the ruler of the Proatan region. The Baron explains that Siegfried is now officially king of the Proatan kingdom, while Siegfried admits he feels embarrassed by the sudden status. The Baron reassures him he just needs time to adjust, then mentions there is one more matter to address. He quietly advises Siegfried to keep this royal favor to himself to avoid questioning the Emperor's authority and the tournament's fairness. He realizes the tournament organizers already know about his crash landing and answers them confidently. He notes with relief that the competition concluded without any problems. An official presents him with a royal award bestowed on Prince Prau. The award is revealed as the Elixir of Proof, a potion that removes and purifies the aura of self-destruction. Since he is immune to that aura and the item is awkward to sell, he thinks he has little personal use for the elixir. He decides to keep it anyway, assuming it might become useful someday. The narrative jumps to 3 days after the competition ends. At a construction site, a worker is scolded for working too slowly and promises to hurry. Co-workers argue about being hard on the struggling worker, noting his burden of paying for his mother's surgery, but insist everyone must still do their jobs. That worker receives a phone call at work and anxiously answers it. His supervisor complains about him taking calls during work hours. The supervisor prepares to reprimand him again. On the phone, the worker learns that an anonymous donor has provided a bone marrow donation for him. Overwhelmed, he asks who donated, is told it was anonymous, and tearfully expresses his gratitude. When the hospital asks when he can visit to fill out forms, he excitedly throws off his helmet and shouts that he will come immediately. His co-workers watch him run off and assume he is fleeing because they pushed him too hard. He sprints toward a car park, crying out for his mother as he runs. Inside a car, Wen asks Siegfried if he is satisfied now after helping the worker. Siegfried and Wen relax with banana milk, with Siegfried teasing Wen for living in a basement yet still helping a stranger, and noting that Wen was the one who researched the donation. Siegfried adds that he plans to move out of the basement soon, and Wen guesses his status has risen. Siegfried explains he obtained many valuable items in restricted areas and could have bought an even better place if he had had more time to farm. Wen complains that after helping so much he deserves a reward, reminding Siegfried that he has been suppressing his strength for months. Siegfried jokes that the banana milk is Wen's reward, leaving Wen speechless. Siegfried then sincerely says he owes Wen a lot, promises to repay him, and thanks him for enabling his victory. Wen brushes off the gratitude, telling him not to mention it. While driving past skyscrapers, Wen remembers something and says he has a question for Siegfried. He asks why Siegfried did not use his main debuff skills in the final battle against Raptor. Siegfried explains that debuffs stop working if the enemy leaves the skill area and that repeating the same tactic would not have worked. He adds that even if debuffs had worked, he did not want to use them on an opponent who was already exhausted. Changing topics, Siegfried wonders how the Genesis Guild will react to Raptor's death and imagines Chai Hyung-suk's expression. The scene shifts to Genesis headquarters, a great stone fortress. Inside, the Genesis executives sit tensely at a long table before their guild master. The guild master begins addressing them. He angrily confirms that Raptor, a top ranker, lost to a level 50 player. A subordinate apologizes, blaming Raptor's carelessness, but the master questions whether a level 198 could really die to a level 50 just from carelessness. The master reminds the subordinate that he was the one who pushed this project and corners him. When the subordinate nervously admits it, the guild master executes him on the spot in a bloody swing. The remaining executives identify Siegfried as the player who killed Raptor and ruined their plans. The guild master orders them to discover Siegfried's identity and residence. Revealed as Genesis Guild Master Desire, he commands them to act immediately. The story cuts back to the modern city as a new chapter of Siegfried's life begins. Movers deliver an expensive gaming capsule to Siegfried's new apartment, and he warns them to handle it carefully. The movers marvel that someone so young lives alone in such a nice place, and ask if he is in business. When they guess it might be cryptocurrency, he clarifies that his money comes from gaming. One mover recognizes the game BMW from his son's habits, and jokes about making the boy a pro gamer, to which Siegfried responds lightly. After confirming he has already sent the remaining payment, Siegfried bids the movers farewell and they invite him to call again if he needs help. Alone in his new home, Siegfried sighs in relief. He smiles, thinking that at last things are coming together. He exults that his social status is finally rising. Looking around the luxurious apartment, he reflects that living somewhere like this would have been unthinkable only months ago. He narrates that joining Battle Survival was pure chance. However, the rare items and prize money from the tournament let him clear his debts and buy this new home. Gazing out the window, he thinks he owes much to the NPC captain who helped him. With the big problem solved, he decides it is time to search for Herbert's legacy. He firmly states his next goal is to obtain Herbert's legacy. The scene shifts to a deserted island south of the Nurbert continent, where a bright day begins. On the island, Hamchi lounges on a leaf in the sea, blissfully claiming to be truly relaxed. Hamchi threatens to leave if Siegfried does not come play soon. Siegfried, already on the shore, reminds Hamchi that they are not here to play. Hamchi complains that his master has no sense of romance while Siegfried wonders where Hamchi even got his flashy outfit. Siegfried notes that after much effort they have finally reached the island. At the mountain where Herbert's treasure should be, he feels that something about the area is off. As he walks inland, he notices there is no magic or monsters at all, which makes the silence eerie. Uneasy, he comments again on how unnaturally quiet it is. Suddenly his inventory interface activates on its own, startling him. A glowing compass-like magic circle erupts, lifting a blue crystal map item into the air around him. Hamchi shouts that the treasure map is flying into the sky. The map transforms into a golden scroll of light. The glowing scroll shoots off through the forest as if guiding them, and Siegfried wonders if they are meant to follow it. Siegfried decides to chase it, and tells Hamchi to hold on tight. He dashes after it at high speed with Hamchi screaming behind him. Hamchi yells that he knew something like this would happen as they leap between rocks in pursuit. They hurtle through the forest, trailing the streak of golden light. The light dives into the entrance of a dark cave. Seeing this, Siegfried concludes that Herbert's legacy must lie inside that cave, while Hamchi melodramatically claims he is going to die. Sensing faint magic from within, Siegfried judges that the cave feels suspicious. He tells Hamchi to wait at the entrance while he explores, and Hamchi nervously agrees to guard the doorway. Deeper inside, Siegfried advances cautiously with his mace, suddenly sensing something. He steps onto a particular spot and realizes he has found what he was seeking. In a hidden chamber he discovers a glowing pillar identified as Herbert's legacy. The magic he felt earlier intensifies as the legacy activates, lighting the chamber's torches. A mystical item called Staff of the Gods appears, described as a mythic necklace modeled after the Lord of Chaos. Its special ability, God's Punishment, allows the staff to fly into orbit and then crash down on a chosen area with an enormous blast radius, though it can only be used once a year. Siegfried is stunned, likening the weapon's destructive power to a nuclear bomb. He then complains about the 1-year cooldown time. Finding the simple, brutal skill odd, he remarks that it feels unlike Herbert's usual style. He decides to take the staff anyway and grips it, triggering a surge of lightning. System messages announce that he has acquired the Staff of the Gods, that it recognizes his potential, and that it is now bound to him. Transported to a crimson realm full of bones and chains, he wonders what this place is. He realizes he is inside some sort of dungeon. A voice laughs behind him, asking if he is the brat who will inherit its legacy, as a hulking figure appears. Siegfried demands to know who the stranger is and where they are. The figure explains this is an illusionary memory embedded in the Staff of the Gods. Siegfried deduces the speaker's identity, and the figure confirms it. The orc introduces himself as Herbert, the blacksmith of death. Siegfried remarks that he expected a dwarf smith and is surprised Herbert is an orc, while Herbert angrily rejects comparison to dwarves. Herbert boasts he far surpasses dwarves, and Siegfried dryly notes that Herbert is shorter than he imagined. Herbert warmly welcomes the one who will inherit his legacy, but Siegfried says he only came to obtain Herbert's greatest masterpiece. Herbert admits the masterpiece, the staff, is incomplete and that he himself is already dead. He says Siegfried must finish the staff and fulfill his last wish, leaving Siegfried bewildered. Siegfried explodes in anger that, after all his trouble, the staff is incomplete. He laments that his mentor Shikiro spent his life searching for this legendary legacy only for it to be unfinished. Siegfried glares silently, stealing his reaction. He then lashes out physically, prompting Herbert to shout at him to stop. Herbert yells that he made Siegfried the staff's owner and demands he treat the masterpiece with respect. Siegfried retorts that the staff now belongs to him anyway and questions what the problem is. A notification confirms that Siegfried is indeed the registered owner of the Staff of the Gods, which he points out smugly. Herbert, furious, shouts that Siegfried is no longer worthy to wield it and forbids him from discarding it. When Siegfried teasingly threatens to throw it away, Herbert panics and begs him to calm down, insisting the staff hates being sullied. Siegfried suggests they not make things uncomfortable between them, and Herbert reluctantly agrees. With tensions eased, Siegfried asks how he is supposed to complete the staff. Herbert says that to complete it, Siegfried must first listen to his long-ago story. Herbert recounts that he once sought to create the ultimate weapon of death and conceived the Staff of God's punishment as a manifestation of the Lord of Chaos's power. Impatient, Siegfried interrupts that he does not care about the backstory and just wants to know how to finish the staff. Herbert backs down, saying he understands and telling Siegfried to calm down. Herbert then conjures and hands over a glowing document. Siegfried sees it as Herbert's blueprint, a recipe for creating the ultimate weapon of death. Herbert warns that even with a blueprint only a Grand Master-level blacksmith could craft such a weapon. He explains that every era usually has at least one blacksmith of that level, so Siegfried should be able to find someone eventually. Herbert notes that the real problem lies elsewhere and tells Siegfried to read the next chapter of the blueprint. Siegfried reacts in shock to what he sees. The ingredient list reveals absurdly rare components, leading Siegfried to howl that collecting them all is impossible. Herbert admits the materials are indeed very difficult to obtain, while Siegfried argues that the task is not just hard but unreasonable. Siegfried apologizes and says he must give up on completing the staff because it is realistically impossible. Herbert sadly concedes that the request is too much. Regretting his own procrastination, Herbert laments that he started too late and died before finishing his dream. Siegfried bluntly asks why Herbert died so quickly in the first place. Herbert complains that Siegfried should at least pretend to sympathize, but Siegfried coldly replies that he is a thinking type. Siegfried then softens, telling Herbert not to be too discouraged and that it is strange for a legendary blacksmith to despair so much. When Herbert asks if Siegfried will still try to complete the weapon, Siegfried answers that it is impossible for now and may take a lifetime to gather the materials. He adds that he plans to keep growing stronger. He reasons that once he is stronger he might someday find the chance to acquire those materials. He asks Herbert to wait patiently and suggests that, with nothing else to do, Herbert pick up a hobby. Herbert laughs at receiving advice from a rookie and thanks Siegfried, now acknowledging him as the staff's owner. Herbert tosses Siegfried another gift. The item is revealed as a potion of rampage that hugely boosts experience gain for a week but punishes insufficient growth with a level loss. Herbert explains that the nameplate attached to the potion is his, and that showing it at the Bimerian workshop grants a 50% discount on artifacts. Siegfried muses that such a steep discount is very attractive. Herbert expresses his hope that Siegfried will grow powerful quickly and one day fulfill his dream. Siegfried promises to try, thanks Herbert, and accepts the potion. Outside the cave, Hamchi yawns in boredom, wondering when his master will return. Siegfried finally emerges, asking if Hamchi waited long and receiving a grumbling reply. Hamchi asks if he obtained Herbert's final masterpiece. Siegfried says he did but that it is unfinished. Deciding his immediate priorities are settled, Siegfried proposes they focus on leveling up again, though Hamchi complains that hunting is boring. Just then, Siegfried notices a new system notification pop up. He remembers there was still another unresolved matter to deal with. The notification states that the citizens of Proatan Kingdom are waiting for him. Another message urges him to visit Proatan Kingdom now and assume the role of its new king. The scene shifts to Siegfried walking along a forest path toward the distant Prao Kingdom in the Proatan region. Hamchi, looking around skeptically, declares that there is no gateway here. Siegfried fumes that instead of leveling up he now has to rule a kingdom, and worries who will repay his lost experience. Angry at the filthy village, he vents while Hamchi tells him to calm down or his bad mood will spread. He explodes, complaining that after the survival battle and posthumous quest he has wasted too much time to not be annoyed. Hamchi argues that ruling the kingdom well could bring good rewards and that becoming a king is wonderful. Siegfried says no one mentioned rewards and that he never wanted to be a king anyway. He recalls that anything involving kingdoms and BNW is troublesome, so he intended to ignore this one and only harvest benefits later. Notifications keep nagging him, so he yells at the alarm that he is already heading to the kingdom. He sighs, asking Hamchi if even he has no idea what is really going on. Siegfried thinks back to how the emperor gave away an entire kingdom as a prize and wonders what hidden purpose lies behind such a reward. Distracted, he notices Hamchi staring and asks what the hamster is looking at. He teases Hamchi about gaining weight and says the hamster should start walking on his own instead of being carried. To Hamchi's horror, a sudden scream rings out, catching Siegfried and Hamchi's attention. Hamchi identifies it as a beautiful woman in danger nearby, prompting Siegfried to question the scream. Siegfried finds such screams near the kingdom suspicious, while Hanji urges him to move out. Elsewhere, two thugs talk about selling a captive girl for a lot of gold. The frightened elf girl begs someone to save her. One thug says they will not kill such a valuable captive, calling her an A-grade asset. He orders her to stop resisting and follow quietly, hitting her as she cries out. The thugs mock her screams, confident no one will rescue her in this remote place. Siegfried activates the skill Quick Draw, readying his weapon. He dashes toward the bandits with a powerful swing while they remain unaware. His attack lands like a lightning strike between them, shaking the ground. A system message announces that the bandit called Darimdong Iron Axe has been killed, as Siegfried roars. The remaining bandit is shocked that his partner died from a single blow. Furious, that bandit charges Siegfried, demanding to know who he is. Siegfried casually calls them pathetic criminals who commit in-game atrocities. Smiling coldly, he says they all need to be taught a lesson. The bandit realizes Siegfried is a professional-level fighter and asks who he works for. Siegfried begins to explain his affiliation, but Hanji loudly proclaims him the landowner. Siegfried likes the title landowner, and Hanji boasts about his naming sense. Natasha, still on the ground, repeats the surprising word landowner in confusion. The bandit suddenly recognizes Siegfried as the one who defeated Raptor in the survival battle. Siegfried smashes a helmet into the man's face, making him cry out. Hovering over him, Siegfried says that recognizing him is pointless because it is already too late. He then drives a punch into the bandit's face, knocking him out. The system declares Marmat Fist dead, and Siegfried notes even small fry now know his reputation, which will be tiring. Approaching Natasha, he confirms all enemies are down, and she thanks him for saving her. Siegfried scolds Hanji for doing nothing, while Hanji insists he was watching over the elf girl. The elf introduces herself as Natasha, a forest-dwelling elf, and politely asks for his name. He introduces himself as Siegfried van Prau and calls Hanji his companion. Natasha realizes Prau is the surname of this territory's ruler and confirms that he truly owns the land. He awkwardly agrees. She explains that no human king has ruled here for 200 years, shocking Siegfried. Natasha adds that abductions like hers are common and many elves have already been captured, and that the region is riddled with problems. Siegfried listens in silence, thinking. He offers to escort Natasha home and hear the full story, despite her saying it is not necessary. He says he wants to understand what is happening in this land. As they walk, Natasha eventually says she will go the rest of the way alone, though he offers to continue with her. She smiles and says her village is close and safe now, which relieves him. She then asks Siegfried to lend her his hand for a moment. Natasha clasps his hand, preparing to give him something. Siegfried is surprised and asks what she is doing. She places a ring in his palm, explaining it is her late mother's keepsake and asking him to accept it. Its stats show it restores the wearer's health once when near death. Siegfried is taken aback by the precious gift and protests that as an otherworld adventurer he revives after death. He insists that Natasha has only one life and that the ring, as her mother's keepsake, should stay with her. Natasha recalls her mother's advice to repay any favor double. She says Siegfried has already saved her life and begs him to accept it as her sincere gratitude. He finally agrees and prepares to leave. Natasha thanks him for coming to save their land and wishes him a future full of hope and glory. She waves goodbye while Hanji cheerfully returns the farewell. Siegfried admits he feels uncomfortable after receiving such a heavy token. He reflects that Sunger's ring and now Natasha's maternal love flower ring mean he has somehow collected a full filial child ring set. Hanji asks what he will do next, noting Natasha described the country as ruined. Siegfried acknowledges the land has more issues than he expected. He thinks about how, beyond dangerous monsters and dungeons, many other threats plague this area. He recalls the elf hunters and invading barbarian tribes adding to the chaos. Hanji also mentions rumors of a nearby vampire lord demanding human tributes. Siegfried concludes the imperial government knowingly abandoned this unmanageable region to him instead of rewarding him. Hanji says there must be a reason the throne was vacant for 200 years and predicts endless trouble in the kingdom. Siegfried silently contemplates this gloomy prospect. Hanji suggests looking at it from another angle, catching Siegfried's attention. Siegfried reasons that since Natasha gave him her most precious item, the eventual rewards for dealing with Prau's hardships might be just as great. Hanji agrees, convinced there will definitely be compensation. Standing before the distant castle, Siegfried says he has made up his mind. He resolves to conduct himself like a proper king, which excites Hanji. The scene shifts to Proaten region's Cassine Castle, seat of the Kingdom of Prau. At the gate, a bored guard complains about how slowly time passes. The two gate guards chat about their boredom, with one asking for interesting stories. They remark that no one ever comes by and consider taking a nap since it is so quiet. One guard suddenly notices something approaching in the distance. Siegfried and Hanji walk toward the castle, and he wonders if someone is coming out to meet them. The guards block his way, demanding he identify himself as he approaches. Siegfried remarks that everyone must be having a hard time and introduces himself as the newly appointed king. The guards doubt their ears, questioning whether he really said king. Siegfried confirms he is the new king of Prau. He states his full name, Siegfried van Prau, while the guards stare. The two guards are speechless for a moment before starting to snicker. They burst into mocking laughter, clutching their stomachs. Between laughs they call him crazy, saying he looks shabby and pathetic. Hanji angrily calls them uncouth brutes and insists that even if his master looks like a beggar he is a legitimate king, while Siegfried feels slightly insulted. The guards mock Hamji as a fat rat trying to be cute and deride his squeaky speech. Hamji is deeply offended at being called a fat rat. Siegfried calmly states that, unbelievable as it sounds, he really won a tournament and received this kingdom as a prize from the emperor. He tells them to verify a royal decree and appointment letter, tossing the scroll toward them. The guards claim they cannot read it well from afar and jokingly say he should not behave this way. They unroll the scroll to read it properly. One guard suddenly realizes something about the document shocks him. He exclaims that it truly is an imperial decree from the emperor and seems ready to apologize. But then he mockingly asks if Siegfried thought they would apologize, clearly ripping the document instead. The guard tells Siegfried his scam failed and asks if he knows whom they hate most. He declares that they hate the emperor more than anyone. They explain they have heard nothing from their superiors and refuse to recognize either the emperor or Siegfried, ordering him to leave while they are still being nice. Siegfried notes that communication has completely failed and the atmosphere has turned tense. He sternly orders them to bring their superior officers before him while he is still willing to be nice. The guards ignore him and charge, shouting insults and telling him to get lost. Siegfried swiftly dodges and moves into strike. He smashes one guard in the face while the other lunges, calling him stupid. Siegfried grabs a spear mid-attack. He activates the lightning spear skill and surges forward with an electrified thrust. The lightning blast obliterates the gate, sending debris and guards flying. A surviving guard trembles, realizing Siegfried did not want to hurt his own people. Siegfried says they left him no choice, standing amid lightning and fallen soldiers. With a fierce grin, he wonders aloud if he should clean up this rotten kingdom a bit. Many guards are flung into the air or lie scattered around from his earlier attacks. More soldiers rush in shouting to arrest the intruder. They surround Siegfried and coordinate attacks on what they think are his blind spots. Siegfried easily counters them and mocks how pathetic proud soldiers are, saying it explains the kingdom's condition. Inside, an officer with red hair complains that Siegfried is driving them crazy. He recognizes Siegfried as an otherworld adventurer and wonders why someone like that is assaulting their castle and whether they angered him. A subordinate begs Lord Ronan for orders, fearing they will be annihilated at this rate. Ronan snaps and orders them to kill Siegfried by any means necessary. The soldiers swarm Siegfried again as he stands alone in the courtyard. Siegfried notes the soldiers' morale has suddenly gone up for no obvious reason. Considering ending it quickly, he thinks about wiping them all out with a mass debuff. Before he can act, a blonde knight bursts onto the scene wreathed in blue energy. The newcomer unleashes a massive sweeping attack that sends guards flying and nearly hits Siegfried. Siegfried realizes that powerful strike was dangerous. He sees the armored woman and wonders if she is the leader. She accuses him of attacking the kingdom of Prau. An information window identifies her as Oscar, a level 101 NPC and deputy commander of Prau's forces. Oscar steps forward, demanding how he dares assault their kingdom. She asks if he is prepared to face the consequences of his actions while power flares around her. Siegfried notes her killing intent and that she is clearly above ordinary soldiers. He is tempted to fight her, debating whether to clear up the misunderstanding or battle first. Hamji interrupts, shouting that they are actually the victims in this situation. Hamji points out that the guards struck first and now are playing the victims. Oscar, flustered by Hamji, realizes the creature is a hamster and reacts with unexpected fascination. Ronan yells at Oscar not to believe a monster's lies. Ronan insists Siegfried broke through the gate and attacked first, loudly labeling him an intruder, while Siegfried contemplates killing him. Siegfried counters that it is all a misunderstanding, explaining he was appointed king of Prau and that the guards mocked and attacked him when he tried to prove it. He adds that everything he did was self-defense, and Hamji emphatically backs up this claim. Oscar calls the story exaggerated and says that if it is true he should have an imperial appointment letter. Siegfried replies he did have one until the foolish guards tore it apart. The two battered guards groan on the ground, evidence of the earlier clash. Oscar decides to use communication magic to verify his story, despite Ronan's protests. She grips her sword while saying, however, signaling she still has doubts. Oscar warns that if he is lying she will behead him without mercy as she raises her blade. Smiling, Siegfried tells her to do as she wishes, since no one here trusts them anyway. Elsewhere in the castle, someone hears the commotion outside and wonders what is happening. Two officials walk down a corridor, one explaining that a crazy man is making trouble claiming to be the new king. The other is surprised he actually came. Asked if he knew about this, the lord admits a messenger from the capital informed him weeks ago. He casually says the matter seemed trivial, while his aide argues that if the claim is true it is extremely serious. The lord proposes flattering the newcomer, and then expelling or killing him, though he notes killing an otherworlder might be difficult, while his aide reminds him the emperor personally appointed the man. The aide named Batista is then sharply asked whom he is really serving at this moment. Batista hastily denies siding with someone the count calls a fool, insisting his loyalty is only to the count. Panting up the stairs, the count orders Batista to remember that Prau will never accept a new king. Reclining on his throne with a snack, the count declares who the true ruler of this place is. He smugly proclaims himself the sole king of Prau, revealed as Count Bourbon. With a sinister smile, Bourbon tells Batista to summon certain people that night. A blue-haired warrior is told there is a pest that must be eliminated. Armored Knight Osar kneels before the blue-haired lord and formally pledges service. Osar and the assembled soldiers kneel and loudly greet the blue-haired youth as their lord. Osar and a red-haired knight beg forgiveness for their earlier disrespect and accept any punishment. The blue-haired lord, with Hamji on his shoulder, remarks they should have trusted him from the start. Hamji complains that the soldiers who tried to kill them have suddenly become nauseatingly submissive, while the lord thinks something is wrong with the rodent. The lord downplays the incident as a mutual misunderstanding, while the soldiers effusively thank him for his mercy. The red-haired knight is overjoyed to be spared but hears there is still a condition attached. The lord imposes a humiliating punishment. The offending guards must dance in their underwear in the public square as repentance. The guards scream in horror at the order. Hamji adds that the curly-haired officer who ordered their deaths must dance too, with the count at the center. The guards are shown mortified, forced to dance in skimpy outfits while their commander wails in despair. As the guards continue their ordeal, the princess decides matters are settled and asks to be escorted inside. Walking through the castle, the lord asks who currently governs Prao and hears about Count Bourbon. He asks where Bourbon is, and Osar offers to guide him to the count's likely location inside the castle. The lord notes that Bourbon has not appeared during the chaos and assumes the man has comfortably ruled as king until now. Looking at the grand castle, he concludes Bourbon will not welcome an unexpected new ruler. On a bridge, Osar halts and nervously addresses the blue-haired lord. When he asks what is wrong, she says she has something important she needs to tell him. Before she can, Bourbon rushes out theatrically welcoming the new Prao king. Bourbon warmly greets the young monarch, laughing and acting honored. The lord sarcastically asks Oskal if she keeps monsters in the castle, and Bourbon dryly notes he can hear every word. Bourbon formally introduces himself and Batista while the youth introduces himself as Siegfried von Prao and expresses willingness to cooperate. As they walk, Bourbon offers harsh punishment for the guards who offended Siegfried, promising personally to maim them as an example. Siegfried dismisses the need, saying the guards had understandable reasons and have already been suitably punished. He reassures Count Bourbon not to worry about the incident, while Hamji grumbles about the count. Bourbon feigns relief and admiration for Siegfried's supposed generosity. Bourbon invites Siegfried to enjoy a feast prepared in his honor while Hamji demands nuts and Bourbon protests being called a pig. Osar silently watches, conflicted. Under the night sky after the feast, Hamji groans about being full. In his guest room, Siegfried relaxes with documents while Hamji marvels at how long it has been since such a feast. Siegfried thinks a guest room is inadequate for a king, while Bourbon apologizes, saying the lord's chambers need preparation. Hamji wants to enjoy the soft bed, but Siegfried insists he still has work to do. He explains to Hamji that he is reading a report on the current state of the Proatan region. Studying the report, he realizes the situation is quite serious. The report describes Prao's terrain as extremely barren. It further notes the region's low population and poor infrastructure. It states that aside from Osar, there are almost no capable people in the territory. Siegfried concludes that the Prao kingdom is decaying from within. The report adds that Prao's people resent the emperor for knowing of this corruption yet doing nothing. One hopeful point is that 3 years of protective duty remain, so Prao is safe from external invasions for now. Even so, Siegfried reflects there is a mountain of urgent problems and resolves to clear nearby dungeons after his coronation. Suddenly sensing danger, he activates his quick draw skill. He and Osar clash at high speed, their blades and energy tearing through the room. Hamji panics, thinking an enemy has appeared, while Siegfried realizes who he is facing. He recognizes his attacker as Osar, who stands grimly with a wounded, bleeding hand. Siegfried stares in shock and starts to speak. Seeing her clearly, he calls her Sir Oscar, confirming her identity. Hamji frets that she might be targeting him, while Siegfried asks Osar why she has come to his room in the middle of the night. Osar kneels and apologizes for the secret visit, saying she has an urgent matter to discuss. Siegfried notices her badly bleeding hand and points it out. Hamji theatrically wonders who can treat such a wound, warning it will worsen if ignored. He then calls forth healing items with magic. Using his infinite bag, Hamji produces bandages and healing potions. While Osar bandages Siegfried's hand, Hamji tells them to report any wounds to him in future, and Siegfried thanks him. Siegfried comments on how severe Osar's hand injury is. Osar claims it is nothing for a knight, but winces in pain and Siegfried replies that even heroes feel wounds. As he finishes wrapping her hand, he asks what urgent issue prompted her secret nighttime visit. She hesitates, struggling to say what is on her mind. Osar finally asks if he truly intends to become king of Prao, confusing Siegfried. She explains that Prao cannot be ruled half-heartedly, and notes no one has successfully been king of this barren land for 2 centuries. If he is not serious, she respectfully urges him to leave Prao. Siegfried is taken aback, and Hamji apologizes for interrupting such a solemn conversation. Siegfried notices Osar unconsciously holding Hamji. Embarrassed, she lets go while Hamji boasts she has fallen for his charms. Osar says that as a knight she cannot normally speak so frankly to a king, but if Siegfried lacks resolve then. Siegfried rises and tells Sir Oscar he understands her worries. He assures her that this land now belongs to him, and he will not rule it half-heartedly. Looking out at the moon, he solemnly promises that sincerely. Osar asks if he really means what he says. Siegfried answers confidently that he does. She presses if there is truly no lie, and he says it goes without saying. She still seems uncertain, prompting his exasperated reaction. Siegfried complains she should believe him by now, while Hamji jokes that his master does not seem very trustworthy. Siegfried says that since she finally believes him, he will get to the main point. He names Count Verban as the problem they must address. Osar warns that Verbin is dangerous, and Hamji confirms she means the gluttonous pig from earlier. Siegfried admits he dislikes Verbin too but questions why Osar, his former subordinate, is warning a stranger about him. Osar looks distraught under the question. She explains she has distrusted Verbin from the start, and that her loyalty is to proud territory, not to him. She adds that Verbin is not worthy of absolute loyalty. She details his crimes, extorting the people with heavy taxes and more. She reveals he is also colluding with adventurers to traffic elves. Osar recounts Verbin's background as a corrupt yet capable central official who was exiled to Prau. His misdeeds worsened until the central government expelled him, after which he sought to rebuild power in Prau. To do so, he made deals with elf hunters. In exchange for them clearing monsters near Cassine Castle, he ignored their elf hunts. More recently, under the guise of security costs, he began funneling tax money to the elf hunters. Worse, claiming to be suppressing vampires, he has been sacrificing 10 locals each month to a vampire lord. Siegfried and Hamji conclude that Verbin, allied with elf hunters and a vampire lord, is more vile than expected. Osar agrees and insists their first priority must be dealing with Verbin, the source of all this evil. Siegfried objects that openly punishing Verbin is difficult because public opinion of the Count remains relatively favorable. He argues that punishing Verbin would provoke backlash, then challenges whether Osar really believes public safety is thanks to Verbin. He is especially enraged by the idea of people being sacrificed alive to the vampire lord. Siegfried interprets Osar's plan as suggesting gradual resistance instead of immediate action. He counters that he is someone who acts first and thinks later, so they must decide what to do. He reminds himself he already made a promise. That promise, from an elf woman, was to save this land. Determined, he puts on his special ring and declares it is time to move. Osar looks on in surprise as he prepares to act. Siegfried, with Hamji on his shoulder, says they have a pig to catch. Elsewhere, Verbin feasts with elf hunters and angrily asks how much more money they want. Their leader from the Celestial Peaks Guild demands an extra 5,000 gold. Verbin complains they do not have spare funds and accuses them of overstepping after a good run. The hunters argue that overthrowing the king is difficult and deserves higher pay. One remarks that 5,000 gold is already cheap for regicide. Verbin grows uncomfortable with their pressure. Just as he reluctantly agrees to the demand, a huge impact rocks the doors. Startled, Verbin shouts for Batista and demands to know what is happening outside. The doors crack again from repeated blows. Verbin nervously calls Batista's name, awaiting a response. From outside, Siegfried curses how sturdy the doors are. He then kicks through while dragging a battered Batista into the room. Smiling, Siegfried mocks Verbin for eating again after their earlier feast. Verbin panics at the sudden appearance of his new king. Siegfried explains that Batista repeatedly tried to block the door, praising his misplaced loyalty as the knight, half-conscious, urges the Count to flee. Verbin, sweating, babbles that he can explain everything as Siegfried invites him to do so. With a dark look, Siegfried suggests they have a serious talk. Standing on Batista's head, he notes how conveniently they have caught Verbin red-handed. Advancing over Batista's prone body, he again proposes they talk. Verbin begs to explain while Siegfried coolly agrees and tells him to go ahead. Siegfried then questions why Verbin is secretly meeting elf hunters in the king's own castle. Verbin nervously laughs, pretending they are just old friends having a reunion. But the hunter leader snaps that everyone already knows the truth. The hunter leader, eyeing Siegfried, asks Verbin if that youth is truly the new king. Siegfried ominously repeats the insult that the king is just a brat. He orders the hunters to shut up and respect that the adults are talking. The guild leader shouts that Siegfried must be crazy. Siegfried promptly smashes him in the face with a powerful blow. The man is blasted across the hall. To his companion's horror, Siegfried then summons Verbin to come closer. With a chilling grin and glowing eyes, he urges the Count to comply. Verbin, terrified, asks if they can keep their distance, but Siegfried insists people must speak face to face. Forcing a laugh, Verbin claims he is fine with that. Siegfried clicks his tongue and hints that if Verbin refuses, he will approach instead. He then hurtles forward in a blur, slamming into Verbin with overwhelming force. The impact crushes Verbin's face as Siegfried's attack lands. Verbin screams in agony. Siegfried pronounces sentence. Count Verbin is condemned to death. He lists the charges as oppression, bribery, corruption, and sacrificing his people as living offerings. Siegfried coldly calls him naive for thinking such crimes defensible. He warns Verbin not to act righteous when he knows nothing. Verbin insists the sacrifices were necessary to keep the cursed lands safe and that peace requires such offerings. One elf hunter yells that Siegfried, a mere outsider adventurer, does not understand this world's harsh realities. Verbin, desperate, asks if he is really wrong. He curses Siegfried and lunges in rage, only to be overpowered again. Bloodied but composed, Siegfried muses that Verbin calls it sacrificing a few for the greater good and repeats the phrase with chilling disdain. The protagonist grabs Count Verbin's head and tells him not to worry. Determined, the protagonist vows to protect everything without letting anyone be sacrificed. Cloaked in power, he tells Verbin to watch and learn in hell as the Count begs for time. He unleashes a massive blue strike downward. Oscar runs past Verbin's corpse, urgently calling out to the king. Oscar looks up, shocked by what she sees. Seeing the aftermath, she realizes the king has finally done it. The hamster reassures Oscar that the seemingly reckless king always has a plan. Internally panicking, the hamster admits it has no idea what the king's plan is. It nervously says to trust the king anyway, insisting he keeps his word. Oscar privately finds that claim even harder to believe. She decides there is no time for hesitation anymore. Watching the king, she thinks he trusted her and executed the count instantly, so she must show equal faith. The king recalls advice to frame his injuries as self-defense while preparing another move. Oscar leaps in front of him, attacking enemies while shouting to protect his majesty. Landing from her kick, she apologizes to the king for arriving late. The king jokes about her powerful kicks, and Oscar apologizes for coming without a sword. The king conjures a great sword, asks if she can wield it, and offers it to her. He tells Oscar there is no time to proceed slowly anymore. Smiling, Oscar agrees to follow his lead. The king says they will start by clearing out the filthy intruders running through his home. Oscar grips the greatsword's hilt. Declaring her loyalty, Oscar promises to follow the king's commands. The enemy leader orders his men to kill them. Oscar gathers mana around her and the great sword, readying a technique. She focuses intensely, eyes sharpening. Oscar's sword technique slashes through the charging enemies in a blinding flurry. The two attackers suddenly find themselves bound by glowing lines, confused. Their screams echo as Oscar calmly finishes them off. The king marvels at Oscar's incredible speed with a great sword and thinks she may surpass him in swordsmanship. He is suddenly alerted by something off-screen. He shouts a warning for Oscar to look behind her. A huge stone monster drops toward Oscar, who lies momentarily vulnerable on the ground. Oscar is blown back by the impact, crying out in pain. The stone monster crashes down, shattering the floor. A summoner appears with the giant monster, complaining that they killed his money maker and many subordinates. Introducing himself as Chanbong, a high-level summoner and master of demons, he decides to kill everyone present. Sensing Chanbong's power, Oscar judges him far stronger than the previous foes and begs the king to step back so she can handle him. The king refuses, declaring he will take care of this trash personally. He turns to Oscar and formally orders her to stay still. Chanbong mocks the low-level king for acting tough despite being weaker than his own knight. The king retorts that Chanbong should wipe his bloody nose before bragging about being high-level, revealing himself as level 50. Chanbong snarls that the king's arrogance will cost him more than a nosebleed. He commands his summoned monster, Sapal, to crush them. The massive stone monster charges, roaring toward the king. From the king's perspective, Sapal rushes him as he calmly raises his hand. The king activates a ring's power, surrounding himself with ominous purple energy. A system window explains his skill's Scorn of the Strong, which boosts damage to higher-level foes while reducing damage taken. The interface shows the monster as level 85 and the king as level 50, emphasizing the level gap his skill will exploit. The king strikes, and a colossal blue blast obliterates the monster in one blow. Chanbong stares in disbelief at his fallen monster, stunned it was destroyed instantly. Horrified, he cannot accept that a supposedly low-level opponent defeated his level 85 summon. The king, eyes glowing, asks if it is finally his turn to act. Chanbong shrieks in shock at the turn of events. His terrified screams echo across the castle exterior. The narration introduces players as adventurers from another world, marked by glowing runes. It explains that players possess the rune of transcendence, allowing them to sense a target's power scale even though NPCs cannot see levels. Because of this hidden system, Oscar's instincts about the king's strength kept conflicting with what she perceived. She thinks the high-level adventurer should have been stronger than the king, and cannot fathom how the king won in one hit. Looking at Chanbong's dissolving body, she questions whether her senses are completely wrong. She wonders if the king's power is so overwhelming that it fools her perception. The king asks if Oscar is alright, noticing her dazed state. Flustered, Oscar insists she is fine, but the king doubts it. When she asks what he means, he points out her bleeding arm and tells her to look. Oscar realizes the wound reopened from the earlier impact as the king inspects it. She insists it is nothing, while the hamster blames the king for not protecting her properly and urges treatment. Oscar insists it is her duty to protect him and apologizes for causing him trouble. As she offers to check for more enemies outside, the king instead asks her to convene an emergency meeting immediately. Surprised, Oscar confirms he wants the meeting right now. He explains they have already made a mess and must clean it up at once. The scene shifts to the king's hall of Cassine Castle, where nobles are gathering. Some nobles grumble about being summoned to an emergency meeting in the middle of the night so soon after the new king's coronation. Others speculate that the young adventurer king is just trying to establish discipline and must be thrilled by his sudden rise. They decide to smooth things over but note that Count Verban is curiously absent. The great doors to the hall swing open. The herald announces the arrival of His Majesty Siegfried von Prau as he enters with Oscar. The assembled nobles react with shock. The king strides in, bloodstained but composed, with Oscar following behind. He walks slowly up the red carpet, while everyone watches in silence. Whispering nobles point out the blood on him and nervously wonder if he is a tyrant. The king closes his eyes, recalling past teachings. A memory of his master begins, telling him to remember the most basic principle. The master teaches that true strength shows in one's walk, proud posture, taut body, and confident stride. He further explains that a strong person has fierce yet composed eyes. The master asks if the disciple understands this lesson. Applying that teaching, the king steps forward with firm determination. A system notification appears, giving him the special quest Sit on the Throne. The quest details say only rulers can accept it, and that sitting on the throne will grant the strengthened title Ruler of Proaton. He wonders if this sudden quest is tied to his existing Ruler of Proaton title. The interface shows that title as legendary but currently without extra options. He walks toward the throne, hoping the new options will be worthwhile. He sits on the throne. The quest instantly completes. Another notification triggers the activation of Force of the Lord, a powerful title effect. The system announces that additional abilities have been added to Ruler of Proatan. The updated title now grants massive stat boosts, experience bonuses, and bonus levels while he remains in Proatan. It also provides steady automatic level increases over time. Overwhelmed, he marvels that the options are absurdly strong, like leveling up just by breathing. A warning explains that Force of the Lord can cause body overload. As red lightning engulfs him on the throne, he worries that overload might literally mean enduring the painful weight of the crown. His fears prove true as he screams in agony under the surging power. System messages show him rapidly gaining levels 51 and 52. Writhing, he curses the Hive system for granting power in such a painful way. More notifications mark levels 53 and 54 gained. Gritting his teeth, he resolves to accept this suffering if it is the weight of the crown. The level gains continue up to levels 55 and 56. He reminds himself that this pain is nothing compared with the brutal training he endured in his master's lake of purification. He roars that it is nothing, enduring the storm of power. The levels keep climbing to 57, 58, and 59. The hall witnesses a final surge as he reaches level 60. The nobles and Oscar stare in shock while the hamster watches like a spectator with snacks. When the light clears, the king stands transformed and shirtless, wreathed in red power with a crown-shaped aura. He notes, he feels vastly more energetic, almost bursting with power. A notification tells him that new skills have become available. He guesses he unlocked a skill at level 60 and decides to inspect it. Wondering if it is another debuff ability, he recognizes the named Force of the Lord on the skill window. The crowd buzzes in disbelief, some nobles awestruck to witness the legendary Force of the Lord with their own eyes. The king privately wonders if that power is really such a big deal. He asks Oscar to explain Force of the Lord, and she describes it as an ancient land-inscribed spell said to empower rulers of harsh territories. The narration adds that this spell has not been cast in the last 200 years. Oscar concludes that Prau itself has acknowledged him as the vessel of the Lord. She and the hamster congratulate him as the true ruler of Prau and suggest celebrating. Embarrassed but pleased, the king admits being called the true ruler does not feel bad. The hamster tosses him clothes, telling him to cover up because he looks terrible half naked. The court historian, moved, vows to record this arrival of a true ruler as a historic moment. He writes flowery lines about the Force of the Lord and the king of Prau in the official annals. The narration states that as the king sat on his throne, ancient power awakened and enveloped him, marking the beginning of the Prau dynasty's ascension. Dressed again, the king formally greets everyone. He introduces himself as Siegfried van Prau, the newly appointed king, and apologizes for summoning them so late. Eager nobles obsequiously insist they are honored and will come whenever he calls. The king notes that Force of the Lord seems effective, judging by their sparkling eyes, and begins his first announcement. He bluntly informs them that Count Verben, the former ruler of Prau, has been executed. He details Verben's crimes, abusing his position, collaborating with criminals, and sacrificing citizens to the vampire lord. When a noble objects that his methods are too extreme, the king rejects compromise and asks how long order can rest on exploitation and racial oppression. He concedes the transition may be difficult but says he refuses to let criminals roam free in his realm. He declares he will personally restore order and will not accept any opposition. With a chilling tone, he frames his directive as a royal order. He calls Oscar forward. He appoints her as commander-in-chief of his armed forces, and she solemnly accepts. He immediately issues her first command, a general mobilization of all troops to stand by. He sets deployment for 3 hours later and starts to reveal their objective. He finishes by stating their goal is to exterminate trash. The scene shifts to the Proatan region's mountain elf hunter fortress. Enslaved elves react in disbelief and fear to news that Verben is dead. One of the slavers reports to his boss that Mac Hun and all who entered the castle have been killed, possibly by Oscar. The Heavenly Peak Guild Master, Heavenly Dragon, angrily concludes Oscar must have sided with the new king and slain Verben. Hearing that suppliers demand more slaves, Heavenly Dragon orders the traitors to dispose of their current elves quickly. He then commands his men to gather skilled fighters so they can seize the proud territory now that Verben is gone. An explosion rips through the fortress walls, sending guards flying. The panicked slavers shout in confusion, wondering what is happening. The red-haired warrior is shocked by something unexpected. Amid screams, the elf hunters charge into chaotic battle against Prau soldiers. Commanders shout to kill the enemy and pierce the center as fighters clash and fall. On a hill, the king hears that their dawn surprise attack on the elf hunters' camp succeeded. Watching the camp burn, the king notes most players should be offline and confused by this sudden assault. The king comments that Prau's soldiers are performing better than expected, and his knight explains their harsh training and combat experience. The knight adds proudly that Prau's regular troops are far superior to those of other territories. The king privately thinks these same soldiers seemed weaker the last time he fought them. On the battlefield, a player rallies allies, reminding them they revive on death while the NPC enemies do not. He orders them to push using their powerful gear and higher stats as they tear through the weakened camp guards. Observing, the king jokes that Oscar's praise jinxed the soldiers while Oscar sighs that artifacts and growth differences are showing. Oscar offers to end the fight quickly himself, but the king decides to let the soldiers handle it. Oscar warns that casualties will still be heavy, yet the king says they just need to tip the battle so their side can utterly dominate. the king activates powerful debuff magic to create conditions for that domination. System effects Fate's End and Iron Weakness spread over the camp, steadily lowering the enemy's defenses, magic resistance, health, and mana. The red-haired leader and other players suddenly feel drained of strength mid-battle. A proud soldier warns comrades not to block attacks, since even one hit can now be fatal. A panicked player realizes they are under a damage over time debuff and urges everyone to retreat. Back on the hill, the king laments that if these foes were monsters he would have gained huge experience, while Oscar asks what skill he just used. The king says it is a technique inherited from his teacher that weakens all nearby enemies. He explains that under his debuffs the elf hunters are now far weaker than prow soldiers and can be beaten with minimal injury. Oscar praises the king's insight, and the king says he had a reason for stopping Oscar from joining the fray. A lookout urgently reports that the enemy commander has appeared. The red-haired heavenly dragon charges with his axe, unleashing a powerful blow. His attack carves a huge arc that flings soldiers away, forcing allies to shout a warning. Frightened prow soldiers marvel that he can blast them back with mere wind pressure and call him a monster. Heavenly Dragon rushes in and smashes a soldier aside with brutal speed. He slams 2 more soldiers into the ground in a devastating impact. A battered elf hunter laughs in relief that their leader has finally moved. The players cheer that Mango and Heavenly Dragon are attacking and boast that the NPCs are as good as dead. Heavenly Dragon breathes heavily, ready for more. He bellows at the unseen king of Prow, demanding he stop hiding behind debuffs and fight directly. From the cliff, the king and Oscar watch as Heavenly Dragon challenges them to a fair duel between leaders. Oscar identifies him and offers to take his head. The king, amused by the loud challenge, insists he cannot back down after being called out like that. He claims Heavenly Dragon as his own opponent and asks Oscar to handle Mango instead, enraging Heavenly Dragon. Oscar protests that protecting the king is his duty. The king reassures him that even if he dies he will simply revive and tells Oscar to guard the rear. He adds that as king he also has the duty to protect his people. He affirms that taking responsibility for his subjects is exactly what a true king should do. Oscar is left speechless and moved by his resolve. The king tosses Oscar his cloak, saying he does not want to burn it again. As Oscar panics, the king turns away with his weapon, saying he will head down first. Walking off the cliff path, he casually asks Oscar not to die while he is gone. Sliding rapidly toward the battlefield, he remarks that he does not want to lose a subordinate he has only just met. Oscar reluctantly agrees to watch the cloak and accept this order. Thinking ahead, he worries about what more dangers await them. Down below, Heavenly Dragon watches the approaching figure and frowns in confusion. Mango complains that the proud king and Oscar have not answered their call yet, then notices someone coming. Heavenly Dragon squints, puzzled about who this newcomer is. Seeing a young man with a strange weapon flying toward them, he realizes it is not Oscar at all. The young king activates Lightning Spear, surrounding his staff with crackling electricity. He dives like a thunderbolt straight at Heavenly Dragon, lightning tearing through the camp as Mango screams for his brother to move. Heavenly Dragon, eyes blazing red, roars that the lightning is nothing to him. He swings his axe through the bolt with a manic laugh, trying to overpower the attack. The king nimbly follows up, charging again with his electrified staff. He then calls down an even stronger skill, Heaven's Wrath, channeling massive lightning through his weapon toward Heavenly Dragon. A pillar of light crashes down on Heavenly Dragon, who catches it on his axe but is driven back. Smirking through the sparks, the king taunts him, asking if he can endure an even stronger blow. Heavenly Dragon grimaces as the sustained electric shock saps his strength. The current tears into him until he screams in agony. Mango watches in horror as his older brother is engulfed by the lightning strike. Bruised and smoking, Heavenly Dragon clutches his face while the king reminds him he had demanded a proper fight between leaders. Standing over him, the king darkly promises to beat him up thoroughly. Nearby prow soldiers stare in awe at the scene of the two brothers overwhelmed. The king orders everyone to step back, saying he will handle Heavenly Dragon alone, and the soldiers obey. Enraged, Mango gathers ominous red energy around his fists. Shouting about his wounded brother, he hurls himself at the king in a rage. He rockets forward, fist cocked, as the relaxed king watches him approach. Before the punch lands, Oscar leaps in, intercepting Mango with a sword strike. Oscar rebukes Mango, saying the man he is attacking is not someone to address so lightly. Drawing both blades, Oscar declares that he will be Mango's opponent instead. Mango cries out Oscar's name, furious. The king calmly leaves Mango to Oscar, who accepts the duel. Looking down at the fallen Heavenly Dragon, the king asks how long he plans to lie there. He notes that he has even allowed Heavenly Dragon time to recover as the latter gulps potions. Heavenly Dragon drinks, then mutters that the situation is humiliating. He grudgingly admits the king is impressive for a supposedly low-level player who did not win the previous survival event by luck. The king mocks him for acting tough when he nearly lost. Heavenly Dragon recalls the rumors of a physical dealer who relies on debuffs and asks if the earlier area debuff was the king's doing, while the king impatiently asks his point. Heavenly Dragon erupts into berserk, red energy flooding his body. The king warns him not to get arrogant over surviving a single attack. Heavenly Dragon, now in berserk state, vows to hound him relentlessly as a system notice confirms the buff's activation. The king deduces that berserk is a physical enhancement meant to offset his debuffs and considers humoring this approach. The two glare at each other, both ready to continue. Heavenly Dragon charges again with a feral scream, hammering at the king's shield. His empowered swing smashes into the king, sending shockwaves across the arena. The king reactivates Heaven's Wrath, surrounding himself with lightning once more. The follow-up strike slams Heavenly Dragon, his hair and blood flying under the impact. Gasping, Heavenly Dragon realizes the king reused a speed-type skill from earlier. He snaps that it will not work twice and relies on Berserk's immunity to attribute base status effects, which also boosts his basic stats and health. Empowered, he roars and launches a vertical assault meant to cleave the king. The king analyzes that Heavenly Dragon's status immunity explains his confidence. While exchanging blows, the king notes another debuff, Scorn of the Strong, is on cooldown and wonders about trying a non-attribute debuff instead. Dodging another swing, he decides to test that different option. Heavenly Dragon sneers that the king still has the luxury to be distracted mid-battle. He prepares a massive glowing axe technique, vowing to finish things. Activating Bloody Slash, he fills the field with swirling red-black slashes aimed at the king's shield. Laughing, he boasts that Bloody Slash is his strongest skill. He explains that his strikes grow stronger the more his target bleeds. He pours everything into one roaring attack that carves the ground toward the king. The blast erupts in a huge explosion that rocks the camp. Elsewhere, Oscar desperately protects the distracted king from Mengo's sneak attack. Oscar and Mengo trade a powerful blow, fists and sword colliding. Mengo taunts Oscar, saying their so-called king is about to die at his brother's hands. Oscar clicks his tongue in frustration at the situation. Heavenly Dragon's axe embeds in the ground, showing how vicious the attack was. He approaches the downed king, saying the rookie is too naive and that he will teach him a harsh lesson. The king, sitting amid dust, listens as Heavenly Dragon calls Prow accursed territory beset by barbarians, vampires, and corruption on all sides. Heavenly Dragon asks if the young ruler really believes he can handle all these enemies alone. In a furious rant, he insists defending Prow is impossible and calls it a forsaken land even its own emperor abandoned. He tells the king to hand over Prow now and leave such burdens to hardened adults like himself. Laughing, Heavenly Dragon says he might even let the king live in the main kingdom if he obediently quits and keeps playing house here. The king stares blankly and asks if he is finally finished talking. Gripping his spear, he complains that the endless rambling is annoying. Wreathed in blue power, he says he already understands Prow's problems and knows its vastness makes it difficult to govern. Smiling, he states that despite that, someone still has to take responsibility, implying he has accepted that role. Heavenly Dragon, aflame with killing intent, says he gave the king a chance because he resembled his nephew. He yells that the king still has not come to his senses and deserves no more mercy. Activating Bloody Slash again, he screams for the king to disappear. As the skill tries to trigger, a system message interrupts, leaving Heavenly Dragon shocked that his activation has been cancelled. The king counters with another blinding attack that sends Heavenly Dragon flying. Heavenly Dragon crashes and skids across the ground. Holding his head, he panics over why both Bloody Slash and Berserk were forcibly cancelled. He wonders if there is a bug, since his mana is still sufficient. Blue magic circles form beneath him as a new, unfamiliar field effect takes hold. Trapped in the glowing zone, Heavenly Dragon demands to know what is happening while the king notes with satisfaction that the technique seems to work. Heavenly Dragon glares at him, spitting out an insult. The king reveals that he used a skill called Wave of Oppression, which disrupts an enemy's skill activations. When Heavenly Dragon curses him for using underhanded abilities, the king accepts the backhanded compliment and prepares to make a final suggestion. He orders Heavenly Dragon, when he respawns, never to return to Prow or hunt elves again, unless he wants something worse to happen. A spear tip hovers before Heavenly Dragon's terrified face. The king says that otherwise Heavenly Dragon will simply be hunted the same way again. Heavenly Dragon snaps back angrily, starting to insult the king once more. The king silently readies a Shikiro-style spear technique. Power surges along his spear as he adopts the finishing stance. He unleashes Lightning Strike, first form, in a decisive cross-shaped attack. When the light fades, the king stands alone as Heavenly Dragon's body disintegrates. Turning away from the vanished foe, the king dryly remarks that the man kept ranting right up until he died.